Hello there and welcome to JetBrains .NET Days 2025. I'm Matt from the JetBrains .NET team and I'm very pleased to have you with us today.
And I'm Mehul from Product Marketing. Whether you're watching live or catching the replay, thank you for being here today with the .NET community.
.NET Days is an event we've been putting on for several years now. I think this is the 6th edition, and it's something we really enjoy and look forward to. It's a community event at heart, built by and for .NET developers who share ideas and knowledge, trade tips, and perhaps most importantly, ship real software.
So thank you for what you share, the code, talks, feedback, and the countless threads that keep pushing .NET forward.
We've got a great set of community talks this year, everything from real-world ASP.NET Core and Web API, pragmatic performance, diagnostics, testing strategies, C# and F# language features and refactoring tips, modern cloud with .NET Aspire, Azure, and more. And remember that this is being recorded. We'll make all the videos available later. And if you're watching live, you can, of course, pause and rewind so you don't miss anything.
Now, before we hand things to our speakers, we'll set the stage with a quick look at what our teams at JetBrains have been working on for .NET, how the tools support your day-to-day, and a bit of what's next.
Yeah, JetBrains has been around for 25 years and working in the .NET ecosystem for most of that. ReSharper was released way back in 2004, and we've been consistently getting feedback that it and other products powered by ReSharper have been helping the community learn .NET ever since. We've got no intention of slowing down, even as the landscape of development is changing around us. So let's take a look at where we are and how we can support you in the .NET ecosystem.
And if you're in the chat, tell us where in the world you're joining from and what you're building with .NET. You can fire off any questions you've got, and we'll try to answer them in chat or after each session.
Okay, let's talk Rider, our standalone .NET IDE. Over the last release cycle, we've been working hard on lots of core scenarios, and as ever, our What's New page has a nice big list of changes. We've been aiming at what JetBrains does best with developer tools, keeping you in the flow. Less friction, faster feedback, and more intelligence across the app.
In the current release, you'll feel the difference. Quicker stepping in the debugger, a more responsive Razor editing experience, and easier navigation through .NET Aspire services. Using the latest runtime and garbage collector means peak memory usage can be reduced by up to 20%, especially on larger projects. And with a steady polish across Unity, Unreal, and Godot or Godot, whatever you prefer, Matt, so gameplay projects stay snappy, all working towards making Rider a nicer experience for you to use.
And speaking of user experience, we've just shipped an update that enables the new Islands UI theme, a visual refresh of the UI focused on visual clarity. It better separates the editor and tool windows and gives an overall cleaner, more modern development environment. I really like this update. I've been using it since it was first introduced internally, and we've had a lot of great feedback externally too. Switch it on and let us know what you think. We're also very excited to bring the Junie plugin to Rider. Junie is our coding agent integrated directly into the IDE. It's different to the JetBrains AI assistant in that it's designed to work autonomously on more complex tasks. Once installed, you tell it what you want it to do, it will break it down, create a plan, and work through each step of the task. It looks at existing code, generates new code, builds your project, checking for errors, and runs tests to verify that the task is done. You get to review and refine the result.
And Rider continues to be one of the most loved IDE experiences in the .NET world. And I want to talk about a story that we've been working on with SyncFusion. They have a SaaS product called Bullsign, and when the team adopted Rider, including the other JetBrains .NET tools in .Ultimate, they found faster builds, smooth debugging, and quality that scales when the pace picks up. So I encourage you to go to the URL on this slide here at the bottom right and read more about exactly how that team, using a web SaaS product, were able to scale with Rider.
Okay, so let's take a look at some of the things that Rider has been up to lately. We're very pleased to bring Junie to Rider. It's not installed by default, but you can easily get it from the Marketplace settings page. Once installed, it will add a new tool window ready to accept a prompt for a task to implement. Before starting, it's worth setting up some project-specific guidelines that Junie will use while working, and Junie provides a prompt to generate a good baseline for you to customize further. I've already got some set up for this project, so let's try a prompt for some new functionality to add a discount filter to the eShop sample app. We can extend the tool window to see Junie in action. It will create a plan for how to implement the new feature and work through that plan step by step. It will look at your existing code, make changes, and can also build the project and run tests to verify things. Let's skip forward, and you can see that Junie has made a number of changes to add the discount details to various files, including our Razor pages and the database migration. We can look at another example. Junie understands the context of the project and therefore knows that this is a Unity game. It uses this to know how to implement double jump, a term well known in platform gaming. It also knows that the player controller is responsible for moving the character and can make the necessary changes to this file. We can verify everything works by switching to Unity and playing the game. Of course, there's a lot more to Rider than AI features, and Rider has a lot of ways to help you with .NET development, such as the Services tool window. This gives you a view of all the services related to your solution. You can connect to the local or remote Docker daemon and see and control all of the images and containers that you're using. It's also a great way to work with .NET Aspire, giving you a dashboard in the IDE to start and stop your Aspire hosts. You can see all of the different instances, if they're running or not, current health, and console output. Rider also has great integration with OpenTelemetry and will collect logs from all of your services. It will list the services and instances, show all of the log entries, metrics from performance counters, and trace information. You can even generate a service map based on the trace information, giving you a really helpful visual representation of the dependencies between your services. So that's Rider today. Practical speedups you notice in your loop, Junie to accelerate deliberate edits and tests, and modern web and cloud-friendly paths so you spend more time in the code and less time hopping between tools.
And we've got lots more planned. We'll continue working on performance and responsiveness. We're looking specifically at warm startup scenarios, reopening projects that you frequently use. And we've already completed some work, for example, on improving the time taken by Roslyn analyzers in your projects, all to make sure that Rider feels snappier and more responsive to use.
And we're working on lots of other great features to make your development lives better too. Timely support for .NET 10. We're aiming for the same day support, just like we did with .NET 9, and improvements to OpenTelemetry support, because everyone needs to understand what their project is doing. And in fact, if you haven't already checked out the OpenTelemetry support in the current version, you should take a look. It's really helpful stuff. Now, ReSharper.
For folks who live in Visual Studio, the current ReSharper builds can now run out of process, which helps the editor stay responsive, especially on big solutions where every pause breaks your rhythm. This has been a major investment for us, so it's very exciting to be able to use it day to day, and we're getting great feedback from you all that's telling us that moving the main ReSharper engine into its own process has been worth the wait. Looking ahead, we're aligned with the next Visual Studio as well. ReSharper supports Visual Studio 2026 today, and will be there on day one when VS 2026 ships, so you can keep using your refactorings, inspections, and navigation without changing how you work. Now, let's take a quick pass in VS 2026 so you can get a preview.
All right, folks, I'm going to take you on a trip through some great ReSharper news, followed by my 9 ReSharper features that every .NET developer should know about. So have fun. ReSharper is ready for the new Visual Studio 2026, and our out-of-process architecture is becoming ready for ReSharper. There are still some limitations like debugger, profiler, and AI bits, but if you want a smoother typing experience with startup UI freezes cut down up to 61%, you should really give it a try and enable it from the status bar or ReSharper menu. Navigation in ReSharper is not just about a single shortcut and wildcard text search on different elements. The initial letter search helps you to avoid typing out long parts of a search element by using camel humps. Typing a dot gives you a quick look at the type's members. All results are shown in a clean, highlighted and compact way. It even works a bit fuzzy. For example, tuple names is shown when you search for NT instead of TN. This allows you to find what you're looking for, even if your input isn't exact, whether it's a typo or a fuzzy memory. Besides regular search term-based navigation, ReSharper also provides a growing number of contextual navigation actions. After you've placed the caret on an element, you can invoke navigate to and explore more specific items. One of the most recent additions is related tests and subject, but you can also find old and familiar friends like consuming and exposing APIs, extension methods, show usages, or decompiled sources. Note that all actions have the assigned shortcut shown next to them for your skill progression. Statistically, a large part of our work concerns reading and navigating code. Only after we understand the surrounding bits, we can confidently implement new features. Switching between reading and writing becomes essential, and ReSharper makes it effortless and targeted with the following actions. Go to recent files as a stack of previously visited files. Go to recent edits, same as recent files, but filtered to those with changes. And go to last edit location as a direct navigation to the recent edits. Once you start typing in these pop-ups, you can further filter the results. For many developers, these actions have made searching through editor tabs obsolete. As a developer, I often see my peers rely on the mouse to select text, which is rather inefficient and often imprecise. With the extend selection action, you can successively select the next higher logical block of code from your original caret position. Shrink selection travels the selection stack backwards. Similar to structural navigation, this feature relies on the concept of abstract syntax trees, with small modifications to make it more useful and predictable. Both act as the groundwork for follow-up refactorings like introduce variable or extract method, by allowing an accurate selection. They also enable the structural remove feature, which removes remaining white spaces and utility characters around your selection. Rearranging code is common practice, but cut and paste is a provisional solution that often requires manual fixes. ReSharper lets you move code at the structural level, preserving logic and context. For example, you can reorder statements naturally, even across multiple lines. The greedy brace feature on compound statements like if or using statements is another way to quickly adjust block scopes. I use move left and move right mainly to reorder expression operands, collection elements, or parameters and arguments. And fun fact, during live demos, I never get the shortcut right. Every year we get a new box full of valuable C# language features, so huge thanks to Mats Torgersen and the C# language team. As developers and consumers, we want to integrate those features efficiently across the codebase. With ReSharper's inspections, quick fixes, and context actions, you can confidently modernize code not only in a single spot, but also at solution, project, and file scope. Many developers rely on ReSharper's suggestions to discover and adopt new C# features. Personally, I might depend eternally, since I rarely get my pattern matching right on the first try. The yay is up my sleeve to teach even seasoned users of ReSharper something new during presentations. Postfix templates allow you to perform complex transformations via special completion items that look like instance methods. My personal favorites are collection.forEach, type.new, and expression.var. With our latest edition, service.inject, we push the imaginable a little bit further. Definitely check out our growing list of postfix templates in our documentation. A consistent code style and code formatting eliminates unnecessary friction in reading and working with your code. However, configuring it through text files is probably not the most enjoyable task. ReSharper provides a visual editing experience to adjust code style for a selected fragment or to detect rules from code with the desired look. You can store and share formatting rules in a number of formats with the Save To button, including editor config. A largely underrated feature is the Save As Comments button, which adds formatter instructions that are only valid for the selection. For instance, you might not always want to align code in columns, but occasionally it can be very useful. And one more tip, you can also troubleshoot your formatting with ease. Visual Studio's context menu in the Solution Explorer is kind of bloated, but if you look close enough or hit Ctrl-Shift-R, you can find some really beneficial large-scale refactorings that save you plenty of time. Who wants to deal with file creation during prototyping, or wants to adjust all those namespaces when you move files around? Right, ReSharper wants to do that for you. And by the way, you should really check out the recently introduced Convert Usings to Global refactoring with its great interface to make well-informed decisions. I hope you learned some new productivity tricks to get more out of ReSharper in Visual Studio 2026. Tell us about your favorite features in the chat or in the comments. And with that, back to Mehul and Matt.
It's very exciting to be able to use ReSharper out of process. The same ReSharper features, smoother feel, and ready for VS 2026 when it lands.
And if you've been waiting to try ReSharper again on a large solution, this is a great moment to give it another spin.
Now, it's not a secret that some of you use VS Code as well as Rider and ReSharper. Some of us may wish that that wasn't the case, but apparently not everyone wants to use Vim. But hey, we all need an editor for small changes and quick reviews, and as we all know, those quick edits often take a little longer than planned. So we've released two extensions to bring JetBrains Code Intelligence into VS Code and VS Code-based editors.
ReSharper for VS Code brings many well-loved ReSharper features to your editor. Navigation, completion, inspections, and quick fixes, and ReSharper's smart rename. And AI Assistant brings multi-line code completion from Melum, our own open source language model designed specifically for code completion. It will also generate commit messages and code documentation, as well as providing chat and a smart coding agent, all as part of the same AI subscription you've got with other JetBrains tools. Let's take a look at ReSharper for Visual Studio Code. It's currently available in the marketplace, so it's very easy to install, and it's currently a public preview and will be part of .ultimate when it's released. Once installed, you just need to open a folder that contains a solution file, and ReSharper will load the solution and be ready to work. By default, you'll see a view of your folders like you do normally with Visual Studio Code, but ReSharper adds a solution explorer, so you get to see all the folders, solution items, and projects that you've got in your solution. You can, of course, navigate inside. You can see the package dependencies, the project dependencies, and open other files. And once we do open a file, you can see that there's full syntax highlighting there. We've got sticky lines as you scroll, and of course things like hover tooltip documentation. There are also type hints as well, so you can see what type a var is, for example, and you can very quickly control-click to navigate through. One thing you'll notice as well is that ReSharper has inspections built into it. So for example, here we can see that the namespace doesn't correspond to the file location, and we can change that using the quick fix menu. We also get several other items in our quick fix menu, such as the rewrite item, little refactorings that will work across the solution. So for example, here we can convert this namespace into a block scope namespace. We can also see that we've got a problem here with the using directive that isn't being required. We can open a quick fix here, and again we can remove the unused directive. We also have several other items down the bottom here where we've got more actions. Here we can remove the unused directives in not just the file, but across the folder, the projects, the solution. So we get many of ReSharper's advanced refactorings and quick fixes as part of Visual Studio Code. ReSharper for Visual Studio Code also comes with live templates,
To make life a little bit easier there for adding code very quickly. So we can quickly add a class, or we could add a for loop, or perhaps a for each loop as well. So making it very easy to start working and entering code snippets. We also support ReSharper's postfix templates as well. So I can do things like userid.null to create an if statement for a null check, or userid.notNull to create a not null if check. And ReSharper for Visual Studio Code doesn't work with just C# files, but it also works with Blazor files and Razor files and XAML files as well. And we can use the navigation to go and find some of these files. So for example, we can go to cartpage.razor here, and you can see we've got syntax highlighting again. We've got code completion for our HTML items. And if we go back up to the top, we've also got an inspection here to tell us that this property is not used. Again, we can use the quick fix menu here to remove this unused property, and we get to use ReSharper's known refactorings to make that happen. We can use Visual Studio Code's command palette for navigation as well, and all of our items are available to navigate to. We can also navigate to compile types, and we will show the decompiled item, or we will download the item based on your NuGet package. Again, here we've got an example of a ReSharper inspection of an unused property, and we can very easily here use our quick fixes to remove this property. We can also navigate to other items and see some other inspections that are available. For example, here we've got a warning that this assert has got the arguments in the wrong order. We should be using a constant value as the expected value, not as the actual value. So we can use Visual Studio's command palette here to call the rearrange right item and handily pick up the keyboard shortcut to rearrange the arguments. We can see we've still got an inspection item here to tell us we're using a method instead of a property. And again, we can use the quick fix item to quickly clean that up. We can also right-click on an item and select Go to Definition. Or we could right-click on an item and do Go to References and see where it is used inside the code. And we can jump through this in our peek window. Alternatively, we could use the keyboard shortcut to find all references and get a more persistent result view. And of course, we have a number of ReSharper's refactorings available to us, which we can view with the refactoring pop-up. We can also use ReSharper's rename refactoring to very safely and clearly rename just the symbol that we want to change. The AI Assistant extension for Visual Studio Code is also available in the marketplace and is also in public preview. It makes a great complement to ReSharper for Visual Studio Code. For example, it integrates with the quick fix menu to allow you to generate documentation for methods or classes. You can right-click on code and find more actions in the JetBrains AI Assistant context menu, and also in the command palette. And of course, it supports code completion, so you can quickly generate the code you need. It is also helpful for generating commit messages, taking away some of that boilerplate for you. And of course, there is the chat window, where you can choose between different top-tier models, such as GPT-5 and Claude Sonnet 4.5. You can also add context and choose between modes. Lightweight chat mode, where you can ask questions about your code base or public APIs. Edit mode for lightweight multi-file edits and refactorings. And then agent mode for working on more complex tasks, where it can break the task down for you and run through it step by step. So if your day splits, some quick edits in VS Code, some deep work in Rider, you can keep context and still get useful help either way.
And when you want assistance inside the IDEs, we'll talk AI Assistant and Junie together next so you can see how they fit your everyday flow. AI is having a big impact on the industry right now and the world. It's hard to get through a sentence without those two letters cropping up, let alone a presentation. It's definitely changing the way we work, from AI assistants to agentic workflows. And we saw earlier that we now have Junie in Rider, finally, working autonomously on your code on your behalf. And we've just seen our AI assistant preview in VS Code. All of these tools are deeply integrated into the IDE. Writer and ReSharper engine have a deep knowledge of your code, and we can make that available to AI models, which is a benefit because it gives access to the indexes that we build, the deterministic refactorings in the IDE, and much more.
Yeah, all of this is covered by the JetBrains AI subscription, and the AI Pro level is included with the .ultimate and all product packs subscriptions. If you're going to be doing agentic workflows, which of course consume more credits, there's also the AI Ultimate level and top-up credits are available. The subscription doesn't tie you to a single model, and we've just introduced support for the latest models from leading providers, including Anthropic's Claude Sonnet 4.5 and OpenAI GPT-5. In fact, we've also just released an AI assistant update that includes Claude Agent, an advanced AI coding agent based on the Anthropic Agent SDK, which powers Claude Code. So you now have the choice of using Junie or Claude as your coding agent. If we can choose between different AI models, why not also different AI agents, all as part of one subscription? Let's take a look. You're probably already familiar with the AI actions that are available with AI Assistant. For example, being able to generate documentation for methods and classes. I find it particularly useful to be able to push this boilerplate to the AI for me so that I can concentrate more on the code itself. But AI Assistant is being continuously updated and we're getting new features. For example, we recently released Next Edit Suggestions, which is a way for the AI Assistant to be able to suggest code modifications as you type. During the beta, it's not enabled by default, but you can quickly go into settings and switch it on. We'll have it enabled by default very soon. When enabled, AI Assistant will watch your typing and will look for similar changes. If it sees that you're making similar edits across the file, it will start to then suggest them for you. And you can hit Tab to review the changes and very quickly accept them. And a very quick way of making repetitive changes across your code base. While we're inside the settings, it's worth pointing out a few other things that are useful. For example, AI Assistant supports MCP, the Model Context Protocol, a great open standard for how to add extra functions and abilities, external data, external tools into the AI Assistant itself. It's very easy to add a server. You can even import it from different applications, or you can add it entering the arguments by itself or by switching to JSON and replacing it with a value from documentation. Once enabled, these commands can be available inside the AI chat. We've also got project rules that you can create. And this is a great way of being able to add additional guidelines into your project and into the context of your chat. For example, you can add extra context, which is going to explain more about how you want your application to work and how you want AI answers to be delivered to you. You've got the option to always apply these rules, so they are added to the context all the time. You can add them manually through the chat window, or you can even ask the model to do it itself, or have the rules applied based on a specific file pattern. These files are saved in your project, and you can check these into source control so everybody on your team can get the benefit of it. And the chat window itself has been updated. We've done lots more work on additional context. There's lots of context that can be added automatically when codebase mode is enabled, but you can also choose the context that you want. For example, we've just created a rules file. We can pick one of those based on the number of different rule files we've got added in our project, or we can add files and folders, or symbols, and you can type to search to find particular classes that you want to add. We've also got the ability to add commits, the project structure, and also images if the model supports it. This is a great way of prototyping, and you can provide a wireframe to the AI so that it can build something to your specification. Another nifty feature we've got is this add context from UI. This allows you to take context from one of the tool windows in the user interface and add it as context into an AI query. For example, if we have the project file open, then we can ask for more information from the AI based on the details in the project window. The same with the commit window. If we're showing a list of commits there, we can take this, add context from UI, and choose it and add that context from the tool window into our chat. We also have the ability to use the @mentions to be able to attach different bits of context, whether it's a file, a folder, or a symbol, and also the / commands to be able to search in the IDE documentation, suggest refactorings, or even use tools from different MCP servers that we've got set up. We also have the ability to select the different models. And one of the beauties of being able to have a single AI subscription with JetBrains is the ability to access top tier models. We've got all the different models that are available to you, whether that's GPT-5 or Claude Sonnet, or even some of the smaller models as well, if you want to do some light work there too. There's also the ability to use local models. For example, here we can set up third-party providers from Ollama, LM Studio, and so on. And we can use that to set up different models rather than having to call the models that are on the JetBrains AI platform. We've also changed the way that modes work. We've still got the default chat mode, which is the great way of being able to ask questions about your code base, ask questions about APIs. But we've also got the quick edit mode and several other agents as well. So quick edit is a way of making small changes, lightweight changes, things that can be applied automatically by the edit model and applied to your code. But we've also introduced Claude Agent. So we're very pleased to bring in Claude from Anthropic's Agent SDK, and we can actually use that as a full agent inside the AI chat. We're of course working to bring Junie in there, but it's not quite there yet. We'll have that soon. If we select Claude Agent, we can then start to ask it to do things. We can get it to run some tasks for us, and we can have that either in Brave mode. We can ask it to generate a plan rather than actually execute it, and so on. So for example, we can ask it to run a task on our project. And Claude will then go off, it'll start looking at the project, it'll generate a plan, and it'll start to work through the different steps of that plan. Used well, AI accelerates your judgment. You decide, it drafts.
And because it's built into Writer, it shows up exactly when you need it without breaking your flow. All right, now a quick note for students, open source contributors, and folks building personal projects. We continue to make many JetBrains tools available for the community when the work is not commercial. So think learning, teaching, open source, research, or hobby builds.
And we recently added DataGrip to this list too, joining Rider, WebStorm, CLion, and Rust Rover. It's really great to have a common, familiar set of powerful tools when starting to learn a new language or enter a new ecosystem. DataGrip's database and SQL tooling is fantastic, and we're even using some of that technology to power database support in ReSharper too. So if you're using Visual Studio, go check that out. It's also built into Rider. So if you want to learn how to use databases, learn a new different database technology, you can use Rider or DataGrip for free for non-commercial use.
And for commercial teams or when you're working on commercial projects, the straightforward path is .ultimate. Rider, ReSharper, and the rest of the .NET toolset from JetBrains in one bundle that includes JetBrains AI Pro as part of the same subscription.
So hopefully you can see that JetBrains has got your back for .NET development. ReSharper, first introduced in 2004, 21 years ago, is always being updated. It's had a huge rewrite to support running out of process and already runs with the latest Visual Studio 2026 inside a preview.
And Rider is focusing on performance as well as keeping pace with new .NET and C# and F# language versions. It's adding integration with Azure DevOps to streamline your cloud-based workflows and has support for industry standard tooling like OpenTelemetry. Looking ahead, we'll be ready when .NET 10 releases, so you can adopt new runtime and language features without breaking your rhythm. And Rider and ReSharper, both on VS and VS Code, will be there with suggestions and quick fixes.
And we're very much aware of how the development landscape is changing and want to give you the best of both worlds. Smart AI tooling with Junie, an autonomous coding agent working for you, and AI assistant explaining code, suggesting refactorings, and generating commit messages and documentation. and the navigation, inspections, and deterministic refactorings of an engine that has spent the last 21 years helping .NET developers. We're hoping to do so for the next 21 years. So, thank you for your attention. I hope you've seen something new that you'd like to download and try. Grab the trials, try the previews, and tell us what helps and what needs more love. We're looking for your feedback.
And now we've got 2 packed days ahead, talks on ASP.NET Core and web APIs, testing, performance, modern cloud with .NET Aspire, Azure, data in EF Core, F#, and a lot more.
Yes, enjoy the show, keep coding, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Hello, everybody. Looks like we're on the air. Hi, Mehul.
Hi, Rachel. And hello, everyone in chat and live.
How's everyone doing out there? Good day. Good day for streaming some technical content.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the chat comments. We've got folks literally from all over the world, like
Oh, yeah.
Nigeria, Finland. It's amazing.
Yep. So today is going to be a great day, I think. As you already alluded to in the keynote, we got a lot of great stuff. Today, we're looking at effortless distributed systems with Aspire, clean architecture, a session on nullables, messaging, cross-platform, and Blazor. And then tomorrow is another packed day full of good stuff. We do have a little bit of housekeeping, though, that we want to do first, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. So again, welcome, everybody. This is going to be 2 days, our .NET Days Online for 2025. And you can go to this link and see the agenda, register, do all the good stuff there that you need to do. And any questions, send them in the chat. We already got a bunch of questions and intros in there, but keep them going. We'll throw out some polls as well. You can answer those. So we'd like to hear your feedback, what you have to say about everything. And it is being recorded. So if you miss anything or your boss calls you out for a bit, don't worry, we got you. It's going to be recorded. You can come back and see these on our YouTube channel later. So that's what we have for the housekeeping. Did we miss anything there?
No, I think we've got it all, but definitely share with your friends, colleagues, community. Let them know, the amazing sessions, and feel free to tweet, socially, mention anything. We'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great as you're watching. If you see a slide or a feature or something that really speaks to you, take that screenshot, post it online. Let the speaker know, oh, I really like this, or I really like this feature or this technique or something that somebody says. It really helps let them know that you appreciate the work that they put into these talks. Let's take a look at the agenda really quick. I'll add this in. So the agenda is at the link that we gave you. And if you scroll through, you could see all the different sessions. And, one more time, it's all being recorded. We just watched the keynote. And first up, we're going to see Effortless Distributed Systems with .NET Aspire by Jason Taylor. So if you have been overwhelmed about, all these fancy new things with microservices and distributed systems and putting all these gears and widgets together, well, maybe we could be just whelmed at the end of this. We don't have to be overwhelmed anymore. And after that, we'll see Clean Architecture by Stephen Smith, who's well known for doing quite a bit in the clean architecture and clean code space. And then we have Maarten, who Maarten used to work for us. He's doing nullable enable, this is a great one, the Power of C Nullability. A lot of null about nothing, but it's kind of important, right? This is a big deal in .NET to get our nulls a little bit under control here.
That's right.
So those are the first three. After that, we're going to switch up some of the hosting, and you'll see, I think Sasha's coming on later, or somebody else. I forget who exactly. And Matt will be back. Let's see, what else today? Poornima's coming on with messaging as well. This is a good one, I think, because asynchronous is kind of important. It's the way we do things. So kind of need to know about that.
And it looks like she'll be covering RabbitMQ and on AWS. So yeah, it might be interesting for some of you folks who are doing distributed services and want to consider, async messaging for scalability, fault tolerance, all that good stuff.
Yep. Let's take a look more. Have you looked into the later ones at all?
Oh yeah, our friends at Uno are going to be presenting it as well. So if you are into the Uno platform and XAML, Steve Bilogan from there will be showing us cross-platform applications with Uno, and WebAssembly. They're going to be covering quite a bit there. Mobile, desktop, web development with Rider. So that should be a good one as well.
And our last one for today is Scott Sauber's test-driven development with Blazor. Kind of like web forms, people didn't think you could do it, but you can, and maybe you should, because TDD is kind of a good thing. So we'll see a bit about that. And then we go into day 2, and we don't need to go over the whole day 2 schedule today. We'll save that for tomorrow. But today just definitely has a lot of good stuff packed up in the lineup for you. And I hope everybody liked the keynote. It was great. Matthias had a lot of wonderful features in our products, especially with stuff like being able to select the text finally in a very sensical way to help move code around and structurally moving code. That's really great stuff, I think.
And he was showing all of that in Visual Studio 2026. So, the team is working. In fact, we worked with some of the folks from the Microsoft side to make sure that, on day 1, we'd have a good experience for developers because, it's been the #1 extension for Visual Studio forever. And rightly so, because, it does so much and people love it.
Yeah, time flies. 20 years last year. I remember celebrating the 20-year anniversary of ReSharper and going, wow, really? It's 20 years already? But then also it does feel like it's been around for a long time, and a tool that I'm like, wow, I remember using this way back in the day, way long before I joined JetBrains even. So definitely ReSharper is one of the most beloved tools out there. And as well, Rider, right, as our standalone IDE.
I mean, that's like the #1 thing I hear. In fact, I reached out to a lot of ReSharper customers from the past who had reported an issue, and the #1 destination after ReSharper is absolutely Rider, right? Because you got all the functionality in there. It's cross-platform, just makes sense. But, there's a lot of enterprises that, essentially are like, nope, we're Visual Studio. And so this is a way for those folks who do need to use Visual Studio or like to use Visual Studio, you get ReSharper functionality with that extension.
Right. And while you're out there dropping your comments and questions in the chat, we would like to hear too, since, you can't go for more than a few minutes without mentioning AI. What are you doing? What are you into? What kind of products are you building with AI, and what are you using it for? Is it for like commits or helping you code? Are you going full vibe coding agentic? What are you all into? We would like to hear from you and hear your scenarios as to what you're doing. And I think it's about time for Jason. Why don't we bring him on? If our tech guy can bring him on. Hello, Jason. How are you?
Hello. Thank you for having me. Nice to see you, Rachel and Mihal.
Good to meet you, Jason.
Great.
Sorry, Rachel, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I said I'm excited to see this talk about .NET Aspire. I'm sure you get a lot of questions, at conferences about what is it Exactly, and all that good stuff. So yeah, I think that's always like one of the top questions, people learning the context of what is it, why is it useful. So yeah, I think a lot of folks will appreciate the talk you're about to give.
Of course, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
excited to give it. I've been working hard on this talk, and I think I have some really cool stuff to present.
Oh, awesome. Yes, we are excited. Okay, well, let's let Jason have the stage all to himself and see you in a bit.
Thank you. All right, let's kick it off. Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Taylor. I'm a Microsoft MVP and a solution architect for Particular Software, which is the team behind Service Bus. Building distributed systems can often feel complex, slow, and fragile. And so today, I'd like to show you how the right tools can actually remove this friction. So developing distributed system feels effortless, all the way from local dev to the cloud. Now, this is an interactive presentation. So if you can, scan this QR code or head over to slido.com and enter the code Effortless. We'll use it for a few polls, and you'll help shape the path we take through the demos. And while you're joining that, let's start by defining what we mean by a distributed system. So a distributed system is a system of multiple services or components working together, and they communicate over a network on different machines. So thinking servers, containers, or cloud resources. Here's a simple but common distributed system. We have a web front end, a API backend, and a database. Now, if your system looks small like this, or whether it grows into something larger and more complex, the same challenges show up. And these include orchestration, service discovery, reliability, configuration, observability, and deployment. And so the aim of effortless distributed systems is to address these challenges. So with effortless, it means shifting the focus back to what matters, right? Delivering features that users care about. We want to reduce wasted effort by eliminating manual setup, wiring, and boilerplate. We want to simplify the hard parts so teams can move faster and with greater confidence. Effortless, of course, doesn't mean no effort. It means reducing friction and spending effort in the right places. Now, to do that, of course, we need a solid foundation, and that's exactly where .NET Aspire comes in. So .NET Aspire simplifies distributed systems from the start. Now, I know you're asking, what is Aspire? Now, it's quite simply a framework. It gives us tools, templates, and packages for building distributed apps. At its core is a code-first app model, which acts as the single source of truth for services, resources, and how they connect together. It also provides pre-built integrations for common infrastructure like messaging, databases, caching, and hosting. And importantly, Aspire is designed to work end-to-end, from running locally during development all the way through to deployment in the cloud. That's enough slides. Let's see Aspire in action. We'll add Aspire to an existing app so you can see just how quickly we can begin to simplify distributed systems development. Over to my code. So I've got a very basic system for you tonight. There's the web UI, which is an ASP.NET Core Blazor server. There's a web API, which is ASP.NET Core Minimal API. That's the backend. Web UI is the front end. And we have this shared project, which has common types, which is shared between the backend and the front end. All right, I've already started the web UI, and so you can see it running. Now, you may have seen this before. This is the template that you get when you use a lot of ASP.NET Core projects, but I don't want you to worry. This isn't just a file new project. Yes, you've got your hello world. You've got your counter. You can count all the things you know and love. You also have a weather forecast, but I made it worse. This system is not as reliable as it used to be. Because remember, the fallacies of distributed computing. The network is reliable. That's the first fallacy. I didn't want you to think that we had a weather forecast that was going to return the weather every time. In fact, 30% of the time, this is going to fail. So we've got some problems there. But I don't want you to worry about that for now because we've got a bug report as well. We can put in bug reports about this failing weather forecast and submit it. And sometimes that'll go through, and 30% of the time it'll fail. So we've got a little bit to work with here. And of course, the first thing we want to do with this app is to add .NET Aspire. And I'm using Visual Studio 2026. I thought I'd give it a spin. You can use JetBrains Writer or VS Code. We have first-class Aspire support in all of these IDEs. And if I want to add Aspire to these apps, it's quite simple. I'll start with the Web API, just right-click on that and go Add, and I can go .NET Aspire Orchestrator Support. If I come over here, it'll say, okay, we're going to add Aspire 9.5. Whoops. We'll also add 2 projects, the app host and service defaults. Great, let's do that. We'll do the same thing for Web UI.
Jason, excuse me interrupting there. Hi, Jason.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I think you're using a zoom tool to zoom in on that the screen there.
I'm
not sure that's working with the streaming, unfortunately. Could you just give it another quick try and see if it is that? Could you just try zooming in again?
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're getting a black screen. So I wonder if you could just sort of, instead of being able to zoom too much, if you could just make sure you can describe what's going on so folks on smaller screens can follow along.
No problem. I appreciate that. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. I'll just hide away now.
Thank you. All right. Sorry about that, team. So I was right-clicking on the project, going Add .NET Aspire Orchestrator Support. And what it did was it added this app host project and this service defaults project, okay? Now, if we look at the app host, it is that code-first model that's describing our distributed system. At the moment, it's just describing the 2 services, right? Web UI and Web API. But you can think of it as a place to describe all the parts of your system and how they connect together. So think APIs, databases, message brokers, anything else your system needs. We also have service defaults, which is just a simple class library. Oh, I got the code there. Just a simple class library that holds common configuration shared across all of our services. When we added orchestrator support to Web UI and Web API, it actually also added references to service defaults, and they are now using these service defaults. So things like logging, health checks, telemetry, resilient HTTP clients, they've all come in. So let's run our app again. Now, the first thing you'll notice is that when it launches the Aspire dashboard. And this is really cool. When the dashboard launches, it's also launching the Web API and the Web UI. You didn't see this before, but of course I had to load those projects separately. But I don't have to juggle multiple projects anymore. The dashboard is going to load that up for us. You can see on the left-hand side here, we have resources. That's what you can see now. So it shows all the resources in our system. We can use this feature to inspect, to start, and to stop resources. So I can stop the API if I want and start it back up again. It's all good. We have the console. So instead of a bunch of console windows flying around that I have to manage, I can choose which one I'd look at. Here's my Web API console, my Web UI console, or this new feature in Aspire 9.5, or where it's got this nice little tag on the left-hand side, and I can see console output from lots of different processes. And of course, I've got structured logging, I've got traces and metrics, because we have a first-class open telemetry experience, which is really nice. Now, if I want to launch my app, I can just click on this link and it'll launch my app. I can still count all the things I love to count. I can go to my weather forecast, but something interesting's happened here. If I just keep pressing F5, every now and then there's a little glitch. And this one's a long one, but it recovered. So my weather forecast, which was unreliable before, is now reliable. Sometimes it's a little bit slow. And so you're probably wondering, well, what's happened here? Well, we can figure that out by looking at the Aspire dashboard. So if I go into traces, I can filter. I'm just going to type weather, and you can see all of the weather requests that we've made. And this one was kind of interesting, right? It's got all of these errors, 8.53 seconds. And I can look at this and I can have a read about all of this, and that's kind of interesting. I could dig in and figure out what's going on, but I don't have to, because I've got ChatGPT up here on the toolbar, and I can just click this button, investigate. It can do all the work for me, which is really cool. But then it spits out this great big wall of text. I'm not going to read that either. I'm going to say, tell it to me like I'm 4. That should get back down to my level. Easy summary for kids. You asked your app for the weather. The app tried to get the weather from another part, but it kept saying, uh-oh, something's wrong. You don't need to read the stuff in brackets, extra detail. The app didn't give up. It tried again and again and again. It tried 3 times. After a few tries, it finally worked and gave you the weather. The app had a little trouble, but it kept trying until it got it right. I love this. So easy to understand, even for a 4-year-old. So when we added orchestration support to our application, we got lots of things for free. And one of those was HTTP client resilience, and it was using Poly to retry that request whenever it failed. So that was really cool. So back to the solution. What I'd like to do now is just clean up a few things. In my web API project, I've got some chaos middleware enabled. We can go ahead and disable that now. We won't need it anymore. I'd also like to do a little bit of work with the app host. We've got health checks now that came in with service defaults, and I'd like the Aspire dashboard to know about them. So I can say with HTTP health check, and I can just specify the path to those health checks. And I'll do the same for Web UI. The other thing that I'd like to do is to make sure that Web UI doesn't start until Web API is ready. So what I'll do is I'll say, this is my Web API service, and I want Web UI to wait for the Web API, just like that. So it will not start until the Web API is up and running and it's healthy, because we've got the health checks wired in there. I also want to do service discovery, and we'll look at what service discovery is. But for now, if I say with reference Web API, that will go ahead and inject service discovery information from Web API into Web UI, which will make it easy for these two parts of the system to talk to each other. And by that, I mean I can get rid of some configuration that I previously had in Web UI. So I'm going to Web UI and program.cs. And you can see here, I've got a hard-coded magic string. Now, at some point, I was probably going to have to move that to app settings or some other configuration, but I can actually change it. I'll use service discovery to figure it out for me. So what we're saying here is that the base address of the Web API is HTTPS, or fall back to HTTP and go to Web API. And what's happening behind the scenes is service discovery is going to inject some environment variables for us, and it will use those. And we can see those in the dashboard now. So if I press F5 again, we've got that great local development experience. And I go to Web UI, I've started up, I can scroll down. We can see here, Web UI references Web API. We can see here the health checks for Web UI. And if we scroll past all our open telemetry stuff that we're now getting for free, we can see here's our URL for HTTP requests, and here's our URL for HTTPS requests. So we don't have to have those magic strings. Our services know how to talk to each other through service discovery, which is great. All right, back to our slides. So that's it. We've got Aspire running alongside our app, orchestrating the Web UI and the Web API as a single unit. No more juggling startup projects. With service defaults, we instantly get service discovery, health checks, resilience, and telemetry, all without manual setup. And the Aspire dashboard provides observability out of the box. We've got logs, traces, and metrics, so issues are visible, not mysterious, even for 4-year-olds. Next, we'll look at Aspire integrations. So Aspire ships with ready-made integrations, so you don't have to wire up everything by hand. These integrations cover the core services that every distributed system needs, whether it's databases and storage, messaging, caching, or observability. Aspire integration is just a ready-made building block that wires up common services for you, with health checks, telemetry, and smart defaults already included. As you can see from these examples, Aspire supports a wide range of integrations, And right now, our demo app is running on SQLite, but it's time to level that up. So let's swap it out using an Aspire integration, and I'll let you choose which database we go with. All right, so if you haven't already, scan that QR code or head over to slider.com and take a vote. Would you like to see Azure PostgreSQL or Azure SQL tonight? All right, here we go. The race is on. It's so exciting. Looks like Azure SQL is way out in front. It's exciting. But Postgres catching up. What have we got? 33 people voting so far, 34. That's a record for me. At the user groups I've been presenting this out, we got up to 30. Look at that. 51. Wow. All right. 54 for PostgreSQL. 55. It's taking the lead. Is it going to stay in front? We can go either way. This is effortless, right? It doesn't matter which path we choose. I'm going to let it go for a little bit longer just to give a few more people the chance to participate. And there'll be 2 more polls after this, so make sure you keep Slido up and running. All right. I think we have a winner. PostgreSQL. Let's go. So let's see how easy it is to wire up PostgreSQL using an Aspire integration. A little bit of cleanup here. Okay, so first we want to describe the resource that's now going to become part of our distributed system, right? So we want to describe this PostgreSQL resource, and we're doing that in app host. Now, what I've done there is I've clicked on app host, and I've clicked add, and I'm going to click .NET Aspire package. That's essentially just going to load up manage NuGet packages, but it's going to specify the owner is Aspire, the tags are integration plus hosting. So we're getting .NET Aspire hosting integrations, which allow us to model the resources. I'll type Postgres just to filter it a little bit further. And I'm going to choose Aspire hosting Azure PostgreSQL. I'll install that. I accept. And now we can go in and model that resource. So I'm not going to type all this out because you'll get very bored with all my typos. But here it is. We're going to define a resource called a database server. It's going to be a Azure Postgres flexible server. I've named it SQL because I have no imagination. We use password authentication. And for local dev, we're going to run it as a container, and we're going to keep that container lifetime as persistent. That means it's not going to destroy and recreate the container every time the application starts or stops. So we should have a quick local development experience when PostgreSQL starts up. And it's going to do that using Docker on my machine, but you can use whatever tool you prefer. So if I was to run that now, it would load up PostgreSQL in a Docker container ready to use. But of course, we haven't really modeled anything, just that we have this resource. Let's now make it so that our web API is going to use that resource. But actually first, we'll just define a database. So using the database server, we can say database server.add database, and we won't call it that. We will call it Effortless DB. Okay, that's the name of our database and the connection name that we'll use with service discovery. Now, with web API, we can say, I want you to wait for the database to be ready. And I also want you to inject the service discovery information, okay? So web API is going to be dependent on the database. And that means web API won't start until the database is ready. So the next thing I want to do is update the web API project. First things first, we'll strip out all of the SQLite stuff we had. So inside of program.cs, I was grabbing a connection string, and then I'm using Entity Framework Core. So I was wiring up an appdb context using that connection string. We can delete that. We won't need that anymore. In app settings, I've got a connection string. We're not going to be using connection strings in app settings. We're going to use service discovery, so I'll delete those. I'll delete all the SQLite databases. And inside of WebUI CSproj, we'll delete the reference to the SQLite package. So just a quick cleanup of SQLite there. Next thing that I want to do is to add a .NET Aspire package, and we're going to add a .NET Aspire integration, but this time it's a client integration. So this is going to be how we will use Postgres within our web API. And client integrations come with lots of really cool helper code. They come with smart defaults. They wire up your telemetry for you, your health checks. The one we're going to use is Aspire Azure NPG SQL Entity Framework called PostgreSQL. So I'll go ahead and install that. I accept. And it's really easy to wire this up. All we have to do is say builder.add Azure NPG SQL DB context. We'll specify our app DB context. And we just need to specify the connection name. And that is Effortless DB, the one that I defined in app host, right? That's it. That's it. That's PostgreSQL wired up. So if I hit F5, we can see that Aspire will orchestrate these resources for us. It will start by launching the Postgres container. Once that's ready, it will create the database. Once that's done, it will start Web API. It's happening too fast. I made a mistake. That's okay. We'll fix that. And after Web API starts, of course, Web UI will start. Now, I've got some migrations that I created earlier. That's what's failed here today. We're using SQLite migrations now against a PostgreSQL database, which is obviously not going to work. So I'll go ahead and delete those ones, and we'll grab Postgres and paste that in. Done with that. Run it again. I put that in because it's a little bit faster than seeing me create migrations from the command line, right? So there we go. We've got a little bit of a warning there on Web API. We can just dive in and check out what that is. Let's see. It's this line here. So it wanted to check what migrations the database was on, but the database had just been created. So there were no migrations available. For those of you who don't know, Entity Framework Core migrations are just a way to keep the database in sync with our data model. All right, so we're good to go. If we click on Web UI, go over to bug report, we should be able to submit our bug report, and that's ending up in our PostgreSQL database now. Not that anyone's going to look at it because this is a demo app, and we don't really have time for that. Okay, so that's it. With Aspire integrations, adding a database became effortless, right? We choose which database we want. We could have chosen SQL Server. We went with PostgreSQL. We could have gone MySQL, Oracle, what else? Cosmos DB. There were so many options. We choose what we want. Aspire handles the rest. The hosting integration provisions and orchestrates the database alongside our app, making sure it's ready before the web API starts. And the client integration wired up Entity Framework Core with smart defaults and useful extensions. And thanks to service discovery, there are no more connection strings or other config headaches. All right. Now that we've seen Aspire in action, let's move on to messaging. We leverage messaging when services need to communicate reliably, at scale, and without tight coupling. Even though we have resilience in our application, if the web API is not running, it can retry all it likes, but those messages are going to get lost. And of course, we don't want our bug requests, our bug reports to get lost. They're really important to us. So we need something a little bit more reliable. So I'm not here to teach you messaging, but I did want to cover the messaging essentials. So here's what makes messaging so powerful in distributed systems. Messaging ensures reliable communication between services. Messages don't get lost. They're delivered with durability and retries. It decouples services so that they can scale and evolve independently, and it gives us graceful failure handling. If something goes wrong, messages wait safely and can be retried until the system recovers. So in this simple example I've got here, you can see that service A will send a request and then moves on. The message gets added to a queue in the bus. When service B is ready, it takes the request, does the work, and replies back the same way. The queues are like inboxes, okay? So there's no waiting on live connections. Messages wait safely, and the system can retry if some sort of failure occurs. Now, this combination keeps our services decoupled and resilient. So now we're going to start with a simple demo. We'll add support for messaging using NService Bus and the learning transport. I've chosen NService Bus because I work for particular software, and that's the framework I know well. This is going to let us see how messaging fits into our app without worrying about infrastructure just yet, but we will get to that. That'll be the next demo. All right, so over here, let's do a little bit of a cleanup again. Stop it running. And what we're going to do is add in NService Bus first. You can think of NService Bus as the beating heart that keeps distributed systems running. And it works by sending messages between endpoints. Endpoints can send and receive messages, and messages are stored until they're ready to be processed. We've got a message already in shared, and under contracts, we've got this create bug request. Now, so that NService Bus can recognize this message, we implement the interface NServiceBus.iMessage. Now, there are a number of ways you can do this, including via convention. But this is the simplest way, so I thought I'd demonstrate that tonight. Now, with that in place, we've got a message. We need an endpoint, right? And so the first endpoint we'll create will be in WebUI. And to do that, first we'll install the relevant package. So we'll go manage NuGet packages, browse, and I'll type in NService Bus extensions.hosting, which will allow us to wire up NService Bus with the .NET generic host. I accept. Good. Now we're going to define our endpoint within program.cs in WebUI. So I'll load that up and we'll pop it in just here. Now this is a really simple endpoint. To create an endpoint in NService Bus, we use an endpoint configuration and we give it a name. This one's WebUI endpoint. Now, for serialization, I've chosen JSON. I could have gone with XML, but JSON's named after me, so it seems like a good choice. And for my transport, how they're going to pass messages between endpoints, I'm using the learning transport. And that's essentially an option that we can use for local development or just demonstrations, really. It's just going to store these messages on disk until they're picked up by a service. So I have a message, I have an endpoint. Now we just need to use those two. So inside of my inside of my Blazor application, I have these components. And where is it? Where are my components gone? Isn't that interesting? Pages. Oh, it's in pages. Ah, I'm tired. It's a long day for me, but that's okay. I can keep going. I have more energy left. So this is our bug report page in Blazor server, right? And currently we're injecting an API and we will submit the request, the form, when it's filled out. And if it's successful, we'll show a happy message. And if it fails, we'll show a sad message. And it was failing 30% of the time with our Chaos middleware. We're not going to use the API anymore. So instead, we're going to inject an NService Bus service called message session, which is for performing simple messaging operations. And we'll call it message session. And we'll use it down here. But first, let's do a little bit of cleanup. So we won't need this or any of this. We're still going to show success because things will work. Get rid of that. We won't show any errors. There's not going to be any errors anymore. The system's going to be ultra reliable. Okay, so we'll say await message session.send. And where are we going to send it to? We're going to send it to the web API endpoint, which doesn't exist yet, but let's not let that stop us. And we will send it the request. What a mess. Should turn that off. Okay. Clean this up a little bit. There we go. Nice and simple. I think we're ready to go. All right. Yeah, let's launch it. F5. Okay, so the web API is starting. Web UI is starting. There we go. Jump into here. Submit a bug. We'll do test A. We'll do a couple of tests for this one. And that was successful. And test B, that was successful. Okay, so it's working, but the messages aren't going anywhere, right? Because we've only got one endpoint. So now we need to take some time to define the web API endpoint and also a handler to process those messages when it comes in. So let's go ahead and stop this and define the next endpoint. So we'll add the same package, right? So in WebUI, we added N Service Bus extensions hosting. Let's copy and paste like good developers, and we'll add that into Web API. Now we can use that in Web API program.cs to define our endpoint. The endpoint's exactly the same except for the name, and that's important. If the two endpoints aren't using the same, let me save that. If the two endpoints aren't using the same language to communicate, then they can't communicate. Get rid of that. Give it a second. It's looking right. I see what's happening. There we go. Good. Okay, there we go. So the only difference being the Web API endpoint. We've got a little bit of duplication here, right? A little bit of friction. If only there was some place that we could store these defaults that we have for services. Maybe service defaults. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll clean it up. But next I want to add the create bug request handler so we can handle the messages when they come in. So we'll put that inside of Web API. We'll put it in a bugs folder and we'll call it create bug request.cs. And so you don't get bored, I'll paste in that block of code. We have a create bug request handler, and you can see it's implementing the interface iHandle messages. So I like to think of it as iHandle create bug requests. It implements this method from the interface, which basically takes the message, uses that to construct a bug, the bug entity, adds it to the bugs table, and saves the changes. Now with that in place, we should be ready to start processing messages. Why don't I put a breakpoint on this just to make sure it's working, and we'll hit F5. Waiting, Web API is starting up. And look, we've hit a breakpoint already. So those messages that we submitted through WebUI, they were waiting there for the API to start up and pick them up, and now it's done it. So we've got our first message, test A, and our second message, test B. So that's working really well. So it doesn't matter whether Web API is running or not. These two services, at least in the context of bug requests, are now decoupled. If I was to take it a step further and separate weather forecast out, then we could completely decouple these services and they wouldn't be reliant on one another. All right, now I want to clean it up a little bit, right? Because we're going to move over to some real infrastructure soon. Maybe we'll choose Azure Service Bus or RabbitMQ. I don't know. It's going to be up to you. But before we do that, let's remove the duplication. And Aspire kind of sets us off on the right path with service defaults, so we can use that. So I'll stop this and do a little bit of a cleanup first. I'll remove N Service Bus extensions hosting from Web API, and I'll remove it from WebUI. We won't need to reference those packages there anymore. I will put it into, let me grab it, copy and paste. I will put it straight into service defaults, like that. And now we can go ahead and we'll add an extension method called add messaging endpoint to service defaults that we can use wherever we want to create a messaging endpoint that's going to have these default configuration. So inside of extensions is where all the magic happens. That's where OpenTelemetry is configured, health checks, resilience for HTTP clients, configuring OpenTelemetry. Actually, you know what? While we're here, let's just take a quick second to configure OpenTelemetry for N Service Bus. So we can go add meter and service bus.star. And we can also add the traces from N Service Bus. Add source, paste that in. There we go. And we'll keep scrolling down, find a blank spot for us to put our extension method. Okay, let me see. We'll paste that in. It's the same as what we had before. The only difference is that it's going to allow us to specify a name, and then it'll use that same configuration. A little bit of a namespace here that I got to remove because it brought it in by mistake. Endpoint configurations defined in multiple NuGet packages. And let's see, let's save. My save all shortcut's not working at the moment for some reason, but that's okay. We can roll with that. Don't panic. Okay, so now we can clean up Web UI and Web API to use this extension method, which will make our life much easier. So instead of all this, we'll grab that little bit of text, and we'll say builder.add messaging endpoint, and the name is Web UI endpoint, and we don't need the comment anymore. The method describes it nicely, so we'll take that out. Then we'll go over to Web API, program.cs, and we get rid of all this code, all that duplication, all that friction. Just make sure we name it the correct way, otherwise it won't work. There we go. So what do? We added an extension method to make it easier to add messaging endpoints of the same type. We're leveraging OpenTelemetry. So we've wired up OpenTelemetry with Service Bus, which is good. It was already enabled because that was enabled when we added Aspire orchestration support. So that's it. We've added messaging using Service Bus. It's already running locally with no extra setup. Because we're using Aspire, OpenTelemetry was already in place, so adding Service Bus metrics and traces was trivial, as you saw. And we've been using the learning transport locally to help keep things simple, but it's not something we're going to deploy to production, right? So before we move on, let's decide together which message bus we'll use next. There we go. Let's find out. Is it going to be Azure Service Bus or RabbitMQ? I'm excited to see. Votes are coming in. Looks like it's a landslide at the moment. RabbitMQ. Wow. I think we got 80 votes last time. Let's see if we can beat that. RabbitMQ is taking the lead. Azure Service Bus is creeping up a little bit though. Come on, Azure Service Bus fans. Let's see what we can do. 44 votes. 61. Looks like, oh, Azure Service Bus is falling behind. All right. Landslide. Looks like we're going to be moving with RabbitMQ. I'll wait for a few more votes. It's close. Okay. Let's do it. RabbitMQ. Whoop. In the next demo, we'll switch from the learning transport to RabbitMQ, and we'll use an Aspire integration to do that. Okay, a little bit of cleanup here. Let's save everything. Do a quick build. Make sure that we're at least building before we move on. I do tend to make mistakes. So, Service Bus hides the details of message queues using a transport, right? Which connects it to a specific technology. Right now, you've seen the learning transport, good for quick learning and testing, but not something that we're going to deploy. But thanks to this abstraction, this transport abstraction, teams can quickly change between transports. Now, you've chosen RabbitMQ today, so let's start by updating app host to include a messaging resource of type RabbitMQ. Now, you should know by now to do that, we're going to right-click, we're going to add a .NET Aspire package. So we're looking for a hosting integration for RabbitMQ. And this one is going to be Aspire hosting RabbitMQ install. And I accept. And then in app host, under apphost.cs, we'll define our messaging resource. So you can see we're calling builder.add RabbitMQ. We're naming our resource messaging, important for service discovery later on. We're going to use the management plugin because Service Bus works with that to do various things. And we'll define the default port. This is the default port for the management plugin on RabbitMQ. And again, we'll keep the container lifetime persistent so we have a really nice local development experience that starts up quickly. Let's see. Now we want both the Web API and the Web UI to be dependent on that resource. So I'll say wait for messaging and with reference to messaging, and we'll copy and paste that, paste it on the Web API, so now they're both dependent on it. And that means we can now, we've done all of our Aspire work, we can now switch over to updating the transport package. And we, thankfully, due to our refactoring, we only have to do that in one place now. So within service defaults. So I'm going to go ahead and install the N-Service Bus RabbitMQ transport by clicking on Manage NuGet Packages, Browsing, nservicebus.rabbitmq, install. And then I can go ahead and update the extension method, which we have down the bottom here. So instead of using this learning transport, we will get rid of that. Oh, you know what? I forgot one thing when we wired up OpenTelemetry. So let me fix that now. Endpoint configuration.enable OpenTelemetry. I only have one place to do it in, so that's great. That's fixed for all endpoints, even though we only have two, but it's nice. Okay, so I want to wire up the RabbitMQ transport. So I've got a connection string thanks to service discovery. So I can just say builder.configuration.getConnectionString messaging, otherwise explode. And then I can wire up the transport, which is going to use that connection string. Oops, get rid of that. And then finally, I can use a feature of N-Service Bus called Enable Installers, which will just automatically create the queues that I need within RabbitMQ. So that's it. Let's do a quick build. F5. All right, here we go. So messaging is starting up. That's using RabbitMQ. Once messaging starts up, Web API and Web UI will be able to start. First Web API, then Web UI. Give it a moment. Being patient. There we go. And localhost is up and running. Let's just make sure we can still submit our all-important bug reports. Test, submit. We hit the breakpoint, so it's flowing through very quickly using RabbitMQ in our local development environment, which is amazing. All right, so that's it. We switched from the learning transport to the RabbitMQ transport with minimal effort. With N-Service Bus, it was just a small code change made in one place thanks to the refactoring we did in service defaults. The transport abstraction makes this effortless. We can use the same messaging code with any queuing technology like Azure Service Bus, RabbitMQ, Azure Storage Queues, or Amazon SQS. Using Aspire hosting integrations, we then added the new messaging resource, and Aspire handled orchestration and service discovery automatically. And the best part, of course, is our local development experience couldn't be simpler or better. One press of F5 launches the entire system ready to test and observe instantly. And that's an excellent experience for a new developer who joins your team and is trying to get up and running. They press F5, then they start learning about the system. All right. So we've seen everything running locally, and now let's see what it takes to get it into the cloud. In this section, I'll show you how .NET Aspire and the Azure Developer CLI work together to make the code to cloud journey effortless. So .NET Aspire apps are flexible. The same app can run locally on your machine, in containers, or in the cloud. When you're ready to deploy, Aspire creates a deployment manifest, a blueprint that describes all the services and resources that your app needs. Now, of course, that deployment manifest is based on the the system that we described within App Host. So we can then use, with the deployment manifest, we can then use the Azure Developer CLI, or AZD for short, to provision those resources necessary to host our app and deploy it into Azure. And finally, with the same tool, AZD, we can configure a CI/CD pipeline so deployments can become automated and repeatable. Now, AZD is an example of one tool, right? But what Aspire has done is create a deployment manifest so that many tools can start to learn how to use this manifest and deploy your system wherever you need it to go. So you can use it, third parties can use it, it's ready to go. So AZD is an example, but AZD is certainly something that I know and love, so I'm excited to demonstrate it here tonight. So really, the only question is, which deployment pipeline should we use? Looks like I've got some votes in there already. So it looks like at this stage, it's going to be Azure pipelines, but keep those votes coming in. I'd love to see where we land. Look at that, 54 votes already, Azure pipelines. I've been doing a lot of GitHub Actions myself lately, but I've used Azure pipelines a lot in the past, so I know and love both of them. All right. Last chance, last poll. You ready? 55%, 45%, 86 votes. I think that's it. Okay, let's see it in action. We'll take our demo app using AZD. We'll set up a CI/CD with Azure pipelines. All right, there's a couple of things that I'd like to do to our app host before we move into using AZD. And the first thing is to enable external endpoints. So by default, these services, even though they have HTTP and HTTPS endpoints, they won't be exposed to the web. We need to actually say .with external HTTP endpoints. So our web UI will expose its endpoints, but our web API will not. Just stop that. There we go. Okay. One other thing that I'd like to do is to include application insights. And that's quite easy to do. We can start by adding the .NET Aspire hosting integration. So I'll right-click on App Host, go Add, .NET Aspire package. Again, this is just NuGet Package Manager. So if you want, you can just come in to manage NuGet packages, or you can go .NET Add Package, however you like to add your packages. We'll go Install. And locally, I want to use the Aspire dashboard. It's great. But once I've deployed to production, I want something a little bit more production grade. So I'm going to use application insights for that. So I'll define this resource within my app host, and I will connect web UI and web API to that resource. But I only want to do it when I'm publishing, when I'm ready to deploy. So I can use code like this to do that. If builder.execution context is publish mode, then let's define an application insights resource. We'll just call it insights. And we'll have a reference from web API and web UI to the insights resource. So we have service discovery. And that the only thing that's left to do is to actually enable application insights. And it's already there waiting for us in service defaults. We just have to uncomment some code. So if I scroll down here, here it is, and it's got the instructions on what we need to do. So first, if we want to enable it, we need to install this package. So we'll go ahead and do that. Manage NuGet packages on app host, searching for the Azure Monitor OpenTelemetry ASP.NET Core package, installing that. We come over here, we can uncomment this code, and we can delete that comment and just import the necessary namespace. So there we go. So now our app will use application insights once it's deployed to the cloud, as long as this application insights connection string is available, which will be managed by service discovery. So we don't have to do too much. Let's see. All right. So I talked a little bit about, let's save all of this and do a build, and we'll run it in the background just so that we make sure everything's fine before we deploy. It is not fine. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Let's do a build here. Let's check the package, Azure Monitor, OpenTelemetry, ASP.NET Core. I'm sure that's fine. Let's rebuild. Rebuild. That's good. F5. Give it a second. Yeah, we're fine. We're good. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. We're going to move to the command line now. So let's remove that. Let's have a look at that deployment manifest that I was talking about, right? There are a couple of ways that you can generate it. I'm just going to generate it using .NET Run. So you can see I'm using .NET Run project is the app host. So I'm in the solution directory at the moment. I'm going to choose publisher manifest, and I'm going to output it to the artifacts folder, which is also in the solution directory. So if I run that, it's going to generate the Aspire deployment manifest for me. Well, it was going to try. This happened to me earlier today. I'm not actually sure why it happened. So I did a build, and then I went up arrow, and this one. I'm just going to cross my fingers a little bit. There we go. That's what happened earlier. Haven't figured that out. Saw that this afternoon. Glad we could get it working. All right. So if we go into artifacts and we look at what's being generated. So we've generated the Aspire manifest.json and a bunch of bicep. And I just wanted to show you the Aspire manifest. We're not really going to dig into it or anything like that, but this is the JSON file that is describing all of the different parts of our system based on our post, how they can be kind of hosted, and how they communicate with each other. Look at that. There's our app insights connection string that's going to come in there. So we're not really focused on that, but I did want to show you that. And the reason I want to show you that is because the tooling is going to use that. AZD is going to use that. So if we want to get started with AZD and the app that we've built, we need to make our app AZD compatible. To do that, we just run AZD init like that. And what it's going to do is ask us how we'd like to make this app compatible. Do we want to scan the current directory, and it will try and figure out what kind of app we have and how it should be hosted in Azure? Or do you want to select a template and kind of take a manual approach? Well, with Aspire and the deployment manifest, I really want to just scan the current directory and let it figure out for me, because this is the effortless approach. It says there's a limited mode warning. That's just because I haven't defined an Azure Container Apps resource in my app host. I can do that if I want to, but it's not necessary because it's a bit of a default anyway. So I confirm and continue initializing my app. It's asking me for an environment name. I'm going to call it Effortless Dev. And there we go. So our app is now AZD compatible. And what that means is there's an aspire.yaml file, an azure.yaml file, which describes our distributed systems and the services that are contained within and how they should be hosted. And there's also a next steps.markdown. I'm not going to go into those, but just know those two files are there, and the next steps.markdown is there for you to look at and learn how to use AZD and actually see what you can do with this app now that it's AZD compatible. You can see down the bottom here, there's lots of things I can do. I can run AZD up, which is a workflow which will package, provision using the deployment manifest. It will provision infrastructure in the cloud for me and deploy that application to the cloud. I can use AZD add to add new Azure components to my project. If I want to take full control of this process, I can use AZD infra gen to generate bicep to the disk that I can then modify to my heart's content. But I don't want to take that approach. There's friction in that approach if I have to manage the bicep myself. I want to go with app host, defining my distributed system, the code first model of my distributed system as much as possible. Okay, and I'll use that as long as I can. So what I can do now, if we want to set up a CI/CD pipeline on Azure Pipeline using Azure DevOps, is run the AZD pipeline config command. Look, I've got some autocomplete there. So I've got provider, AZDO, so that's our Azure pipelines, and I've specified a principal name. We're going to call it Effortless Dev. Now, you should always specify a principal name because it's going to go to Azure and create a service principal for you, which will allow Azure pipelines, in this case, to connect securely to Azure and deploy the infrastructure in your application. If you don't give it a name, the name it will give it will be AZD. What is it? Let me see. It'll be AZD. Normally see the date and time. So AZD 2025 08. 10/08, and then the date and the timestamp, all numeric, and your cloud solution architect is going to hate you for it. So make sure that you specify the name. So we've called it SP Effortless Dev. Now, we haven't really done much other than run azd init and azd pipeline config. And now it's going to ask us a bunch of questions. Which subscription do you want to use? I'll use this one. It's going to retrieve the locations, and it's going to say, where do you want to host it? I'll host it in Australia East because that's where I am. You don't even have a pipeline. Do you want us to create a basic workflow for you for Azure pipelines? Yes, please. That would be great. Enter an Azure DevOps organization name, Jason Taylor Dev. That's my organization name. You don't have a Git repository. What are you doing? Should we create a Git repository for you? Yes, please. All right. It says, okay, we've created a Git repository for you. Got a local Git repository now, but you don't actually have an Azure DevOps project. Should we go ahead and create that too? Yes. Create me an Azure DevOps project called Effortless. So it's going away and doing all of that for me now. And it's also going to go to Azure, create the service principal, we'll configure the client credentials, because that's how it works with AZD and Azure pipelines. And then it's going to go to and establish, it'll go to Azure DevOps and establish that pipeline. It'll pass in all of the variables that it'll need. You'll see some of those be listed here in a moment. And then it's going to ask us if we'd like to kick off that pipeline, commit and push our changes and get it running. So we will say, yes. Would you like to commit and push your local changes and start the pipeline? Yes. There we go. So we can click on this link now. Just going down to the window over here. Bring it over here. And here it is. Here's our brand spanking new Azure DevOps Effortless project with its empty backlog, the repos with all the code checked in, a pipeline that's already kicked off and already busily deploying our application to Azure. So this is a starter pipeline, right? We can extend it and change it however we like. It's going to run through a number of steps, including installing AZD, which it will use in the pipeline, and setting up .NET. Then it's going to provision the infrastructure after it generates the Aspire deployment manifest. Then it will provision the infrastructure into Azure. Then it will deploy the application. Now that, of course, includes our web UI and our web API, but it also includes the Aspire dashboard that we've come to know and love. So we'll have access to the Aspire dashboard, which is great for us as developers. And then for our operations people, we'll also have application insights for those long-term insights into the health of our system and how it's running. We're not going to stick around and wait for this to finish, because if we do that, it will take a good 10 minutes. But we don't need to worry about that anymore. Now all we need to do is build features, commit our changes, push them through, and let the pipeline kick it off. All right, with Aspire, our C# app model became the source of truth. We didn't write any bicep or Terraform. The deployment manifest describes our entire system, and it feeds directly into tools like AZD, which is going to handle packaging, provisioning, and deployment. With application insights integrated, we have production-grade telemetry, and the Aspire dashboard we use locally is now running in the cloud. Using AZD pipeline config, we created a repo, generated and configured a CI/CD pipeline. We set up secure credentials to connect to Azure, all automatically, no steps required. And that's one of my favorite things, not having to do all of that setup, whether it's GitHub Actions or Azure Pipelines or something else. I love not having to do that. It's awesome. And because the pipeline's defined in code, of course, extending it for staging and production is straightforward. Well, that's all from me today. If you'd like to explore some of these ideas further, you can scan this QR code for 90 days of free access to the Distributed Systems Design Fundamentals course by Particular Software. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. I did. It's packed with 11 hours of practical hands-on content to help you level up your distributed systems journey. I'll leave that up for a moment. Okay, that's it. I hope you've enjoyed my talk today. The key takeaway is simple. Choose the right tools, remove the friction, and focus on what truly matters, delivering features that make an impact. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. That was an excellent talk. We learned a lot about Aspire and messaging, and really tamed a lot of this, because there's a lot of moving parts, and you made it quite smooth for people to understand. So
yes, And I have to say, it doesn't always go that smoothly. There is friction in the demos, and sometimes when we're trying to use different integrations. But if you can find a path that works for you, it is that smooth. It's really cool.
Great. We have some questions from the audience. First off, will you be sharing this code somewhere?
I'm happy to share this code. Why don't I don't tend to tweet much anymore, but maybe I'll send out a message on Blue Sky, or I can share a link somewhere that you can provide if you like.
Yeah, that works. That works fine.
No problem.
So let's see, what else do we have here? Max asked if the deployment manifest is also usable for Kubernetes.
So Aspire does support deployment to Azure Container Apps, to App Service and Kubernetes, and I believe it leverages the deployment manifest, but you'll have to check with the Aspire team because I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Got any questions, Mahal?
Yeah. First of all, the chat was loving. They were having their own conversations back and forth about it. Now, I think the most recent question I see is the Aspire dashboard available in production after release? And I mean, I think initially it wasn't, but I don't know if that's changed at all.
Yeah, it has changed, and it's really cool. So yes, it has been deployed as part of that deployment that I did. When you're deploying to Azure Container Apps, it takes a little while to provision, say a couple of minutes. And then you just need to jump into that Azure Container Apps environment and give yourself permissions to that environment. Then you will be able to load up the Aspire dashboard. And it's actually really cool the way they've integrated it, because you can go to any of those services and click on Open Aspire dashboard, and it'll pop up and you can see those services running. You can check out all of the telemetry and figure out what's happening. And I think that's really cool for us as developers. But you saw, I also enabled application insights, because the telemetry in the Aspire dashboard's just in memory, right? It's just going to keep rolling over. So you need something kind of production grade as well.
Now, the results, and you're right, that is fantastic. That view is I think, because the dashboard steals the show, right? It's
Yes.
really the star. Someone's asking, is the .NET team, Aspire team, talked anything about any large customers using it? I'm sure there's plenty of people using it out there, but have there been any, some names we may recognize?
Yeah,
that's a great question. Yeah, actually, the Aspire team has a really cool channel on YouTube. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I'm sure if you search it, you'll find it. And they've got like a 3 or 4 hour video where they're working with Bitwarden to Aspirefy the Bitwarden app. And so they do that live. So you can go and check that out. So yes, Bitwarden is one company that I can think of that's using Aspire.
Yeah, I think it's called Aspire Fridays, and I think somebody mentioned it in chat as well.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes,
that sounds right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Dean was asking, is that a GitHub icon in the top right of the Aspire dashboard, and what does that do then?
Oh, you know what? I think the icons. The GitHub icon. That's the Copilot icon. That's we had a conversation. There might have been a GitHub icon. Let me have a quick peek here. I don't have it running. Sorry, I'm off on my demo window again. So give me a second. Yes, so there is a GitHub icon there, and it's jumping straight over. Oh, you were sharing, good. And it's jumping straight over to the Aspire repo, right? So you can go there and raise your issues and ask your questions and have your discussions, that sort of thing. But I think the team works a lot on Discord as well, so you can check out their Discord channel.
Nice.
Now, have you had a chance yourself, Jason, to use Aspire for any projects?
Well, I'm in an interesting position at the moment because I work for particular software. So we're working on a product. We're working on a particular platform and Service Bus, which I know and love. And so I'm hoping that as a result of this presentation, we will be able to start using Aspire with particulars, the particular platform. We actually have, and I can share it with you if you like, a Shape the Future issue on docs.particular.net. So if I fire that up and we go to, this is down here, Shape the Future, we're asking for feedback. So if you come here, and Service Bus and .NET Aspire, it's talking about what we've done. We've got a sample that shows you it running, and it actually brings up the whole particular platform using Aspire, which is cool. But you can come here, you can have a look at that sample, and you can tell us what's missing. I'm not using Aspire yet, except for my personal projects. I'd love to be able to use it at work, and you can help make that a reality.
And I have to say, I don't know, Rachel, my favorite part was definitely those live polls,
Yes.
live feedback. Yeah.
That's
but Jason,
super fun.
what was your favorite part in doing this presentation?
My favorite part is the GitHub Copilot chat, because you can just click on one thing essentially, and then ignore everything that it gives you and say, tell it to me like a 4-year-old. And it really provides a nice, concise summary. So I enjoy that.
Yeah, it's great at summaries.
Now, if you give this talk a lot, is this normally the results of the polls? Are those common results that people ask, or is it just different all the time?
It keeps
depending
shifting.
on the audience?
Yeah, I've done Azure Service Bus. I've done all of the options now. So it's shifting, and it surprises me because I thought I would be able to predict what path would be taken. Of course, I had to prepare for all paths, so there's 8 different variations of this talk. But I thought I'd predict, and I can't. It's all over the place. I'd like to add some more options, because there are plenty of options that I could add in, would be easy. But then I worry that in a month's time, if I run this again, I have to check all of those variations. That could be tricky.
Yeah. So
now, Syed asked, is it possible to integrate Aspire with client-side projects written in Angular?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, there's first-class support for Node.js, and you can check that out on the docs. So good question. Angular, React, whatever your flavor is.
Leonardo's asking, he has multiple Start projects in the solution, one web API for each tenant with shared code between them. How do you configure Aspire for this case, one for each tenant?
Well, you could. You can define app host in the way that suits your needs. Okay, so you could define it one for each tenant, or you could have perhaps some symbols or a little bit of configuration that it uses to load up a specific set of tenants or a specific set of services. Even it's really up to you to take control of that app host and to use it not just for publishing to the cloud, but also to control your development time experience. So you saw me using that builder.execution context. You can use that to make decisions on the fly for your local dev and for publishing.
Cool.
Now, somebody was asking, is there a way to get Terraform output instead of Bicep? I don't know if you covered that. I heard you mention a couple of those terms in the talk.
For sure. Aspire is primarily focused on Bicep at the moment, but the Azure Developer CLI supports both Bicep and Terraform. And that's really an interesting point, right? We can leverage the parts of Aspire that work well for us now, and we can use our normal processes for the parts that don't work so well for us. So for the parts that are actually causing friction. So if you're using Terraform and you'd prefer to do that, you can stick with your existing approach. Build your Terraform how you like to do it. Build your CI/CD pipelines how you like to do it. Or you could consider a tool like AZD that supports Terraform, and you could use the approach that I used tonight, or anything else really.
Federico and Simon were talking about one of them started a question about storing the reliability logs and traces, telemetries. And you did talk about that a bit, but maybe you could just do a quick recap for us.
Yeah, no problem. So when we added .NET Aspire orchestration, we got service defaults, and Web UI and Web API were both configured to use service defaults automatically just by clicking those buttons. And part of that was configuring OpenTelemetry. And so OpenTelemetry is a standard, and it can be used by any tool that supports OpenTelemetry. So we saw the Aspire dashboard, we saw application insights, but it's really up to you what you do with that information. So I used application insights and the OpenTelemetry package to send all of that data to the associated log analytics workspace, and it's going to be retained there for me for the long term.
Vlad was asking if he can customize resilience policies for concrete services, which I think we did get an answer in there, but just to double check.
There is the opportunity to do that. So within service defaults, you can jump into that code and change it however you like. So you could use the different HTTP clients with different resilience policies. That code really is your code, right? AppHost is a little bit special. It's an Aspire specific project, but service defaults is just a class library. So you're free to go in and change those defaults to be what you like to do, use it how you like to use it. So yeah, you're good to go.
And there's an interesting one here from Dean saying, are there any specific considerations when migrating an existing distributed system to Aspire?
That's a big topic, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it's like, can you just take something and Aspirify it?
Well, you can. They do that on the Aspire Friday channel. But I guess it's all of our processes that surround that. You know, once we've done that, and once we've tested it, once we've passed it through to our development environment, once it's had those kind of sanity checks, and it's all of those processes that will indicate whether it works or not. Aspire does have great built-in support for testing. You know, we saw in our local development environment, we were spinning up all these resources. Well, when we want to do integration testing, we can use Aspire to spin up those same resources and run tests against those resources. So it can certainly help to make sure that everything's running well, but ultimately it'll be all the processes that surround our deployment that will indicate whether it's going to be successful or not.
Now, I know we're almost time here, but let me ask one other question is, would you recommend that, you know, if you're doing ASP.NET these days, that you do it with Aspire?
That's a really good question. I talked about distributed systems tonight, and we know that a distributed system is, you know, two parts running on separate servers communicating across a network. It's as simple as that. If you've got an app that communicates with a database across the network, it's a distributed system. I'd use Aspire even if it wasn't a distributed system, because I can fire up that dashboard, right? I can still fire up a local SQL Server resource. I can see all of that open telemetry. Like, there's value for using Aspire with almost any .NET app we build. So ASP.NET Core, yes, 100%. All of my ASP.NET Core apps I would use Aspire for.
Nice, thank you. Now, VS is great, but I'm going to throw a plug in for Writer. Writer's got great support for Aspire as well.
Yeah,
it's been on my list. I'm definitely going to fire up Writer and start learning all those resharper shortcuts again, because it's been too long and it's time to get productive.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again, Jason. It was an excellent talk, and
No worries.
we'll see you again soon.
Thanks for having me. It was wonderful. Bye.
Yeah, folks really enjoyed that talk.
Yeah. Next up is Steve.
Our friend
There we
Steve.
go. Hello,
everybody.
Steve. How are you?
I'm good. How's it going?
Going well.
Going well. And Steve, I know you go by your handle there. So how do you say that name?
Ardalis.
Ardalis. Okay. You sure it's not like French, like Ardalet?
You could probably say it however you want. Right? I've heard Ardalis, and that's fine too. But I hear that more when I'm presenting or at conferences than I hear my own name. So I just decided to go with it. Plus, there's like a million Steve Smiths in the world. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I had not thought of the French version before. I think I'm gonna maybe run with that in the future. So, okay, so Steve is going to talk about clean architecture with ASP.NET Core. And this is a great topic because architecture is just hard for a lot of us, right? You have to think more than just code. You have to think about how things integrate with each other and a lot of moving parts. So yeah, it's going to be a good one, learning how to make that architecture nice and firm and solid. Ready?
that's the goal. Yep.
Yeah, no, I think Steve has done other versions of this talk in the past, and they're always popular for a very good reason, and as you'll see why.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope so. I've redone a lot of it for this talk, so a lot of this is brand new.
Oh, cool.
Wow, awesome.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Well, we'll let you get to it, Steve. Clean
All right.
architecture.
Thank you very much. All right. I just want to lead into this and say this is a 45-minute session that I'm already using up some of the time of, so I'm going to move very quickly. And I apologize for that, but I know this is being recorded. You can always watch it later. But I want to make sure I can cover as much information as I can in the time that we have. So just to get started, I thought we would go with a brief history lesson that will hopefully help explain some of the background and the reasons and the context for what ultimately led to clean architecture. All right, so back in the 20th century, a whole different century ago, the predominant way in which many applications were written, especially business software, was this idea of client-server architecture. And client-server architecture, like the name implies, is very simple. You've got a client system, some client application, and it needs to talk to something to do persistence, right? And so it has some database server typically behind it. And in this time, in the 90s, when I was first getting started in professional software development, data was really the king of all the things that we were working on. There was a huge number in this time of application development frameworks that were essentially just a forms engine wrapped around a particular database implementation. And so you may be familiar or have heard of many of these things, everything from Microsoft Access and Fox Pro to DBase, Clipper, FileMaker Pro. All of those were examples of, we have a database, let's give you some user interface on top of that database so that you can mess with the data. And of course, in addition to these sort of desktop database systems, there were a lot of database servers coming online as well. And so you had, most of these players are still around today. You've got Oracle and Microsoft and IBM and others. And these were the big, expensive, dedicated database systems that larger enterprises would use. And these basically, the data in these databases, just like today, was considered to be the company's crown jewels. It was very precious. And so there was this additional professional that's still around today called the database administrator. And they were the folks who were charged with keeping all of this data safe and accessible and backed up. And they were very protective, rightfully so, of the database server. And so if you were a developer, especially a inexperienced new grad college developer coming onto the scene in this time, you would experience that you didn't have much ability to actually have your own database or work with data directly. You had access of whatever was granted by the database administrator, who wasn't usually in a very forgiving mood because developers tended to mess up the data in many situations. And so what ended up happening in this time was that, especially in the 90s and early 2000s, everything was very database centric and very data driven. And the most important thing was that databases were performant, that they were as inexpensive as possible. And so, things like the Y2K bug were a result of the expense of storing data. And so, we only stored 2 characters or 2 digits of years instead of 4. And that meant that when things flipped over to 00, bad things might happen. All of that was, again, centered around how the database worked and how it was the center of so many things in the software space. Now, early architectures understood that a lot of the code that you were writing would be better if it were organized into some types of layers. And so the early approaches were things like this N-tier layered architecture that many of you have probably heard of or seen or used. And in fact, this was super popular at the beginning of the 2000s. In fact, my very first conference presentation, which was for, I'm actually at a conference right now this week, which is why I'm in a hotel, was on N-tier architecture, and it was at this same event, essentially, Dev Connections. Now it's Dev Intersection, but in 2001, right? So it's been around for 24 plus years. I'm sure even in the 90s, before I talked about it, this was a thing. However, the way that this layered architecture typically was implemented did not use some of the things that we take for granted today, like interfaces or other abstractions, or things like dependency inversion. And so what ended up happening is everything ended up transitively depending on the database. And that resulted in just the whole system needed the database all the time. And again, at this time, the database wasn't on your machine in most cases, right? The database was this highly coveted and expensive resource that your enterprise maintained on your behalf and gave you limited access to. So having everything in your application depend on that database was often a limitation. Now, around the same time, late 90s, and inside of the early 2000s, other things were happening, right? Like Agile and the Agile Manifesto, extreme programming, moves toward quality and being able to improve ourselves as a craft or as an engineering practice were also happening in the software development industry. And so we were maturing. And so things like unit testing started to become more important. And so we wanted to be able to write unit tests. We wanted to be able to have them run quickly. We started to first do continuous integration. Prior to continuous integration, which most of us just take for granted now with Azure DevOps or GitHub Actions, right? We had an industry that thought it was okay to go and build software for 6 months and then spend a month trying to integrate all the pieces together to try and ship it. Or there'd be like someone on the team whose job was just trying to integrate all the pieces and get it to actually build. That all started to change about 20 some years ago when cruise control was the first of many systems that would automatically build your software every time you check stuff in. And so as we're getting toward this, one of the things that started to happen is developers would want to write more tests because these tests could be run automatically, and it was a great way to catch errors faster. But the problem was databases made this more difficult, right? And so developers would start asking, how can I test this without hitting the database? And I myself, I recall, 20 some years ago, running into this with the apps that I was building in the early versions of .NET 1.0, with web forms and SQL data adapters, and finding it very difficult to test my application, especially when it wasn't on my machine, right? Especially when it was on the build server. And so that also led into these architectures that started to appear. So the problem was we had a ton of tightly coupled dependencies. In many cases, they weren't well organized. You had user interfaces and controls like drag and drop data accessors that would just drop into your UI in a web forms app and would just make a connection to the database anywhere they felt like it. And so this resulted in just this mess of dependencies. And the goal, of course, was to be able to take control of those and make it so it was something that was easier to manage, easier to understand, and easier to change when you needed to, right? Without breaking everything else. So around this time in 2003, Eric Evans published his great book, Domain-Driven Design, and really started this whole idea of DDD. And with DDD, the whole idea of the book, if you were to break it down, is that you make the business rules the center of the application, not the database, right? And because we have the ability to write software that models a problem and then to be able to write automated tests that verify that our understanding of how that model works is correct and continues to stay correct over time, right? That became a much more efficient and effective way to deal with complex business rules than trying to do it all inside of the database using T-SQL or something as your programming language. So when this started to happen, databases started to take less of an important role in the application itself. Around this same time, and continuing now with Docker containers and things, databases became increasingly cheaper to run on your own developer workstation, right? And so that, of course, helped as well. But once databases became just one of many external dependencies your application might have to work with, other architectures started to emerge. And so it wasn't just that your app talked to a database, maybe it also talked to web services, maybe it had to talk to the file system. All of those dependencies made unit testing very difficult. And so they were all put behind what domain-driven design would call an anti-corruption layer, which would shield your business domain model from these external concerns that would make it more difficult to work with, more difficult to change, more difficult to test. And so over time, instead of having one database to rule them all inside of organizations, you would start to see more and more smaller databases that were perhaps supporting one or two apps instead of all of the systems in the company. So with that came some new architectural patterns. One of the first is one called hexagonal architecture, also called ports and adapters. Ports and adapters is a much more descriptive name. It has to do with the fact that there's ports like this persistence port on the top right and other ports on the bottom left, and then adapters that implement them. Whereas the hexagonal name, I think, is because the original author drew some pictures that look like this, and they said, hey, that's a hexagon. Let's use that as the name for the architecture. Probably not the best approach, but it stuck. Anyone wants to produce their own architecture based on geometry shapes, there's still a whole bunch of other ngons that are available. All right, so the main beauty of this approach is that everything in the center in the green, all those entities and aggregates and services, are just pure code, right? They don't have any direct dependency on the outside world. They run in process in your system. And so you can write all kinds of unit tests for those, and they're going to run very quickly. And they're not going to fail because you lost your connection to the database, or some file was locked, or any of a host of other things that made testing difficult when it depended on external dependencies. So that all led to the new clean architecture style of building systems and keeping those dependencies at a distance. So let's review a few principles real quick before we talk about the specifics of how clean architecture kind of builds on hexagonal. The first one is separation of concerns. Separation of concerns is all about not having things that don't really belong together in the same place in your code. Because when you do, it introduces coupling, and it can cause problems with the system and lack of cohesion and other things. So in this picture, which we actually took in our office a while ago, you can see there's things like plungers and Drano in the same place as your food. Hopefully you don't do that in your kitchen. The idea is you shouldn't do that in your code either. All right, so why should we separate concerns? Because it makes those things coupled together if you don't. And so you want to have loose coupling where these concerns touch in a way that makes it modular so that you can swap them out when you need to for testing purposes or in a different environment. Maybe on localhost you want things to run differently than in a staging environment or in production. And it makes it really easy to make those types of changes if everything is modularized and not all coupled together as one big spaghetti code mess. Now, the main three concerns that just about every useful application has are the user interface, the business logic, and the data access. And when all of those are in the same place, it can result in a lot of pain. It makes it much more difficult for you to test. It makes it more difficult for you to change any one of those things without it impacting the others. And so if you can separate those and keep them separated in your architecture and in your system design, it often leads to a system that's much easier to test and maintain and deploy in different configurations in different environments. All right. So if you have a whole lot of things and you're keeping them separated, that naturally leads to another principle from Solid, which is the single responsibility principle. And the single responsibility principle basically says don't couple things together that don't need to change at the same time and for the same reasons. And so SRP, boiled down, basically just says that classes should have a single reason to change. And so if you have a class and it's responsible for several different things, like how do I get the data, how do I format the data, how do I display the data, right? Those are different concerns, and they might change for different reasons if you want to get the data from a different place, or if you want to format the data in JSON instead of XML, etc. And so by breaking those different responsibilities up into their own classes, it makes your code more flexible and modular and easier to change. Okay, so when you have too many responsibilities in one place, it tends to add coupling and can reduce cohesion, which is how grouped together things are. All right, so it naturally follows that if you're going to follow the single responsibility principle, then your application is going to have more smaller types, right? So if you prefer having everything in one file and your main method of code navigation is your mouse wheel, right, then it's going to be a change for you if you start to follow this particular principle, because now you're going to have to be able to navigate quickly between different files that each have a smaller type in them that only does one thing. So the benefits of following this and having more smaller files are that merge conflicts are extremely rare, and pull requests and commits are much more clear because you can see exactly which files were touched, and that tells you quite a bit about what this change impacted. But it can be more difficult, or at least a different set of skills to navigate a code base that's organized this way. All right, and then the last principle that really plays a big part in clean architecture is the dependency inversion principle, which is the other end of the solid principles. And the dependency inversion principle is all about eliminating that tight coupling, right? This is, as the name says, it's all about dependencies. And that's really the key focus of clean architecture. So the dependency inversion principle basically says that your high-level modules should depend on abstractions, not on the low-level modules directly. Now here, let me just briefly say, what is high level? What is low level? High level is, abstract at the business level of, hey, I've got a shopping cart, I want to add an item to it, right? It says what you're trying to do. Low level says how you're going to do it. And low level might say, I need to load an XML document with the contents of the order or cart element. I need to, then insert an XML element of shopping cart item in this location, right? That's very detail oriented. It knows exactly that we're using XML and we're using the file system, and all the details are in the low level modules. Now, the other part of dependency inversion principle is that your low level modules should also depend on abstractions. The way they're going to do that typically is to act as an adapter and implement an interface to do that. So now these abstractions in C#, these are usually interfaces. They should not depend on details, but instead those details should depend on abstractions. What does that mean? Well, that means if I do make a interface that is all about like adding an item to the shopping cart, I probably don't want that to, take in an XML element and return back an XML document, right? Because, my underlying technology is some XML file. That would make it very tightly coupled to that implementation. Instead, it should just have domain types as its interface. So it might take in an order item and return back an order, and those are high-level abstract things that are part of my business. So then the last couple things with clean architecture is that you want to make the right thing easy and the wrong thing hard. So the goal of really any architecture is to make it so that building that application, if it follows the rules, is going to get whatever the benefits are of the architecture you chose. Now, the main benefit that clean architecture is going for is this loose coupling to dependencies. And so we want to make it easy for developers to not tightly couple the system to those dependencies, and hard for them to do it, to do the wrong thing. And so we're going to lean on the compiler to help us with that and make it so it's, a developer has to really try to break the rules and hit the dependencies directly. And the result of this is that we kind of force developers into the pit of success. If they just do the easiest thing that's the least friction with this architecture, they will go into the right path, is the goal. All right, so the main rule of clean architecture is what's called the dependency rule. And the dependency rule basically says that your source code dependencies should point toward the high-level concerns, the abstractions and the domain model, and the external dependencies and the UI concerns are then kept at the edge of the system, right? Pointing inward instead of the design that I showed with N-tier architecture, where the entire system was pointing outward at the database. All right, so let's talk real quick about domain-centric design, because this ties in nicely with clean architecture. You don't have to follow domain-driven design if you're building things with clean architecture, but it is a really good fit. And so the first part, the central part of clean architecture is your core project or your domain model. And in here, this is where you're going to define the domain classes, right? Things like your entities and your value objects, and the abstractions that you're going to use to interact with those, right? So those abstractions might be things like, persistence abstractions, like repositories. I know repositories have a lot of folks that are fans and that aren't fans, but it's a basic DDD pattern that's in the book that is used to access your domain model if you're doing DDD, and other things, right? There could be domain services, there could be adapters for reaching out to get the system clock or other things. Then in clean architecture, we also add the use cases project in most cases. You don't always have to have this project, but I have found that it is very valuable. A few years ago, I thought it was kind of optional and didn't necessarily add value, but I've come around to agreeing that this is something I'm going to use in every single clean architecture application that I build these days. Now, your use cases project should ideally follow CQRS, which is command query responsibility segregation. And it's going to define messages that are used to communicate with the domain model, right? So it's acting as sort of an in-between with your application, the front end, and your domain model. And so these messages are essentially all DTOs, right? Commands, queries, even events are all examples of data transfer objects, typically. And they will then also define actual DTOs that represent your entities. And so ideally, your endpoints, your ASP.NET Core app, when they interact with the use cases project, what they'll get back is not going to be an aggregate or an entity from your domain model. They're going to get back a details object or just a DTO that describes the thing that they were trying to do, so they can then display that to the user or return that from the API. All right, so very quickly, commands, what's the definition? Commands are things that change the state of the system. So inside of a command handler, you're going to have some code that's going to load or create or delete your entities, your aggregates, using abstractions. They're going to work with the domain model through its methods. Ideally, your domain model is not anemic. An anemic domain model is one that doesn't have any behavior, doesn't have any methods, just a bunch of getters and setters. So less value there. If you don't have any behavior in your domain model, then maybe you don't need to be using DDD and all of that to begin with. But assuming that you really do have some complexity in your system, then you're going to have that behavior and you're going to want to interact with it in your use cases by calling methods that change the state of those entities and then ultimately save those changes back to the persistence store. Queries, on the other hand, should just fetch those model types directly. If you're using Entity Framework, you typically would do this through, again, a repository if you like, or you could use EF directly. I don't favor that for a bunch of reasons. And then it's going to map those to a DTO. And you can optimize for these because in a query that you're not going to be saving any changes. So you can do stuff like make it so you're not tracking those entities when you use Entity Framework in a query, because you don't need that overhead and you'll save a few % on performance by doing that. Alternately, a problem that many developers run into, and it's honestly one of the reasons why so many developers are not big fans of the repository pattern, is that if your data doesn't really look like your domain model, like the thing your API endpoint or UI needs is just some ad hoc data query or some search results, right? You can just write a custom query service and put the interface in the use case, implement that in infrastructure, and go fetch the data in whatever way makes sense, right? If the rest of your system is using EF Core and you want to use Dapper to go get the data and bind to some DTO and return it with a query service, you can totally do that. Or EF has the same capabilities to hit SQL these days that Dapper does. And so you don't have to use the repository pattern for everything if you're using it. It makes sense in many cases to use custom query services for things that are just read-only and that need to show data in a certain form. All right, so then we have the infrastructure project, and it defines all of these adapters to talk to any out-of-process communication The database, again, for historical reasons, is one of the biggest ones that we try to keep at arm's length. But it also includes any other things like sending messages over SMS or email, talking to the file system, even talking to the system clock is something that you might put through an adapter to make it easier to test. These interfaces that it's working from should typically be defined in core or use cases. All right, so then let's talk about this organization one last time. It starts with the domain model. You're going to have the use cases, and they're going to work with the domain model, but they're going to translate it into separate DTOs for the UI. You're going to have your infrastructure adapters. They're going to implement interfaces that are defined in the domain model or use cases. Then you're going to have your user interface project, ASP.NET Core, let's say. It's going to communicate using messages with the use cases. It's usually going to be where you wire up all your dependencies. If you have some bootstrapper project in front of the UI, then it'll be responsible for that. But this is where you say that this interface is being implemented by this adapter. And then your infrastructure is going to talk to out-of-process things, databases, web APIs, whatever, and it becomes the only place where that happens, right? And so this is the whole idea, is that we're making it so that all of the external process communication happens from one place in our code, and likewise, all of the user interface communication happens at the UI project level. And so the domain model, the use cases remain uncorrupted, to use the domain-driven design term, by any of these external concerns. Okay, so what specifically goes in the core project are going to be interfaces, entities, value objects, aggregates, domain services, custom exceptions for things that relate to your domain, instead of just throwing primitive argument exception or system exception, right? You can define custom ones that are in the language of your domain that will make it much easier for you to figure out what the problem is later when they happen, because you'll see something like a order not created exception instead of a null reference exception. So don't underestimate the value of custom exceptions is all I'm saying. You may also have domain events. Event handlers could live in the domain. Typically for domain events, that's where they would be. But domain events can also spawn integration events that talk to other systems. And those handlers could live anywhere. You may have specifications. A specification is something that you can combine with repositories to make it so that your repositories don't have that common problem of constantly needing to add one more method for one more custom query, right? Instead, your repository becomes a fixed interface and takes in a specification for certain queries, like get a single item or get a list of items. And now every time you need a new type of query, you just add another specification to your domain model instead of adding another method to your repository or just giving up and returning iQueryable and then having data access scattered all over your application. Not recommended. All right, so now the use cases project has your query interfaces if you've got custom queries. It's got the DTOs of the things that you're returning. So maybe there's a customer DTO or an order DTO. It has the queries and query handlers. It has the commands and command handlers. And that's it. And there are a bunch of advantages to using this approach. One of the biggest being that if you use a tool like Mediator or Mediator, either one of those, they both support pipelines. And in those pipelines, you can do a lot of cross-cutting concerns. And I'll show some examples of that when we get to the code in a moment. In the infrastructure project, you're going to have repositories for persistence. You're going to have web API clients, file access, logging adapters, email, SMS, system clock, anything that's out of process, occasionally interfaces, but only if they are like some vendor-specific interface, like some Azure AWS interface you need to work with. And then the web project has all your ASP.NET Core stuff, right? So depending on what type of project you're building, it's going to have API endpoints. It's going to have view models and binding models and binders and filters and all the stuff that's part of ASP.NET Core. And again, occasionally interfaces, but again, only if they're using the web stuff. If you need to share things between solutions, you might also have a common project. Domain-driven design calls this a shared kernel. And in the shared kernel, I like to have things like base types. And so your base entities, domain events, et cetera, could live here. You could have other things that you've decided your organization is going to use everywhere in there. This can include things like common guard clauses or loggers or behaviors, which again, we'll see in a moment. And that becomes the very lowest thing in the whole system. Okay, so your overall dependency relationship kind of looks like this. At the very bottom, you've got shared kernel. It's really nice if you make this a NuGet package, an internal company NuGet package, because you can version it. And that means that if a whole bunch of different teams are trying to ship and you need something that is getting added to shared kernel, you can add that, rev the version, and ship. And the other team that was also trying to ship today that doesn't have time to incorporate that change doesn't have to deal with it, and they can just continue to ship on the previous version of shared kernel. That works really nicely. You can see how core and use cases are kind of the next level, and then infrastructure and web are at the top. The web project will typically have a dependency on infrastructure, but it's not actually trying to new up any of those types. It's just using it for wiring up dependencies in program CS or startup CS to associate all of the interfaces with the actual adapters that are going to be used. And of course, if you're using Aspire, which you probably just saw in Jason's talk, all the great things that Aspire has, all those things are kind of part of the web project these days as well. All right, now then you can write tests for all these things. Unit tests work great on core and use cases. Unit tests I define as tests that only run your code, right? They don't have any external dependencies. They don't work with out-of-process things, right? You can run functional tests and integration tests. These functional tests are basically a special case of integration tests where it runs the whole app. And so it's going to use the test host in ASP.NET Core, and it's going to actually interact over an HTTP client in the test. And then integration test is just a term for anything that's integrating a bunch of pieces of your software. But in this case, specifically, things that have external dependencies are going to be what I typically use for defining what goes in the integration test project. All right, so your overall solution structure is going to look something like this. It has about 4 projects that are the main things for clean architecture. In this example, you see we've also got Aspire host and service defaults. And then tests, organize those however you like. I like to keep them separated so that I can run them appropriately, because functional tests tend to take the longest. Unit tests take a few milliseconds. And so I can run the unit tests constantly, but only run the other tests when it makes sense. Now, some of you have probably heard of vertical slice architecture. And before there was vertical slice architecture, there was this idea of vertical slices. And vertical slices are a thing that you should definitely use regardless of what architecture you might be using, right? And so a vertical slice just basically is the idea that you don't build a whole layer at a time. And so if you're doing n-tier architecture, don't build the whole data access layer before you've built any UI. That's often just a waste of time and it delivers 0 customer value. Instead, even if you're building clean architecture, instead of building your whole domain model and no use cases and no UI and no infrastructure, build a whole vertical slice first and implement a feature that you can get feedback from the customer and verify that it all works, and then repeat that, right? And so as you're delivering software, each thing that you deliver has all the pieces that it needs, and that's going to be a much better way to deliver value over time than shipping things in horizontal layers, if you will. All right, so I'm going to jump away from this for a minute and get into some code so you can kind of see what this looks like. And so we're going to jump into Rider, and I have a sample application here, and you can find this in my my GitHub repository, ardalis/clean architecture. And I'll show a link to that in a minute. Now in here, you can see basically the same structure that I just had in the screenshot. And I've already got this running with Aspire. I really like that Aspire actually shows up in the IDE in the latest JetBrains Rider. That's pretty awesome. And I've got an HTTP file here that I'm going to use to test things. And so this is already running. I should be able to get a list of the contributors here, and that works. And so I've got this page list, and you can see the results down here. It's tiny. We can fetch a specific one. We can add them. We got various things here that I'll show you what they do. The domain here, if we open this up, it's one of the things about DDD and clean architecture is you should be able to tell what kind of application you're looking at by looking at the folder structure, right? And so inside of each one of these projects, it should be really clear what the domain is that we're working with. And so here you would be able to hopefully tell that we have projects and we have contributors. And if we look at what's a contributor, well, a contributor has a contributor who has an ID and a name. Those are some value objects. And then a project has a project and to-do items, right? And so if we look at a project in here, make this over here. All right, you can see it has this list of items, and it has some methods for doing stuff like adding items, updating items, etc. And then if we look at the item itself, you'll see item has a mark complete method on it. And when you call mark complete, we register a domain event, and then that domain event is then handled somewhere else to see if anything else needs to happen, right? And so if you aren't following domain-driven design and you aren't using some of these patterns like domain events, the typical way that you might add one more thing that needs to happen when something happens is to just go into the controller and add one more thing to that action method. Or maybe you've got some giant service that does it, and you would just add one more thing to that method. The nice thing about patterns like domain events is that doesn't happen, right? Your main method in your business logic remains very clean right here, right? It's very easy to test, very easy to see what's going on. And if we then step up to the use cases level, right here, and we go find a use case for a project that says, hey, I want to mark an item complete, right? There's going to be a very simple command that does that and just takes in a project ID and a to-do item, and then a handler that is responsible for basically using a specification to go and fetch the entity that matches that. And then it's going to call, ultimately mark complete on that item, and then update the repository, right? So if you want to unit test this, it's really simple. There's not even a whole lot to try and test, except that maybe these results work for when things aren't found. But otherwise, there's not a whole lot of logic there. Now, when you mark this complete and save it, that domain event is going to fire, and then that domain event in this case is going to be responsible for sending emails because somebody cares that this to-do item got marked off and they want to know. And so we can have our event handlers here. I don't want to move things. We can have our event handler right here to say we're going to log this item out, and item completed email notification here is going to take in a dependency of an email sender and then send this email. All right, so all of that to basically show you what the architecture looks like. I'm not even looking at the web front end because it's trivial at this point. And that's the idea, right? You don't want to have a whole lot of logic in the web app. In this case, I just have a bunch of endpoints. So for a project, the one I'm about to show you is how to mark an item complete. And so if we look at that real quick, this is using fast endpoints, which I'm a big fan of. It's built on top of minimal APIs. It's super fast, and it does a great job of organizing things. Again, with one file per endpoint, so you're not going to get as many merge conflicts or have problems there. And then inside this, there's just a handle method, and it's going to send this command via mediator and then just translate the response back into whatever HTTP status makes sense. Okay, so we'll go back to our API here, and we'll find a project. Where is it? Mark an item to complete. The first item, first project, let's try that. And it worked. And I just got a notification from Chrome, which you can't see, but somewhere over here, I have Papercut running. And Papercut's actually set up in Aspire in my application. So that's how I wired it up. It's just running in a Docker container. And what it did is it caught the email that was being sent, because I'm using an SMTP implementation that's just using localhost on port 25. And Papercut is running in Docker, listening on port 25, and gives you this nice UI here. There's a bunch of similar tools. SMTP for dev kind of does the same thing. But it lets you test email stuff very easily on localhost without sending real emails, which you probably don't want to do. And so all of that worked, which is great. But the nice thing about it is that everything is very cleanly organized, and all the complexity of what are the rules for whether or not something could get completed, where do I send the email, all that stuff is organized in such a way that it is all very testable, and each thing that you would test is very simple, right? You're not going to have stuff that's indented 7 steps in and has 100 lines of code above it that talks to 3 different data stores before you get to the behavior you actually want to test, right? I've worked with a lot of legacy code that looks like that, and it's no fun. So this type of architecture is designed for systems that have too many dependencies to too many external things, and you're trying to fix that and alleviate that pain by putting all those dependencies in one place and forcing everything else in the application to work with those dependencies by using interfaces. It works really well for that purpose. Okay, I guess the only other thing I would show is in the logger, which I don't remember where that is. We're logging out all of the stuff that happened, and that's happening with a behavior. And so in addition to that, we also have a caching behavior. Let me just show you that one. So when I go and fetch an item, if I want to add caching, which can be a huge way to improve the performance of your application, instead of having to go to every single method that's doing some data access and adding some caching logic to it, or going to every repository and adding some caching logic to it, right? By using a mediator pipeline, I can add a behavior, and then I can mark the requests to be implementing some interface. In this case, I made an interface called iCacheable, and if it's not iCacheable, then this behavior doesn't do anything and it just passes through. But if it is, then it's going to get the cache key from that message, which it can generate from the properties on it. So if I have a query that says, give me project ID 1, then that cache key is going to be basically project-1, and that way I won't accidentally return the wrong project to the wrong query, right? And then in here, it just does the caching logic, right? And so this is really simple. It doesn't add any complexity anywhere else, and it just opts in through types, right? Which is a great way to implement your system in a way that's going to be consistent. All right, let me, while I'm in here, show you a couple other things I've got tabs open for. So if you want to see my template for clean architecture and this sample that I was showing, the sample is in the sample folder. It's up to date with .NET 10, even in the latest branch, because I've been updating it. The actual template is still on .NET 9, but it'll rev to 10 in November. You can get the template here in NuGet. You just say .NET New install. There's a few of these, right? And so if you like Jason's talk this morning, he also has a clean architecture template. It's very popular, makes a few different opinions and assumptions. His is 19,000 stars. Mine is 17,500 stars. So his is more popular. So go give mine more stars. And so either way, like, you've got places to start. You don't have to build all this from scratch from an empty solution file. If you want to learn more, there's also a course from Nimble Pros that you can take. If you use Ardalis, you get 20% off. And I think that was the only things there. Let me show you one last thing, which is how to use a template. So you just install it, and then you say, in my template, you just say .NET New, clean arch, give it a name, and then you'll have that file. And if you cd into it and look at what's there, you've got all the different folders and everything. So if we drop into the source, you can see that it's created all the Aspire stuff, the use cases, the web, everything's there for you. And it's really easy for you to get started. There's some examples of some of the patterns, like the domain events and things like that as well. And so it gives you a good starting point where you're not having to start from zero. All right, so I've got about 2 minutes left. Let me cover a couple more things in the slides, and then we'll take some questions from all of you. So another common question that folks ask is, what about vertical slice architecture? Why do I need all this ceremony of clean architecture when this seems simpler and it's also gaining popularity? Vertical slice architecture, if you're not familiar with it, it's basically feature folders, right? So it's like, take any given feature, any given use case, and put everything related to it that you can in a folder, and then put that folder as close to the top level of your project as you can. So generally, you're just going to have one project. In there, you're going to have your API endpoint, whatever DTOs it's using, any messages and handlers it's using, if it's using some type of mediator strategy, and oftentimes also prefer fewer abstractions. So it's still going to use DI, it's still going to use maybe things like iLogger, but in many cases, folks doing this are like, I don't need an abstraction for data access. I'll just rely directly on the DB context. Some people will try and tell you that is an abstraction, but it's not, because it's actually a concrete implementation. So the idea with this is put as many things as you can there. Now, some will say that you put everything in each folder, but if you actually look at solution templates that follow this, they don't put everything in there. You're not going to put a separate DB context in every use case to do the data access typically, or have a totally different domain model for every use case, because that would just be a ton of duplication, and it would be hard for you to have any consistency between different use cases or different endpoints. And so things like domain models and DB context, data access, other stuff are still shared, right? You're going to have like a single global exception handler. You're going to have a single way that you do logging. And all that stuff is still going to be shared for that project. But you're not going to have 3 or 4 different projects. You're not going to be using project references to enforce the direction of dependencies, which is basically how clean architecture works. With vertical slice architecture, it's kind of a, there's not as much of a safety net. We know what we're doing and we trust that we're not going to make mistakes. In which case, I don't know why you're using a strongly typed language with a compiler, because you could just write everything in JavaScript if you know what you're doing and you never make mistakes. But I digress. If you really don't like projects, you could just use one project and folders and namespaces instead and still use clean architecture. Unfortunately, you won't be able to rely on the compiler and things like internal and those project references. Instead, you can still enforce the dependency rule of making sure that infrastructure depends on domain and not the other way around, using an architecture unit test framework. I usually use arcunit.net. There's another one with basically the same capabilities called netarchtest. Either one of these will work. Run these as part of your CI build so that you are catching violations quickly. Here's an example of what a test might look like. So you could say domain types should not reference infrastructure. And if you read this test, it reads pretty clearly how it works, right? And I'm actually using this in one of the modules inside of my modular monolith sample application that's in my my course on Dome Train. So real quick on clean architecture versus modular monolith, and then we'll wrap it up. Whether you're using clean architecture or N-tier or anything else, and you just have a layered architecture with no additional vertical module separation, a problem you run into is that you've got all these nice layers and they've each got their things that relate to these vertical different concerns. But over time, stuff starts to look like this, right? And it becomes this tangled mess where everything depends on everything else. And it's not modular, and you can't just split off the shipping module, right? Somebody says, hey, let's make that a microservice, and you realize that it's actually coupled to everything else, right? And so modular monolith fixes that. And I'm out of time for this talk, but I encourage you, if you haven't already, to check out more about the modular monolith. Here's some more about me. All the stuff you need for clean architecture is down there in the bottom right. And that's it. So let's see what questions we have.
Well, thanks, Steve. That was an excellent talk, and it clears up a lot of questions that people have about architecture, which is something people often don't get right, which is why I really love that you point out making the right thing easy and the wrong thing hard. I really, really like that. Yeah, anytime you have anything that helps you in coding or architecture, yeah.
And
if you just have an architect that says, here's the rules of the architecture, and that's it, and it's just like tribal knowledge, or maybe it's written in a README file or a wiki somewhere, but the compiler doesn't enforce it. There's no way that over time that's going to be maintained, right? You really need the compiler or the CI build or something to kind of enforce those rules in most larger, long-lived enterprise applications.
Geez, even in the small ones, because people, right? Well, I don't have time right now. I will fix this. Oh, BS. Right. You never come back to fix it. Have we not learned?
Yeah.
After it's decades of computing, you don't go back and fix it. So, yeah. That was a fun blast from the past, too. I'm looking at a lot of that going, oh, I remember that. Oh, yes, we used to do it that way.
Yep. I added that history section. That's all brand new for this talk, because I figure a lot of developers weren't around for any of that. And so if you're just starting, in like the last 5 years or something, you have no idea what things used to be like and how that kind of informed the state of things today. Yeah. And it certainly did a lot of the not the best way to do it, and very tight coupling of a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Now, Steve, where do you draw the line between clean code and clean architecture? Or are they the same, or is architecture a larger concept?
Yeah, they're definitely different. I think the only reason they have the same name is because the person that wrote the books really liked that as sort of a common brand. thing. So like, before it was clean architecture, it was onion architecture and ports and adapters and hexagonal, and they're all very similar and have the same, guiding principles. Clean code is a book that has a bunch of advice on how to structure your code and do things like naming, or how long your functions should be, or how many parameters you should have. And a lot of that is very similar to earlier books like Code Complete by Steve McConnell, which is also an excellent book. And it's really more focused on how you write code as opposed to how you build applications, if you will.
So does the level of formality, we have all these layers. Does it add overhead so far as possibly performance, but maybe additional code and additional ceremony when we adhere to some of these architectures?
It does. Not so much performance. I mean, yes, every method call adds some performance overhead, but that's not typically going to be your bottleneck in any system that's talking to external dependencies like databases. One database call over the network is, a million times slower than a function call. So, you don't really notice the function call performance problem. But it is more files, right? And I mentioned that, and it is more projects. So it does take a little more discipline. There's a little more learning curve. If you're used to just coding everything in one, stream of consciousness, manner in one place, it takes, a different set of skills to be able to refactor that and try to follow single responsibility principle and make things smaller. And clean architecture works really well if you're used to doing things that way, or if you're comfortable doing things that way.
There was a question in chat, and not sure. I think we're trying to figure out what the question meant, but it's something like when you were showing caching behavior.cs, somebody asked, was this code generated by ChatGPT? And we're not sure what they meant. Probably like, maybe the code is so good or not. I have no idea. But I was going to ask though, when you have given your history, you have Nimble Pros, your company and so forth, right? So, and folks who don't know, Steve's been, a developer for a very long time and written books and coded many things. So, given your history, having this like single project with this next architecture, do you find that it helps with AI, given that AI can sometimes get lost in the context and, can generate slop sometimes?
I do find that if you're focusing on one thing in a smaller file, that the GitHub Copilot integration and IDEs does work much better. Like when you have any file that's over 1,000 lines long, even 500 lines, it can take a lot longer for it to get the context it needs to do anything useful. And so there are some trade-offs, right? If you ask it to do something that needs to go and span 10 different files, right, that has its own overhead associated with it. But if you have like a legacy controller with 3,000 lines of code in it, and you're trying to ask it about some action method on line 1,700, right, it's going to take it much longer to read through all of that and be able to understand all that context than if you just had an endpoint that was 50 lines of code and had one handle method and just did that little bit of code. And so it's all trade-offs. It's about, with AI, it's about having a small enough context window that is performant and useful and doesn't chew up all your tokens, but still has enough context for it to understand what you're asking it to do. And so it's going to depend on what that task is, whether you're asking it to just I don't know, add a parameter to this, or refactor it, or summarize it and tell me if I should add any tests or fix something, right? Like little things like that about one method, you only need to give it a tiny bit of context. But if you want it to analyze the whole solution, then it's going to be a different type of requirement.
Right.
Okay, Dejan asked, why do you find it problematic to use DB context in queries or commands directly? For most line of business apps, he finds this cuts down on boilerplate code.
I like to keep the dependency rule without exceptions, right? So it's much easier for me to just say that all the things that talk to out-of-process systems, including a database, live in infrastructure, and all the use cases and domain and everything else will interact with that through interfaces, right? And sure, I could create an interface or use a built-in EF interface for like IDB set or something like that. But now those are violating other solid principles like the interface segregation principle, which says you shouldn't depend on things that you aren't actually using. and IDB set and the DB context interfaces that ship with EF Core are massive and include every single method that you could ever possibly do. Whereas a well-designed, repository interface is going to have, fewer than 6 or so methods, and you can use basically just a tiny subset with the ones you want. I find it's much easier to write unit tests if I have that abstraction in place. I find it's much easier if I'm not using something like mediator pipelines to do caching and stuff like that, or logging. I can create a decorator that will add the caching or add the logging. So when I have the interface, it's not just about, am I ever going to change from EF to something else? Or, am I ever going to switch databases? Or, it's only for unit testing. It's also about expanding the different things I might want to have occur every time I do data access. I want to log it in a certain way. I want to cache certain results, right? That's easy to do if you have an interface that you can just add a decorator to. And then you just go in one line in Program CS and say, hey, whenever something asks for this interface, let's use this decorator instead. And then with that one line change, you've just added behavior everywhere in your app.
Cool.
Nice.
On the vertical slice architecture, I find it works great with Agile and Scrum practices. And I think even though you didn't specifically mention this, you did talk about vertical slice as a feature delivery. Yeah. Which I think that's where that fits in really well. Mm-hmm. But in the back channel, we were talking about this a little. And how would you classify it as the feature delivery different than the architecture itself?
Right. So delivering in vertical slices is something that's been around for decades. And I wrote an article, it was linked on that slide back in 2014, I think it was, about that's how you should ship software. Because if your team is going for 6 months and shipping stuff in vertical slices, you're delivering things that your customer, your stakeholders can actually see and interact with and give you feedback on that whole time. But if you're delivering things in horizontal layers, which was surprisingly common 20 years ago, like you build a .NET app, and the first thing that would happen, because everything was data centric, was somebody would start drawing entity relationship diagrams and defining the database schema, and that would take weeks. And then meanwhile, the developers start writing the data access layer using ADO.NET, and that would take weeks, right? And only after that, then somebody would start building the business layer on top of that to call all those data access layer things. And so 6 months might go by and you haven't shipped anything. And then the budget runs out and you've delivered zero value, right? So the whole idea is don't do that. Instead, ship the whole stack, one vertical slice through all the layers at a time, right? And that doesn't matter what architecture you're using. I don't really like the fact that they called it vertical slice architecture instead of something that's feature oriented or feature folder. Like that's what it is. It's have fewer projects and use feature folders for how you want to organize your code. There's a lot of value in that. But it kind of overrides the traditional meaning of shipping vertical slices.
Yeah, I think back in the day when people started doing that, I think that was a bit of a hangover from mainframe, because that was a way to also ship on the mainframe. You just build stuff for a year. It goes into a black abyss, and the stakeholders have no idea until something comes out, right? And then It's like, here's your product, and then none of it. We don't like any of it, as the customer will always say. Right. It's better to do that in the small features and keep rolling it out. And amazing how people still actually are doing some of this today, right? Still hanging on there where they do the whole layer one at a time. So
yeah, like I like to say, as software developers, there's 2 ways we fail. We either build the thing wrong or we build the wrong thing. And building the wrong thing is way more likely if you have a really long feedback loop. So by shipping vertical slices as frequently as you can, you're going to get a much shorter feedback cycle, and it's going to let you adjust course a lot quicker and make sure you're shipping what the customer actually wants.
Now, I think there's a couple other questions, and if you want to hang around and chat, there's some folks asking some more questions, but we can probably end on this one, which is like, can you recommend any reading material which discusses clean architecture while considering modern frameworks, libraries, etc.?
I'm actually working on a book with a co-author that's going to be out in the next few months that talks about it with Azure and with Aspire and all of that. So that's coming. In the meantime, there are a bunch of books. The Clean Architecture book, I think the original one that's not tied to any particular .NET stack is from like 2016 or 17, I want to say, maybe earlier. So you can always start with that one. It does a good job of introducing it. But then if you're looking for how to implement it, there's honestly a lot more online courses and YouTube videos and things that you'll find, I think, than books. But again, I have a book that's coming in a few months that hopes to address some of those things.
Awesome. Yeah, folks really enjoyed the talk. And yeah, if you want to stick around and answer any questions, feel free. But yeah, thank you very much, Steve.
I think that's good. Thanks again, Steve.
Thanks.
And we could switch over and bring on Maarten. And I believe we're also bringing on Matt and kicking Mehul off.
Oh, Matt.
Yep. Yeah, hi folks. What a fantastic set of sessions we've had so far. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been really good. And I think let's keep it going. Should we just bring Maarten straight on? Mehul, I think we're going to say goodbye to you as a host, and thank you very much for your help. And Maarten, hello there. Hi, Maarten. How are you doing?
Hey, Matt. Hey, Rachel. How are you?
We're
is just
good.
like old times.
Yeah, it is.
This is like old times, except I'm not staring at the StreamYard admin interface this time, and I also hope that I don't have the robo voice.
Yes, exactly. Well, it's great to see you, and of course, everybody who's been on a JetBrains stream before will probably know and recognize Maarten. It's great to have him back for a session, and we're going to let you get straight into it. So give us your session and enjoy yourself.
Cool. Thank you very much. All right, let's get started. So this talk is about bringing C# nullability into existing codes. If you're in the chat, it would be fantastic to see if you are using nullability already, if you're maybe using it while you're not aware that you're using this, or if you're not bothering updating existing code and so on. Whatever the premise or whatever your situation, the idea is that with this talk, I hope to at least convince you that there's value in adding nullability into your existing code bases, and also leave you with a couple of tips and hints on how you can get started with those, especially on existing code bases where it's oftentimes a little bit harder to introduce nullability properly. So let's dive in right away. Let's talk about nullable reference types in C# first. So let's set the stage. And let's look at what will be the output of this code. Now, I know I don't have a live audience here, so I'll probably be a little bit quicker. But if you read through this code, you see that there's a console.writeLine that prints the length of a string by accessing a string.length property. And that string originates from a method called getValue, and that getValue method returns null. So what will be the output if you run this code? If you try this, you will see that there's a horrible, horrible NullReferenceException, and that everything blows up because you're trying to access string.length property where the reference to that string is going to be null. There's no string to get the length from, so you will see this NullReferenceException. How do you solve that? Well, quite easy. You add a null check. So if you do that console.writeLine, you will check if that string is null or not. If it is not null, then you can print the length of that string. If it is null, you proceed like there's no string involved, and you just print something like string is null or whatever you want to put there. Easy, right? Except how do you know whether you need a check there? If you look on the right-hand side on the slide for value types, there's a compiler trick where, for example, for a date time or an integer or a Boolean and so on, you can add a question mark to the type, and the compiler will actually convert that into a nullable of t type under the hood. And when it does that, you will see, first of all, that the type is declared with that question mark, which denotes that it might be null at some point. It is nullable. But also, it has a property .value to get the value of the datetime in this case, and a .hasValue, which kind of nudges you into doing a null check there, checking if there is actually a value in that object. And if it is, you can print the length or the value or whatever. If there's not, you can print something like, okay, no date was given, and so on. With reference types, on the other hand, on the left-hand side here, you will see that you get no such hints. That string can either be null or not null. You never know unless you check. But how do you know whether you have to check? If you're really defensive about your code, you will check every single reference type for being potentially null or not. But that's obviously also not something you want to do, because if you're writing code, there's very often going to be cases where you just know that a particular reference type is never going to be null, because that's the way you coded it and that's the way you set up your code base, right? So how do you know whether you need a check? Well, with nullable reference types in C#, you can actually make that possible or a little bit more clear to anyone consuming your code, including yourself. Now, if you think of nullable reference types, the fact that they are nullable, those reference types, is actually something that has been a part of C# all along. Every reference type in the code base is nullable. However, with the introduction of nullable reference types and nullable annotations in C# 8, the idea was flipped around a little bit, where the idea is that when you're writing code, every single type that you have is going to be non-nullable by default. And there is a syntax to annotate a reference type as being nullable. A lot of compiler magic going on under the hood there, but ideally it flips the idea while writing codes. It flips that idea around where you have to be explicit about whether something can be null or cannot be null. So if you look at that and we take our previous example and we have that get value method, you can add that question mark there and say string question mark means this get value method can return a null value. And if you do that, you can safely return a null value there, and consumers of that get value method will know if something is going to be null or not. So if you think about this, what will be the output of this code? It's also going to be a null reference exception. Again, object reference not set to an instance of an object. Your application will probably throw and die if it's the only thing that is in your code base there, because that get value is still returning null, and you're still trying to access the string.length. However, if you are writing code, you will see that that snippet of code, this particular piece of code that we have there, will emit a number of compiler warnings. And also in the IDE, you will see some suggestions and inspections pop up that say that you're actually working with a nullable type and something that is very likely going to be null. So in this case, you will see that there is an error saying that converting the null literal or possible null value to a nullable type is going to be there. First line of the code there, where you say, okay, I have a string explicitly saying this cannot be null, and I'm assigning null to it, or potentially null, because get value potentially returns null in this case. So that's going to be the first warning you will see. But then also when accessing string.length or s.length in this case, you will see a warning saying dereference of a possible null reference, because S is going to be null at that point. And your IDE, again, will show those things as well. So you'll get nice squiggles saying, okay, you're actually attempting to read from a null reference in this case. They are, however, just annotations. As we've seen with that null reference exception in the two examples there, these are just annotations. It is giving you hints while you're writing your codes, and it gives hints to the compiler. You can detect potential null values, but it's not that this safeguards you from never running into a null reference exception again. So it's only design time and compile time help that you get, where you will clearly see that you are working with something that can potentially be null and then be defensive about that thing. But also the opposite direction, if you know that something is never going to be null, you can also annotate it like that, or not annotate it, because then it's going to be non-nullable by default. But it means that the IDE and your compiler will know that, okay, in this code path, this reference type is considered to never going to contain null, so I'm not going to bother with warning you about what you're potentially doing there. The way this all works is by flow analysis. So the compiler and the IDE will go through your code and then figure out, like, okay, what is going on there with this particular piece of code. And to demonstrate that, I'm actually going to drop into the IDE. And I know previous talks on this conference had a bit of a promo for the Islands theme, which looks fantastic. But also you can add a nice background to your IDE, and that also looks nice. Anyway, flow analysis. I have a piece of code here where nullable reference types are enabled. And you will see, first of all, that with the example that I had previously on the slides, here you will see that get value is potentially returning a null value. So I want to work with that. And also here, this thing is potentially returning null, and I'm accessing this null value. So you see all those squiggles basically because the compiler and the IDE determine that something can be null. Now, interestingly, if I change this and remove that question mark, you will see all of the squiggles change all of a sudden, because all of a sudden I'm saying this get value method can never return null. So all the previous warnings will go away, because I'm now telling the IDE and the compiler, like, look, this get value method is never going to be null. So the flow here is going to consider S as never being null. However, we now get a warning saying, okay, you're returning null there, which is not something you want to do there. And also there you will see that I can either change the type of my local function again to string ? And make it nullable, but then you will see the flow analysis analyze the other bits of the codes again as something that's potentially wrong. Or I can lie to the compiler and say, okay, ! And basically say, okay, ignore this null check and consider this as not being null. And if I now do something like this, all of my code looks good. So again, the compiler and the IDE will figure out what is the flow of everything that is going on here. I have another example here, var. Var is actually a way of declaring a reference type or reference to an object where you never know whether something is going to be null or not. The reason for that is that while you might assign an actual value, an actual reference to this string, like in this case where we say, okay, this is going to be an empty string, at a later point, you might set it to null. So if this is the case, we're still going to have this nullability warning and say, okay, you're potentially dereferencing a null value there. However, if I do a null check there and I say, okay, string is null or empty, and then return, I will see, like this, I will see that this also goes away. So again, flow analysis figures out that by doing a null check, I'm actually safeguarding the code below that check from potentially looking at a null value there. So the compiler and the IDE are relatively smart about this, and they will give you good hints about what is going on in the code that you're writing. All right, back to slides. So flow analysis is the IDE and the compiler analyzing your code flow, looking at all of the code paths, determining whether it should show a warning, multiple warnings, no warning, whatever. It will basically go through things, and based on how you write your code, on how the code is structured and so on, you will see that you will get different warnings or no warnings at all. var is always considered nullable, again, because you're writing code where you never know whether later in a code path, for example, you're going to assign null to that var. So you never know, unless flow analysis determines otherwise, where the var is never assigned a null value. It's always going to complain and say, hey, this might potentially be null, and give you warnings there. The null coalescing or the null forgiving operator, this exclamation mark that I added there, or the dammit operator from the talk title, that is used to suppress warnings. So if you don't want to have a nullability warning and you just want to say, okay, null is fine here, I know what I'm doing, exclamation mark, I know what I'm doing, you can actually say, look, compiler, look, IDE, I know better. I will steer you into not giving any warnings and so on. I would highly advise you against using this exclamation mark or this null forgiving operator, because you're actually lying to the compiler. You're lying to yourself when you are working in this code base a couple of months after you first wrote the code. So consider it an anti-pattern. It is, however, quite useful, and you're migrating to nullable reference types, where sometimes you might want to have this just to suppress a couple of warnings while you are working on the code. But ideally, your code should not have suppressions. So in summary, again, no runtime safety for nullable reference types. It is design time and compile time help to check whether something can be null or not when you try to access it. And it gives you better analysis of your code. So your null checks will help the flow analysis. The compiler will figure out how things are structured and so on. But again, no runtime safety, only design time and compile time safety. The dammit operator, use it if you really need to, but again, consider it an anti-pattern. So don't use it if you don't have to use it. And there's other ways around. All right, now, how do you surface nullable reference types in your project? Depends on how you want to surface nullable reference types in your projects. There's the nullable annotation context, where you can actually say per file or per class or even per line of codes, you can add a pragma or a nullable with enabled or disabled in code, where you can enable or disable nullability per line of code, even if you want, or you can enable or disable this in the project file and enable it project-wide or disable it project-wide. In newer .NET versions, you will always see that it is enabled by default, or in newer C# versions, actually, you will see that it's enabled by default. In older versions, you might want to set this either per project or per file or whatever you want to do there. There's a number of potential values that you can put in there. You can disable this behavior. So just basically disable nullable reference types. You will not get the warnings. You will not get the flow analysis and all of those things. You can enable, which will give you all the bells and whistles, all of the analysis, all of the language features around this, etc. There's two other options as well, warnings and annotations, where you can pick whether you just want to see the warnings or whether you want to be able to write those question marks and so on without compiler errors, but not care about any of the warnings or any of the nullability analysis. Typically, you'll end up using either disable or enable. And in this talk, I'm advocating to always enable. Warnings and annotations might be useful, but to be fair, I've never seen this one being used in the wild very often. So in summary, that nullable annotation context is basically giving you a toggle to surface or to decide what you want to surface in your project and in your IDE. And you can enable it by default or disable it by default. And as a tip, since the talk is about bringing nullability into your projects, I would say if you're building a new project, always enable it, keep the default and just keep it enabled. For existing projects, you might want to disable it project-wide and then gradually add nullable enable in each file so you can migrate file by file until everything is migrated over. All right, let's talk about annotating your code as well. Is that question mark actually enough when you start coding? If you look at this particular piece of code, and I'll give you some time to read it a little bit, you will see that this slugify method takes a string. If that string is not null, it will actually replace all of the spaces with a dash to make it URL friendly. So typically, if you're writing a blog, for example, using this slugify method, you can give it a title to your blog post, and then you will get a nice query string that, or a nice URL path that you can use in your code base. Now, is the question mark here enough? Good question. If you look at slugifying, this is fine, for example, you see that the response or the result of that function is still going to be potentially null. Reason for that is that we declared our slugify method as potentially returning null, right? So this is correct. And we're actually telling the IDE, look, anything that is returned from this method can be null, and the IDE and the compiler will work just fine, understand all of that, and give you a warning saying, okay, this is a dereference of a possibly null reference. Now, if you look at that code and you start thinking, it actually returns a non-null string whenever a non-null parameter is passed in. And it will indeed return a null string when a null parameter is passed in. So is there a way to tell the compiler that this duality exists in this method? Well, there is. You can add fine-grained annotations and basically say, okay, the return value of this method is going to be not null if my parameter named value is not null. So adding this annotation is actually going to help the compiler and the IDE understands that, okay, whenever I pass in null, this is going to return potentially null. Whenever I pass in an actual value in that string, it is going to return a string that is not null that I can work with. And with this, we're actually helping flow analysis make better suggestions, make better warnings and compiler warnings and so on. So if you do it like this, you will see that on that first example where I pass in null, you will actually get a warning saying, okay, slug1 can be a null value. Whereas if you pass in a value, you will see that the second line of code or the second slug that we're generating there is going to not throw or not potentially dereference a null value there. There's a lot of those fine-grained annotations. If you look into the .NET base class library or the C# base class library, you'll find is null or empty on a string. And that method is actually going to annotate not null when false. This is a bit of a strange construct, I would say, but that's the way the compiler goes through your code and so on. But what you're doing here is you're saying if this method returns false, the value parameter to this function is going to be non-null. So in the example where you have a string that is null and you do an if string dot is null or empty of that value and so on, you can actually see that the compiler and the flow analysis uses this annotation to determine after that check whether that value can be null or not. So by saying, okay, when this returns false, my value is never going to be null. Which is quite nice because if you do something like this, where you have a string that can potentially be null or potentially an empty string, you will see that that first console.write line where we access the string.length will still say, okay, look, this is potentially null. But if we do then a string that is null or empty as a null check, The line after is just going to let us access the length property there because we actually checked whether this can be null, and because we annotated this method as being not null when the return value is false. This is not going to throw a warning or show a warning or any of those things. Cool. There's a lot of those fine-grained annotations. There's a number of preconditions where you can annotate a different behavior when writing to a parameter or a field or a property setter. There's post conditions, which apply when reading from a field or a property or return value. Conditional post conditions, where you can do something where you say, okay, if this thing returns false, then this thing is not going to be null, things like that. And also failure conditions, where you can just say, okay, whenever you hit this piece of code, don't bother with further analysis because I'm going to throw an exception, or this thing is going to stop the application or whatever. So you can just stop analyzing. That's also an annotation that you can add there. I'll say, have a look at the Microsoft Learn documentation there. It's pretty good with lots of examples, but just to give you a couple of ideas of what you can do there, I'll jump into code for a second and give you a bit of an idea of what you can do. All right, annotating codes. In terms of preconditions, there is an option to say, I want to allow null input for a specific property. So if you look at this person class, for example, it has a username where the username by default is going to be a new GUID. If I get the username, this means that the username is never going to be null, and I can safely say, okay, this is going to return a non-nullable string. However, I will still allow setting null, which means that when I set null, I'm going to simply put in a new GUID as the username. The nice thing there is that when I now use this person, and even when I set this username to be null, I'm never going to get a nullability warning whenever I try to dereference that username. So when I want to use the link there, for example, you will see that there's never going to be a nullable warning, because we are telling the compiler, look, I allow setting null, but the getter is always going to adhere to whatever I declare this property or methods as. There's also the inverse, where you can say disallow null, for example, where now setting this null value is going to be disallowed, but I can still get a null value. So this thing should also, in fact, return a nullability warning there. Post conditions, kind of similar, where you can say, okay, the middle name of a person, not everyone has a middle name, it may be null. So if you query this, if you access this thing, this can be null. However, when you set the value, it should never be null. So that means when I start using this middle name property, whenever I try to assign null into that middle name, you will see that I'm not allowed to set null there. However, when I access the middle name, I should get a warning saying that, okay, this thing might be null. So you now get that warning there. Conditional post conditions are the more interesting thing, I think. With that is valid username or is null or empty and so on, that not null when annotation is pretty nice, because there you can say, okay, if this method returns true, then username is not going to be null. So this means that if I now do this person.isValid username check, I know that length is never going to be null. However, if it's not a valid username, I cannot guarantee that username is not null, and I will give you a warning saying, okay, this thing can be null. Couple of interesting helpers there as well. This is one that I particularly like, where you can delegate to a different property or methods a null check on another property or method in a class. So to give you an example there, we have a person where a check for has location will basically tell the compiler and tell the IDE that location is not going to be null. If there's no location, it can be null. So you'll see the warnings there show up when has location is null in this case. The way this works is by annotating with member not null when, where we say, okay, the member location is not going to be null when this thing returns true. Again, a little bit backwards, but you get the idea. You can annotate and help the compiler in figuring out what this has location method does and what querying it means for the rest of the flow analysis, in this case, accessing the location of that person. All right, and then failure conditions, I can show you. There's, for example, an annotation does not return, where you can actually say, okay, this thing does not return, and then based on that, you will see that the compiler will never analyze the lines afterwards, after that line of code, because it's never going to return. But I'll leave that one as homework for this session to explore when you're back home. All right. There's compiler annotations, but there's also the JetBrains annotations. I know Microsoft has all of these compiler annotations in the source code and so on. JetBrains actually had annotations or annotation attributes way before. And many libraries actually ship them. So if you look at Entity Framework Core, for example, still today, they ship JetBrains annotations to make the flow analysis in ReSharper and Rider slightly better and a little bit more powerful. So if you're lucky and you're migrating a code base and you have JetBrains annotations, for example, in your own code base or in a library that you're consuming, you actually get all of those hints, of course, when you're using ReSharper and Rider, but you will get those hints that will help you figure out, okay, what's the nullability status or what's the nullability contract with this particular method or property or variable and so on. So there's a number of those. I actually like the contract annotation there a lot because the syntax is a little bit easier than that not null when that the C# team shipped, where you can just say, okay, if the JSON is null, then this is going to return false. So it reads a little bit nicer, but you're lucky if you're consuming anything that uses JetBrains annotations, you will also get the help or the nullability assistance from the IDE there as well. One thing we haven't seen yet is nullability and generics. With generics, it's quite simple. If you want to declare or if you want to create a new variable there, use the question mark where needed. So in this example, we have a non-nullable list of non-nullable strings. Second line there is a non-nullable list of nullable strings. So this list can contain null strings. And then the last line there is a nullable list of nullable strings, which means that the list can be null, but also any element in that list can be null. So again, use the question mark where needed. Compiler will figure out what's going on with the types you're trying to access. If you're writing methods that use generics, you can also use those annotations where you can say, look, if you want to find something using a predicate in a particular enumerable, you can tell the compiler that the result may be null, for example. So you can annotate that by saying, okay, this result of this find method can be null or cannot be null in some cases. You can also use the not null constraint, where if you write a generic method and you accept a generic type as a parameter, you can actually say, okay, that type should not be null, which means that if you say write to console, for example, and pass in null, it will actually give you a compiler warning saying, okay, this does not match that not null constraint that you have there. All right, referenced codes, libraries, and frameworks. Using and migrating to nullable reference types is relatively straightforward if all of your dependencies are using it. Good news, for a couple of .NET and C# versions now, all of the base class libraries are annotated, and many open source libraries are annotated, but of course not all of them. I would say it's a good practice to always annotate your own code for dependents. So if you're building an in-house framework, for example, at least make sure that the API surface that others in your company or others in your team are going to be using is annotated, so they know and get design time and compile time hints about nullability there. Ideally, your entire code base, but typically the public API surface is enough to at least help whoever is consuming the libraries that you're writing. And again, remember, nullable reference types are not runtime safety. So if you are shipping a library, yes, you want to annotate it because you want to make sure that people get the right hints when consuming things and writing code and working in the IDE and so on. But also there, you might want to consider still adding null checks for that code because others might call the code without ignoring all of the nullable reference type annotations. They might just pass in null where you don't expect null. So if that is a potentially destructive or failure condition in your application codes, that is something where you still want to do a null check, even with nullable reference types. Also good to note is that nullable reference types are C# only, which means if you're using F# or VB.NET and so on, nobody will get those annotations or the design time help there. So you still want to have the null checks for runtime safety. So in summary of this section, I would say there are more annotations than just that question mark. Use them because they can clearly communicate the intent of what you're trying to do in your codes with the compiler, with the ID, and so on. There's compiler annotations that are good. There's JetBrains annotations if you're using JetBrains IDs. And if you're shipping codes that is consumed by others, you may still want to add null checks for your libraries just to make sure that you don't end up in a failure condition in codes. All right. This talk was about migrating to using C# nullability. So let's look at some techniques and tools that you can use to upgrade your C# project. This one we already kind of covered, where the default nullable annotation context is one that you can set at the project level, at the file level, or even at the line level or the method level if you want to. For new projects, I would say go with the defaults of modern.NET and enable it. For existing projects, I would say if the project is small enough, just annotate or enable project-wide and then plow through, fix all of the things that you run into. For larger projects, following the Boy Scout rule, as it is called, is probably a good idea, where you keep it disabled at the project level, and whenever you touch a piece of code, you enable it file by file and just work your way through until the entire project is converted. You might want to add warnings at the project level if you want to do this in a CI scenario, for example, just to get an idea of where you are in the migration. But generally, if the project is sufficiently large, I would say do it file by file, and in the end, you will be in a place where you get good information about nullability. Start at the center and work outwards. I found that when you are migrating, when you are trying to convert an existing code base to use nullability, classes that have few or zero dependencies on other classes are typically the best ones to start working with. So very often, data transfer objects, plain old CLR objects, the data transfer objects that you have in your code base are going to be perfect candidates, because very often they don't have references on other types or zero dependencies on other types, but they are being used by a lot of code in your code base. So if you have a person class, for example, and all of a sudden you can tell the compiler the first name and the last name are never going to be null, that opens up a lot of checks or a lot of warnings that go away, because all of a sudden the compiler knows at every call site, every usage site, that these things are not going to be null. So a small change in one of those types of objects might flow to many places. How do you find that? I have a diagram here. The actual contents don't matter that much, but you will find in ReSharper, in Rider, in Visual Studio with tools like ndepend, you will find that there's type hierarchy diagrams that you can use to analyze your entire project. And you want to find namespaces or groups of classes where most, if not all, of the arrows are incoming. So all of the codes in this code base is depending on models, or everything that is in the folder models. So everything in that folder is great to start with, because that's going to flow through to a lot of places in your code base. Same thing if you look at the class diagram there in that models namespace, you will also see that there's a lot of arrows coming into person and course. So those two classes are probably good places to start with adding nullable reference types and enabling nullability on those things. For each class, you can enable nullable reference types by adding nullable enable at the top. And then for every property and constructor parameter, you typically want to find all places where you're writing to that property or to that constructor. If you see it's potentially set to null, you can annotate with a question mark. If it's never set to null in any place you can find, then you're good, because you don't have to add an annotation there, and you can consider that as non-nullable. So let's see how that would work in real life. I have a class called location info here, and this is actually from an existing code base where that location info is used to determine, based on an IP address, where you live in terms of country and in terms of location. Could be city, could be town, could be whatever. That is used by a method getFromIPAddress, which checks a specific database of IP addresses and so on, tries to get the city and the country, and then based on that will return a new location info. So straightforward, typical code that you might see in a class. So how do you go about converting this to nullable? First of all, you want to enable nullability there. It's enabled by default, so you will see this is now grayed out, so I can even remove that. And then we can start working. Previously, because we didn't have nullability enabled, country and location could be null, which means now we actually said, okay, country and location can no longer be null by simply enabling nullability. So we want to check if that is really true. How do you do that? Well, you can find usages for a country, for example, and look at all of the right usages. Where is this country being set, and is any of those potentially null? It's being set in the constructor, apparently. For my location, I can find the same thing also set in the constructor. So I don't get all of the information here, so I go to the next level. I want to find, okay, where is this location info instantiated? Look at the results there, see if I have a place where there's potentially null being passed in. And apparently, yes, because my results.country.name can be null, and my city.name can also be null. So in this case, I know that my location info actually, based on usage, accepts a nullable country and a nullable location. When you are migrating, this is actually also a really good opportunity to think about the code that you're writing. Because if I open up this string or this country and this location to be nullable all of a sudden, this means that throughout my entire code base, if this would be used in 100 locations throughout my entire code base, all of a sudden, by doing this, I'm forcing my code base to check for null. If I already have those 100 null checks, for example, by doing something like this, where I can actually guarantee that this is never going to be null, I can potentially remove those null checks. So it is a good opportunity to think about this location info and maybe even rewrite the code a little bit. So I only had one usage where I was potentially passing in null. So maybe I want to return something where location info when country.name or city.name is going to be location info.unknown or something like that, and no longer pass around a null value. So what I could do here is say, okay, if result.country equals null or result.city equals null, return location info unknown. And you will now see, right. Anyway, you should now see that, I should check the name there. Yes, there we go. We now updated our code to be null safe, or at least at design time and at compile time, because I'm now always passing around location info. Location info is now always going to contain a country and a location, and I can use this throughout my code base. So going through this, there's a couple of things you want to check. Am I setting null? Am I not setting null? But also you want to check whether you might potentially want to rewrite part of your code base to be more null safe at runtime as well. All right, so basically when you start annotating, you might want to redesign as well. Sometimes that actually makes sense. Nullable annotations also surface through your code base, much like async await. So that means if you add a nullable question mark when migrating, are you introducing checks at every current and future usage of that particular property or not? Maybe you want to just do that check once and return a null object or something like in this location info example that we had there. It's going to depend on the use case, and I will leave it to your judgment on what you want to do there, but it's good to consider, do I actually want to annotate this thing with a question mark there or not? Suppressions. We already talked about suppressions. If you have an exclamation mark somewhere in your code, you should not ship that code, or at least to fellow developers that are using it, because you're lying to the compiler. In Rider or in ReSharper, for example, you can actually find nullable warning suppressions and remove all of them. It can actually be useful when you're migrating, but I would say the moment you think, okay, we're complete, check for those exclamation marks, because you want to remove them from your code base. One thing with this talk, don't be afraid of null. I'm saying null is bad, but that's actually not the main message, or not the message of this talk at all. Don't be afraid of null. Nullable reference types will help you get more confidence into compiler and IDE flow analysis. It's impossible to get rid of all of the null usages in code, especially with third-party libraries and so on. That's not the goal of this, but you want to build a safety net for dealing with null. Have your developers and yourself know that some things can be null, some things are almost guaranteed or fully guaranteed to never be null, because it actually helps them in writing code, and you're reducing the chance of unexpected null reference exceptions. If there's an unexpected one, that's fine, but at least with annotations, you will know when to expect a potential null reference exception if you are building your codes. So in terms of techniques, always enable nullable reference types for new projects, start at the center and work outwards, annotate, redesign if needed, suppressions are temporary, and don't be afraid of null. Right, a couple of tools that can help, and that's going to be the last section, I promise. I can keep talking, but I promise. One very useful tool in Visual Studio, in Rider and ReSharper is value tracking. In here, I was going through my property country, seeing where this was set and so on. I can actually inspect value origin and see where my country is being set, and I can see the entire call stack there with all of the usages. So that's a very helpful tool to figure out, okay, how is this country being written to and who is setting it and where is this being used in my entire code base. So very, very helpful one. If you have JetBrains annotations and you're using the JetBrains IDEs, you can say, okay, use type annotation syntax after you do an Alt-Enter. That's quite helpful to convert to compiler annotations if you want to do that. There's an automatic migration in the IDEs as well, where you can migrate to nullable enable for a project, for a file, for a solution, and so on. It works quite well because it just runs the flow analysis, and then based on that, we'll see, do I need to annotate or not? It's not a silver bullet. It's not going to do everything right for your entire solution, but it will get you quite far along the way by just doing this and following the truth of your code base, basically. If you look at your code, you will also find that there's very often places where you can infer from existing null checks what the annotation should be. So if you look at this code where we are reading a column from a CSV file, you will see that the column name is currently annotated as being non-nullable. But is that actually true? Should we annotate this or not? Apparently, first line we have in that method, we are checking column name for null. If it is null, we return a default value. If it's not null, we work with mappings, with data, and so on. So ideally, here we want to annotate because apparently the code was written to support both a null value and a non-null value. Of course, you want to analyze the use, the usage of this read column method, whether you're actually passing in a null value or not, because it can simplify your code. But at least based on this, we can see whether for this case we need to annotate or not. Third-party libraries, a lot of them are annotated, fantastic. However, many are not. So ideally, you want to assume null everywhere. Now, I know you will get depressed doing that because that might be a lot of cases. You can actually use pessimistic analysis in ReSharper and Rider to find all of those cases. I will say enable it and weep, because this will give you a lot of places where you will have to add a null check, but it can actually help you find places where you didn't even consider adding a null check. So if you're really serious about this, try pessimistic analysis. Probably don't want to keep it on continuously, but it's a good way to find out those cases where you might want to annotate. Two more things I want to talk about. One is JSON. How do you go about this warning? Where you have JSON, where you are consuming and writing JSON and so on, what do you do with this one? We have a non-nullable property, name. We expect name, but we're not setting a value because we're always using a JSON deserializer to populate this object. What can you do? Well, several options. One is to mark it as nullable, but that means you lose all of the nullability information, and that's in every call site in your code, you will have to do a null check for that name property that is there. You can lie to the compiler and just say, okay, name is initialized with null, exclamation mark, basically say, okay, compiler, treat this as non-null, even if it is. It's an anti-pattern because if you do something outside of your JSON serializer with this object, you might run into unexpected null reference exceptions accessing that name property. Another option is adding a default where you say, okay, the name is unknown. That's a good alternative, up to you. You can also go all in with annotations and say, okay, I want to allow setting null and then have that default value and so on. I would say if this is something you like building, go for it, but it's also cumbersome and it's not really adding a lot of value. One way to go about this that I can recommend, and that is my personal favorite, is adding the required keyword there and just say, okay, the name is always going to be there. I require this to be there. However, if you're reading from JSON, that data that you're reading might still be null. So if you're using system.net.text.json, you have an interface called iJSON on deserialized, where you can actually check for null when reading that JSON. Or you want to use a mapping type of approach where you don't pollute your domain model in your application with inputs that might contain null values and so on. So a couple of options there. Last thing I want to cover is entity framework. I will just leave you with a warning there. The idea of nullable reference types is that it should never, ever, ever affect the outcome of what a certain library is doing and so on. Entity Framework core team, unfortunately, did look at this, and they are actually updating your database schema based on nullable reference types. So if all of a sudden you say a person.name can be null or cannot be null, your schema is going to change as well, which might be unexpected. So if you have Entity Framework core, definitely look at it. Make sure that you are a little bit more careful. It's actually quite useful and it makes sense. So I understand why the Entity Framework core team did it, but it might be a surprise if you do bulk conversions to nullable reference types. So in summary, lots of tools available. Value tracking is super helpful. Converting JetBrains annotations to C# nullable annotations as well. There's automatic migrations tools. If you read your code, you can actually very often figure out, okay, do I need a null or a question mark to annotate this type or not? And third-party libraries, well, be careful with JSON, consider mapping. And if you're using Entity Framework core, also consider double checking that there's no schema changes that you did not expect. So in summary, nullable reference types give you design time and compile time safety in .NET, not at runtime. Nullable annotation context can give you a specific level of help. I would just say enable it always so you get all of the help. You can add multiple annotations to communicate the intent with the compiler. Null is fine if you know where, so don't fear null. It's actually quite good. The null forgiving operator is an anti-pattern. Keep that especially in mind. And there's lots of tools and techniques to migrate, like start from the center, look at value origin, for example, to figure out how to convert something or where something is set to potentially null. With that, thank you. If you want to read more, if you want to find out how to do this, I actually have a written version of this talk available as well. So feel free to explore. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Yeah, hey Maarten, that was a fantastic talk. Thank you. It's surprising how there's such a sort of long tail on this topic. Really, you kind of, it's like yeah, C# nullable. I know C# nullable. And it's like, oh yeah, hang on, you've got so much legacy code sitting around that migrating it can be painful. So it's and the entity framework. That warning about entity framework, I didn't know that one. That's a nasty gotcha, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely a gotcha, yeah. Mm. And it depends if it's the dev team maintaining the database, then that's usually going to slip through the cracks. But if you have a DBA who will get angry and yell at you because you are making schema changes, that might not be something you want to have.
They like to yell. Yeah.
It's part of the job description for a DBA. It's like, can you yell at people? It's like,
right.
That's mean, and I take it back. I love DBAs. They're lovely people.
Yes, but that's still true. Anyway.
You're going to get in trouble, Rachel.
Like that ship has sailed years ago.
This is really clickbait. Someone is going to put this on social media and say, hey, come look at this JetBrains stream because they're talking about DBAs in bad.
They're trashing DBAs over there.
Well, okay, let's try our best and let's pull it back on course then, shall we?
So that long tail. So before C#8, we didn't have this nullable reference types. It's almost like there's this big history of nulls causing a problem and maybe costing a lot of money and expense. Anything you have to elaborate on that?
I mean, very often those code bases have been around for a long time already and have been tested. All of the null reference cases have been ran into, and there is already defensive measures in doing null checks and so on. So it might be that an older code base is actually perfectly fine without nullable reference types. However, you still want to annotate at some point because it can help new developers on the team, yourself, 5 years from now as well, to figure out, okay, is this some place where in this new code that I'm writing, I can expect a null value or not? Should I add a null check or not?
Yeah, and wasn't there a quote from somebody about nullables costing like $1 billion. I forget exactly
The $1 billion
what the quote
mistake,
was.
yeah.
Yeah, the
Billion-dollar
mistake.
mistake.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think there's languages where null isn't as prevalent as in C#, for example. I think in C#, in the paradigm that C# covers, it's fine to have null, even though some people swear by value objects or null objects where you return something like that location info dot unknown or something like that. But I think in C# it's fine as long as you realize that you actually want to build a safety net and communicate with your fellow developers with the compiler. That something is potentially null.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about other languages, because I know funnily enough, you're familiar with Kotlin, which has got null safety sort of built in a very similar style in a way. You know, you can have nullable reference types and non-nullable reference types. But you've got something like the val keyword instead of the var. What do you kind of, how do you see the two of them together? Do you see any differences between the two, really?
They are very similar in a way, at least in terms of how you use the tools in the language and so on. I think with all of the new keywords like required, like the fact that you can have init properties, for example, where you say, okay, this thing is going to be read-only, so if it's non-null, you can never change this thing to being null and so on. I think C# added a lot of things that Kotlin, for example, is also providing there, albeit Kotlin is a little bit more concise to define all of those. But it's actually good to see all of those things come around because like you saw, if you have a property where you say, okay, this property is returning null exclamation mark, you're actually lying to the compiler. If you want to do that in Kotlin, I think last time I tried it, it is possible, but it's very, very cumbersome. And I think that's a good thing because it actually forces you to think about nullability. Whereas in C#, it is all too easy to basically lie to the compiler and trick your fellow developers.
Which is never a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I was thinking about this when you were talking about var and how var is always nullable, and it's like, oh yeah, but Kotlin's got the val keyword, which is kind of nice. Why is var always nullable?
Because so if you declare, for example, a string where you say, okay, I have a non-nullable string, you're actually telling the compiler that every usage of that string is, or whenever you assign a value to that string or read from that string or whatever, you're actually telling the compiler this is non-nullable, period, non-negotiable. However, with var, because the compiler is supposed to infer whether something is going to be nullable or non-nullable, the fact that that var can be null or not is going to depend on the flow analysis. So it's going to look at the entire flow of how you're building your code and so on. So it is good to consider var as always being potentially nullable, because based on how you are using that variable, it might be that you're putting null in there or making a null reference there.
Yeah, because you can always reassign var.
Yeah, exactly. You can reassign a var. If you reassign that explicitly declared string that is non-nullable, you are going to get a warning where the compiler yells at you and says, hey, you said this was never going to be null, and now you're assigning a null value to this. That's not how it's supposed to work. If you do that with var, compiler is going to be happy, flow analysis is going to be happy, just the flow changes.
I'm glad you brought up that the null forgiving operator is an anti-pattern. I see people liberally sprinkling this through their code, or you get the folks who are like, all right, we want to like update and use modern features and enable nullable. And then they go, wow, I got 7,462 warnings. Let's just question mark everywhere.
Yeah.
You didn't have to upgrade. You didn't have to use that feature. There are nice ways to mitigate it, as you explained here. So
yeah, exactly. And I would also say if you're migrating and you have 7,000 or 19,000 or 900,000 warnings, just stop it and do it file by file. Yeah. You won't survive tackling all of them in one go.
Right.
Mm-hmm. We did have a comment on the chat really asking about that. Instead of adding null directive gradually, it's why not just put it across the whole file and make everything nullable ? Is and then trying to fix it up. Is that an optional strategy? It feels a little.
It is an optional strategy. It is indeed painful, I would say, because you actually have to update all of those things. You can probably automate a little bit of that, and that's going to work. Yeah, It's an approach. Let's leave it at that.
Okay, that's something you'd recommend then, I guess.
I mean, I'm not against it, but I also think there's not a lot of value versus just doing it gradually and keeping it as is.
Do you think nullability is viral like the way async await is? So if you make a change in one file to make it nullable ready, is it as viral and intrusive as async await can be?
In a way, yes. So if you have in that location info example, for example, or if you have a person.name and you make all of a sudden the name becomes nullable explicitly by annotating it, that means that every usage of that name is going to all of a sudden require a null check because you said, okay, this thing can be null. So you will need a null check at all of those call sites. But potentially, if you have a class that uses that and then exposes another property that is derived from the name and so on, that's also going to be viral, and you will need null checks for that thing as well. So it is viral in a way, yes.
Okay. And I guess a follow-on from that one is how effective is it to be able to migrate part of a project? So if some of your project is nullable aware and some of it is not nullable, how do you know and how can you rely on what the compiler is telling you?
I think a lot of that boils down to how stable is the project. Like if you have a very high velocity project where lots of things change all the time, then trusting the nullability is going to be hard if you only have like 10% of your nullability in your code base covered. However, if you have a very slow moving project and you know, okay, we're building this new module, this new feature, and we're just going to annotate everything there and add proper null checks for everything that is older that we are consuming, then you can rely on the fact that everything in that new namespace or everything in that new module, for example, is going to be annotated and more trustworthy.
Yeah, I like the Boy Scout rule you mentioned. Whenever you make a change in one file, it's like quickly just change it into be nullable aware.
Yeah,
and you can actually start migrating that way.
Exactly.
Yeah. So a lot of this is centered on compiler and while we're coding. But what about your advice for null checks for runtime safety?
It depends. If you are in full control of your code, you do input validation, all of those things, then in theory, you have considered, okay, this thing will never be null, this thing can be null, and then based on the annotations, you can determine whether you need a null check or not. But that is if you are in full control of your code and nobody else is consuming your codes. If you're a library author, for example, and you want to make sure that people consuming your codes are actually getting good annotations so they get help while writing the codes, annotate all the way, but also make sure that you still do null checks when someone is using F#, for example, or someone is ignoring null checks and just goes like, yep, 20,000 warnings, I'll declare bankruptcy, I'll not care and just pass a null into this method. At that point, your library is still going to want to do a null check and make sure that the input passed in there is never going to be null.
Yeah, fair enough. I think we'll wrap it up there. Then we've got one last question, though, from a caller called Matthias. He wants to know if you're going to be able to share your .memory demos with him next week at Azure Dev Summit.
I will do this. Perfect.
Oh, yes. See you next week, Maarten.
Honestly.
See you next week. Yep.
Thank you very much for your session, Maarten. It's very interesting. It's always a great technical session there. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
No worries. And I think we're going to be saying goodbye to Rachel now and introducing our next host as well. So thank you very much, Rachel, for everything this morning. And we will see you soon. And here's Sasha. Hello, Sasha.
Hi, Sasha.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm Sasha of the .NET marketing team. It was really nice to see Maarten, if only on the screen. Miss you.
I should have got you on
Maarten,
before he left.
Yeah. And I enjoyed his calming, soothing refrain of not being afraid of nullability. Really helps with my phobia of nullability. Very, very centering. Very soothing.
This is good. Yes, do not fear the null. Embrace the null.
Embrace the null. Yeah.
That sounds slightly bleak, actually. I might. Anyway, perhaps we should bring our next speaker and move on.
Indeed. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Poornima Nayar, who will talk to us about choosing the right messaging solution for your architecture.
Hello.
Hi, Poornima. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Nice to see you. I was privy to the backstage conversations happening with Sasha and Matt, and I must say, while I was waiting to be brought into the stage, I was enjoying the conversation with Maarten. In that 10-15 minutes, I feel that I've taken away something substantial for myself as learning.
Yes, we do.
That's nice.
It's no fun unless you can tease Maarten. It's 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 the way we go, the way it goes. So are you ready for your session today then, Poornima?
Yes, absolutely.
All good to get going. Fantastic. We're looking forward to hearing about all about messaging then.
Okay.
And so if you're comfortable and happy, then away you go.
Cool. There. Should we start then? Okay, I'm going to take the stage and continue with my presentation. So welcome everyone to all the viewers, listeners who are currently listening to me. It's great to be here. So thank you, JetBrains team for having me as a speaker today. So imagine you're starting a project which you have identified as a high throughput, high performance system. You have identified that messaging shines in such a kind of architecture, and that such a project which requires high throughput and high performance. And you have identified that messaging as an architecture really shines through in such cases. And you are convinced after much research that this is the architecture that you want to follow and use in your project. And one of the first things that you have to arrive upon as a decision is the message broker or the message queue that you're going to use. You might have a set of functional as well as non-functional requirements for your project. So there might be certain features that are perfect from, say, a broker, say SQS, or something which is even better in Azure Service Bus, for example. So when you have such a situation, what is the best way to go ahead? Can we establish some baseline to think about all this? So what are the tools that you can look into? What are the things that you might learn? What your conclusions might be? And what are the questions that you can ask yourself? These are the things I will try to touch upon in my session today. Introducing myself, I am Poornima Nayar. I'm one of the engineers and solutions architect at Particular Software, where we build N-Service Bus and the entire platform around N-Service Bus. I'm talking to you from Berkshire in United Kingdom. Non-work me, I'm a mother. My daughter turns 11 next month. Blimey, time flies. I read a lot. I'm also a student of Carnatic music vocals, which I've been training for over 7 years now. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, X, or Blue Sky, where I am available as Poornima Nayar. So that is all about me. And I do have some code samples in my slides today, but all of that is also available as a GitHub repo, which I will share with you at the end of my session as resources. So this is a great picture, right? It's yummy, cloudy Lamingtons. And this is a picture I took myself when I was in Melbourne earlier this year, Australia. So I don't know where my viewers are tuned in from today, but we have a very grey day, very typical for this time of the year in Britain. I have my cup of coffee with me and I would love a cake, but I cannot be eating a cake and then presenting as well at the same time. So go ahead, have your coffees and cake. But if you don't, no worries, because I have 3 options that I will be talking to you about today, which is Azure Service Bus and Amazon SQS, both in the cloud. And if you are in search of something more on-premise as a message broker, we'll also touch upon RabbitMQ. So what is the path I'm taking today? Every September we have iPhones coming out, but even when a new version of the iPhone comes out, there are variants, right? It's all iPhones, but still they have different feature sets. Some things excel in some variant and some things not so much. So similar to that, within message brokers, they all have a set of similar patterns like send, receive, publish, subscribe, dead letter queues or DLQs, message ordering, delivery guarantees. So we will touch upon all of these and also try to understand some of the things that you might need to watch out for, things that might be different from, say, Azure Service Bus and SQS. So I will highlight those points as I go along. And I will also try to highlight some of the standout features, which I think you must and should know about. At the end of the session, I hope you have a set of keywords as well to take away so that you can continue with your research should you investigate further. So we'll start with Amazon Simple Queue Service, AWS SQS, which is a simple and reliable, fully managed queue, which requires minimal maintenance in the sense that you provision the instance of SQS in the cloud, and from there on, managing the infrastructure itself, that will be done by AWS for you. It helps with auto scaling. For example, the queue size itself in SQS is not limited. The queue is nearly unlimited in size. That's one. Secondly, if you have SQS talking to your Elastic instances, the Elastic instances itself can scale automatically based upon the message, the size of the queue itself. So depending upon the number of messages in the queue, the Elastic instances can scale out as well. But you cannot take SQS out of AWS. So consider this if you are an AWS house or if you have substantial investment in AWS as an organization. Being a cloud offering, it has integrations with a number of other AWS offerings. The one I would like to really highlight is AWS Lambda, using which you can achieve serverless distributed applications in the AWS cloud. So that's something to watch out for. More details about SQS, the message size itself in SQS can be up to 1 megabyte, but you can store unlimited amount of messages in the queue. If you want messages larger than 1 megabyte, you should bring in Amazon S3 buckets for larger message sizes. You can also batch messages while sending, receiving, or deleting. And the batch size itself should be not more than 1 megabyte. And there's also a limit on the number of messages that can be a single batch. That is, the number is 10. Of course, this is a cloud offering and that comes with a cost. But with SQS, the first 1 million requests a month is free. This might sound like a lot, but in reality, it is not, because every SQS action is a request. So you send, receive, delete, all of that is a request. And each 64 kilobyte chunk of data or payload is one request. So if you are looking at 1 megabyte of message, it is 16 requests to say, read it. So that totals up to like under 70,000 messages and that's taking up a lot of that 1 million requests as well. So each, I think after the first million requests a month, every million gets charged after that. But in generally, if you have a very high throughput system, the cost can increase substantially with SQS. The feature that I want to really highlight with SQS is standard queues. This is the core feature I want to highlight today, because SQS, unlike Azure Service Bus or RabbitMQ, it's not a broker. It is a queuing service. It's queuing, and it does what it is good at. It is a screwdriver, and it does the work of a screwdriver pretty well. That is how I can think about SQS when I think about SQS. So with SQS, you have very high, nearly unlimited number of API calls. The nearly unlimited gives me the vibes of nearly headless Nick, if you're into Harry Potter. But if I'm to give you numbers, you can have up to 120,000 in-flight messages. So the in-flight messages means they have been received, but they have not been processed and deleted. So they could still be in the process of getting processed before it is deleted. So it's a very high number of messages that can be on the fly, in flight at any point of time. With SQS, you have the concept of distributed queues, where each copy of a message is stored across AWS availability zones to increase durability and redundancies. And with SQS standard queues, you have best effort at ordered message delivery. The order in which the messages get into the queue need not be the order at which it gets delivered to the receivers. And SQS focuses on at least once delivery guarantee. So your messages could be delivered more than once, which means that on your receiver or the processing side, you need to ensure that whatever you do is idempotent. So you need to have idempotent receivers on your application. We'll first talk about the send and receive pattern with SQS. This is the basis of point-to-point communication. There is a sender which sends messages into the queue, and then receivers gets the messages from the queue, processes it, and moves on to the next message. There could be multiple senders sending the message, and there could be multiple receivers reading from the same queue itself, but there is inbuilt mechanism in SQS to make sure that at any given point of time, it is only a given consumer or processor that processes a given message. So that is built in, more on that later. So how does send and receive look like with SQS? We start off with an Amazon SQS client, which requires an access key and a secret and the region ID, all of which can be available from the portal for you when you set up or provision your instance. And then using the SQS client, I can use the send message async API to send the message. So it requires a queue URL and the message body. In my case, it is a serialized record that I'm using. It can be string. It can be string in plain text as well. But in real world scenarios, it is most likely to be a serialized object. On the receiving side, it is a pull operation, a long-lived pull operation that gets the messages from the queue. We start off with the SQS client and a receive message request. And using the SQS client, you can receive the messages and process them, which I'm doing in the for loop in line 10 here. So the response could contain more than one message if you are batching the messages as well. And I can loop through each of them, process it. And the final action to take is an explicit delete command back to SQS. This informs the SQS server that, hey, I have processed the message. Now go ahead and delete it. Otherwise, the message will go back, become available in the queue, ready to be received again. So that is something that you need to watch out for. And with delete API, you also need a receipt handle. So this is like a unique ID or a hash, which is associated with the receive operation of the message. So with the receive operation, so you get the message and you use the receipt handle of that receive operation to go back and delete the message from the queue. You can also have message metadata as a part of sending message. So you can have structured metadata added to your message itself, and they are available as message attributes. So if you look at line 24 here, I'm adding a set of message attributes here. The message attributes also contribute to the size of the message. It's not typically like headers. You can think of it like headers, but this contributes to the size of the message itself. So you need to be mindful of that. I think there's an upper limit on the number of message attributes as well. It's limited to 10. So be careful on how you use it. One of the use cases that I have seen it being used is you receive the message and then check the message metadata, message attributes to see which handler can then handle this message for me. But be mindful of when you do that, because you are building something that is already available out there, for example, like Mediator. On the receiving side, there is a gotcha when it comes to message attributes. I lost an hour of my time thinking and wondering what is going on. The gotcha is this: you have to make sure that you explicitly specify what message attributes you want to receive. It can be all, in which I get all the attributes, or you can go for a wildcard pattern or specific message attributes to pick and choose what message attributes you want to receive. So that's one gotcha that you need to watch out for. But once that is received, I can use the message attributes in my processing if needed. So we spoke briefly about how a given consumer only can process a given message at any given point of time. That mechanism is called visibility timeout. It is available in both Azure Service Bus as well as RabbitMQ with a slightly different name, but this is kind of a repeatable pattern. So this is the duration for which a message stays hidden from other consumers after being received. The minute it has been received, a message has been received by a consumer, it is locked and invisible to other consumers. So thereby preventing the chance that it could be consumed by other consumers at any given point of time. And it is expected that even if you are processing a single message or a batch of messages, it should all be processed and deleted within that visibility timeout period. And this is also a mechanism to ensure that you do not have unhealthy receivers. And if you have unhealthy receivers, say that something has just crashed or something is unhealthy, that it is just taking ages to continue processing a message, the message doesn't get locked by receiver forever. It goes back into the queue so that a healthier receiver can then receive it and process it. So a visibility timeout can be specified at the queue level when you provision your queues, or with a receive message request itself. The default is 30 seconds and you can go up to 12 hours. So in this case, I've set the visibility timeout to 40. You can also change the visibility, message visibility during like a heartbeat mechanism during processing. But even when you do that, you cannot take it up to more than 12 hours. And this could be something that is useful if you have a message that is taking long to process legitimately. And there's something that you need to bear in mind with visibility timeout, because visibility timeout, if it is too long, it can cause a delay in retries. So the message will be like locked by the receiver. And if you have a short visibility timeout, the message can end up being processed, and partway it goes back, and then that loop repeats over and over again till the message dead letters. So this can have impact on the throughput of the system. So make sure you adjust the visibility timeout based on the actual time it takes to process a message. Another feature that I would highlight with long polling and short polling, which has impact on the cost as well, is this feature, long polling and short polling in SQS. With short polling, you have immediate response after sampling a subset of servers. So we spoke about the distributed queues and messages spread across AWS availability zones. So with short polling, only a subset of those servers are being sampled. So which means that you can have empty response or even a false empty response if the server sampled do not have a message, but there was a message sitting in another server which was not sampled at this point of time. This means you can have a much more responsive application, but if you have a server that still holds a message and you have a false empty response, that message will come to you at some point. But because you are reading or trying to poll the servers and get a message out, this could impact the cost which you have with SQS. With long polling, it queries all the servers, it samples all the servers and responds only when you have at least one message available. This means you have lesser responsive application, but you can reduce the empty responses as well as false empty responses and thereby reduce cost. So something for you to think about. Dead letter queues. This is another repeatable pattern that you see across Azure Service Bus and RabbitMQ. But even though the concept of dead letter queue is queues for messages that cannot be processed, the three brokers work in three different ways. The concept is similar, but there are differences, and you will understand the differences as we go through. With SQS, there's only one way that you can dead letter a message, that is exceeding maximum receive count. This is an attribute associated with a message. Every time a message is received by a receiver, not processed, the receive operation, there is an attribute called receive count, which goes up by 1 every time that is received. At some point, that count keeps increasing, and the maximum receive count that you specify on the queue could be exceeded, and such message will then end up in DLQ. But DLQs and SQS are not created by default. You have to create them, you have to provision them, and it needs to be managed separately from the source or the actual application queue itself. So this part is something that I'm not quite convinced about myself. So you set up a queue and say that, hey, this source queue, that is my standard queue, which I've highlighted here, uses this queue as the DLQ. And then I go to the source queue, that is my standard queue, and say that the DLQ, my standard queue, which I have specified and set up as a DLQ, is the DLQ for this queue. And I need to have the maximum receives of 5. So every time a message has hit that maximum receive count of 5 or over, it DLQs. So it needs to exceed 5. The 6th time it tries to be received, it DLQs. And once this is all set up and tied up, then you can start redriving your message to your source queue or to a custom destination. This also adds to the cost because you're trying to read and receive and delete from your DLQs. So as I said earlier, the maximum receive count is the only way you can dead letter a message in SQS. You cannot have a receiver that says, I cannot process this message, I want to dead letter it. That feature is not available. So it expects you to do the work. So make sure that you adjust that maximum receive count based on this as well, because this is also adding to your cost. And once you have your messages redriven from DL queue to the source queue, messages are mixed and the queue order is all out of place. And one thing to remember is that if you have messages that are expired, they are permanently deleted. They are not DL queued in SQS. There's also the concept of first in, first out queues in SQS. This is for FIFO message delivery. So the order in which the messages are queued in the queue, that will be the order at which they are delivered as well as processed. This queue is for exactly once delivery. Each message is delivered exactly once. And there is message deduplication using a deduplication ID, or even content-based deduplication that you can enable in your instance. Here, the message delivery order and the processing order is maintained. Even if you have a retry, that does not disrupt the order of messages being processed. So if you have a group of related messages to be processed, that is one case you can use FIFO. But this is at the queue level itself. But again, understand that sticking to something like order delivery and order processing can impact the throughput of your system. So try to understand whether your business actually requires ordered message processing, because real world business processes are always adaptable. Things can go out of order and business runs smooth. So try to catch those edge cases. See if you can use patterns like orchestration and choreography, for example, sagas, to actually put something as a stopgap or to catch those edge case scenarios and stay out of ordered processing. Talking about another well-known pattern behind event-driven architectures, publish, subscribe. The good news is that SQS does not have native pub/sub. For this, you need to bring in what is known as the AWS Simple Notification Service. With SNS in place, you have a service or a producer that publishes to what are known as SNS topics, and the SNS topic fans out to subscribers. Here, our subscribers are SQS queues, which you need to provision and then bring in and subscribe to the SNS topic, at which point all the messages that are published into the SNS topic will be available to all the subscribers, that is your SQS queues. So once you bring in your SQS queues after provisioning them and subscribe to the topic, the reading of data, the information from SQS queues, it's the same as what I discussed with standard queues or even FIFO queues. I'm not touching on FIFO queues because ordered processing is a completely different ball game, and it's for another day. But yes, everything that we spoke about queues matters once you hit this point onwards. So with SNS, the message size is up to 256 kilobyte. Again, batch size of 10 with batch size itself not exceeding 256 kilobyte. This itself is a gotcha. So if you want to bring in SQS and SNS together, SQS has 1 megabyte as the message size. This is still at 256 kilobytes. So you will want to use 256 kilobyte if you want to use event-driven architectures with SQS and SNS in place. So what are the steps involved in code? You start with an SNS client, and using a publish request, you specify the topic ARN, which is the topic ID, and the message you want to publish, and you can publish that using the SNS client. So it is very discrete APIs here, one for sending and one for publishing. So that's something to highlight here. The second step would be to provision your queue and subscribe that to your topic. So that is done using the subscribe request here. So if you look at line 10, I have an endpoint here. The endpoint is nothing but my queue, which I'm trying to subscribe to my SNS topic. And in line 13, I have the subscribe async API using which I am subscribing to the topic. So the queue is now subscribed to the topic. And once this is done, I can start receiving messages, looping through them, processing, and deleting them, just like we discussed before. One thing that you might want to watch out for with SNS and SQS coming together is the row message delivery. So if you don't have row message delivery enabled, your actual message would be deep inside a SNS payload. It would be wrapped inside an SNS payload. If you don't want this, then you might want to turn on the row message delivery. And the biggest gotcha of it all, you need to make sure that SNS has permissions explicitly granted to publish to the SQS queue. So the permissions need to be tied up. Otherwise, you'll be like me, wasting an hour behind this again. So this is one of the biggest gotchas with SQS and SNS working together. So where can you use SQS? What would be the good use cases for SQS? If you have low maintenance queuing, if you want high availability and massive scalability, if you like the SQS SNS loose coupling model and you're okay to work with it, if you have native AWS integration already, if you're a AWS house primarily, all these are good go-to signs for using SQS. And if you need fine-grained routing or custom protocols, all of which needs a much more advanced broker, maybe SQS is not suited for it. Do not try to reuse the attributes and then have your own routing in place. Go for a proper message broker in such instances. If you want hybrid development or very high throughput, maybe try consider staying away from SQS. And that brings me to Azure Service Bus, which is my favorite broker because it says what it does what it says on the tin. And I am reminded of a Swiss Army knife when I think about Azure Service Bus. It's quite versatile, it's quite powerful, and when I look at the docs, it's quite clear, and I can understand a lot of things pretty quickly as well. Azure Service Bus is a fully managed enterprise message broker. Again, it's a PaaS offering in Azure alone. You cannot take Azure Service Bus outside Azure. I want to highlight some of the integrations with other Azure services here. Just like SQS uses Lambda to achieve serverless applications in the cloud, here we have Azure Functions to achieve serverless applications in the cloud with Azure Service Bus. You also have a good local development experience now with Azure Service Bus Emulator, which is more of a recent addition. I think it came out earlier this year. We also have the community tool Service Bus Explorer if you want to administer messaging entities. Talking about the cost, I just want to put some numbers in front of you. So I've come up with a rough cost that I've calculated, which is standard tier, which is recommended for development usage. It can count to approximately $10 a month, and it's as a shared capacity. While as premium tier, which is what you should consider and you must use for a production workload, it can come up to about $700 per messaging unit per month. And your messaging unit is your dedicated capacity. And from some of the talks that I've seen about Azure Service Bus, I understand that the standard tier uses SQL Azure for persistence, premium tier uses something else. I don't know what that something else, but hey, that's some key information I thought it's good to share. Message sizes, standard tier permits messages up to 256 kilobyte, and in the premium tier, you can go up to 100 megabyte. But the queue itself is limited in size. It can be up to 5 gigabyte, after which message rejections can happen. With Azure Service Bus, of course, you can have batching in place. There is no upper limit on the number of messages in the batch, but batch sizes in standard tier is 256 kilobyte and premium tier is 1 megabyte. We spoke about the queue size being 5 gigabyte, but you can increase that to up to 80 gigabyte if you use partitioning. But be mindful of the cost that comes with partitioning. Although it can improve the message throughput and availability and resiliency, it can substantially increase the cost that you have with Azure Service Bus. Again, this is quite a deep dive topic, which I don't want to cover today, but I want to leave you with the keywords in case you want to go and research about it. There's a very good article about partitioning in the documentation. Make sure you research well about it. Send and receive, the pattern itself is not as different as it is from SQS, but the thing I want to highlight here is the two different modes that you have with Azure Service Bus. The first mode is receive and delete mode, which is a destructive read mode, where you have messages that are marked as consumed and then sent to the consumer. And this focuses on at most once delivery, because the messages are already marked as yes, it's been processed and consumed, and then sent to the consumer. So each message is delivered only maximum once. So use this if you can actually cope up with the message loss. For example, after sending the message, between the send and then it being received by the receiver, something could happen, something could go wrong, and then that message is lost. Midway processing of the message, the processor could crash. So again, the message is lost. So if you are okay with messages being lost, if it is a system that can tolerate message loss, then you can use this mode. But otherwise, peak lock mode or the non-destructive read is actually recommended. Here, the message is locked and sent to the consumer. The consumer must process and issue a complete command to the broker within what is known as the peak lock timeout, which is the parallel concept of visibility timeout in SQS. This mode focuses on at least once delivery, which means that each message can be delivered more than once. So again, think of idempotent receivers. So how does send and receive look like in peak lock mode? You start with what is known as a service bus sender. And then using the send message async API, I send a message, which is a service bus message, which can contain a serialized object as well. And on the receiving side, messages are pushed to the receivers from the broker. So I start off with creating a service bus processor, which has handlers to process message as well as to process any errors. And once I'm inside the message handler, once the message has been received, you can run a handler to process the message and issue the complete command that is in line 29 to notify the broker that this message is completed processing. You can delete that off from the queue. So this is a push mechanism when it comes to messages getting to the receiver, while as with SQS is a long-lived pull mechanism. You can also have metadata added to the message, and it follows a concept called application properties in Azure Service Bus. Of course, it adds to the size of the message, but it does not require additional processing on the receiver side to get that as a part of your message. It is available to you as a part of your message. You don't need to explicitly specify that you need to receive it. See, for example, I have received the message here and I'm processing it. I don't need to do any extra step or any extra computing to receive those. Publish subscribe is natively supported in Azure Service Bus, and this is one of the reasons it is different from SQS, which is a simple queuing system, whereas this is a more of an advanced pattern which is supported by a broker. So with Azure Service Bus, you can have a sender sending or publishing messages into a topic, and then in comes your subscriptions with subscribers, which can receive the messages published into the topic. The default is a fan out where each subscription gets everything, every message published into the topic, and then you can process it. So each receiver gets a copy. Now, the starking difference here is that with SQS, your subscriptions are basically queues which you have to provision, and then you have to subscribe as well. So it's a two-step process. Whereas in Azure Service Bus, you set up a subscription in your code, and that sets up the virtual queues for you behind the scenes. You don't need to manage those queues explicitly. That's all done for you by the platform itself. However, you need to understand that there is a maximum of 2,000 subscriptions that is permitted for each topic. So if you have larger fan outs, you need to implement order forwarding by configuring second level or third level topics as well. So we spoke about the fan out, which makes sure that each subscription gets a copy of the message. You can also be selective about the messages that you want to receive. This is a pattern that we have in SNS. I did not cover it there, but understand that message topic filters exist in SNS. But this is more of an advanced concept in Azure Service Bus. There's more feature set to it, because what you can do is have subscription rules to have a subset of messages. And in subscription rules, how am I doing for time? Okay. Okay, with subscription rules, you have filters to select messages and actions if you want to further annotate that messages as well. And each subscription, when you go in with a subscription to the topic, it can have multiple rules in place as well. There are 3 different types of filters itself in place. The first one being SQL filters. So you can have a SQL-like expression evaluated against the system property of the messages, or even the user-defined application properties of the message, and select only such messages which match. You have Boolean filters, the true filter or the false filter. The true filter is the default one, which selects all the messages. Then you have the correlation filters, where it is a set of conditions matched against system and user-defined properties. And this is a case-sensitive string comparison. So one difference between topic filters in SNS and Azure Service Bus subscription filters is that with SNS topic filters, you can evaluate filtering and evaluate that against the message body. But with Azure Service Bus, filtering is only based on the message properties, that is the application properties or the system properties. It cannot be evaluated against message body. So if I want to show you all of these concepts in a single go, I have a publisher which publishes to the topic. And in comes my 3 subscriptions. In my first subscription, it is a Boolean filter, which has no actions attached to it. So no annotations. So everything gets pulled in from the topic. In the second subscription, I'm using a SQL filter to filter out messages and only select those messages which has a property called color equals, and the color should be red. In my third subscription, I'm using a correlation filter, and I'm using a filter on the subject of the message. So I'm filtering out and selecting only those messages with the subject blue. And while I do that, I am also showing you a demo of what an action can be to annotate a message. So let's have a look at the code quickly. On the sending side, when I sent my message, it is again a service bus. I am adding a subject called chosen color. Subject is a system defined property of the message here. And the chosen color is a random color that I've chosen from red, blue, and green. I'm also adding that chosen color as an application property for the message. And I am sending that message. So notice here that even if you are publishing to a topic here, the API that I'm using is send. So SQS was send and publish, which was different APIs. Here, sending is also sending to a topic which is publishing with the pub sub pattern. That is also sending in this case. On the receiving side, it is the first subscription that I tried to add. It is the Boolean true filter. Just to show you how you can add it, I am first deleting it and then adding the true rule filter in place. In my second subscription, as I told you, here I'm creating the subscription and then having a rule in place, which is called a red SQL rule. And the filter I am attaching to it is that I want a new SQL rule filter which selects all messages with color red as in the message properties. And the last one, I'm going for a correlation rule, whereby I'm using a correlation rule filter, which says I want to select all messages with the subject blue, and I want to act upon it. I want to annotate it, and by adding another property called action set up. So this adds another property to the message itself. And once the subscriptions are in place, I start receiving the messages according to the rule that I have set up. So in the first case, if the rule name selected is 0, I get all the messages in the receiver. Here, if the receiver selects rule number 1, then I get all messages that are red. And in rule 2, I only get messages that are of subject blue. So this code is in the repo. Try setting up an Azure Service Bus instance in the cloud and try running the code against it. You would be able to see how messages are selectively pulled into the subscription as a part of this rule. So correlation filter is better to use over SQL filters because it's more efficient at processing and has less impact on throughput. With dead letter queues, the first difference to understand here is that DL queues are created automatically and it doesn't need separate management from the source queue itself. And the DL queue for any queue can be accessed at /dead letter queue. So if you have a Azure Service Bus instance or a system with 100 different queues, then you will have 100 different DL queues in place as well, which can be quite a nightmare to manage as well. So think about that when you design your system. So how can messages hit dead letter queues in Azure Service Bus? So if it exceeds maximum delivery count, so just like we have receive count and max receive count in SQS, we have delivery count and max delivery count. Every time the delivery count exceeds the max delivery count for a message, the message is automatically dead lettered. If you have an expired message, you can dead letter it. It is something that you need to enable on a queue level. If you have errors in processing subscription rule, then a message can dead letter. If you have auto forwarding scenario with chaining topics for large fan outs, make sure that the message does not go over 4 hops. If it goes over the 4 hops, then you have messages that will go into dead letter queues. And the final big thing is that you can also have application level dead lettering. A receiver can say, I do not want to process this message. So, hey, we can have some lazy receivers or even clever receivers from the perspective that you think about. If a receiver can kind of understand that the message is corrupt, yeah, it can totally dead letter it rather than going through that work a number of times. So some overlap with the SQS P4Q is what is known as message sessions in Azure Service Bus. Sometimes you might want to make sure that you have a set of related messages that needs to be processed in that correct order. That is where message sessions come in. So with SQS P4Qs, that is something at the queue level itself, but this is something that the application can control to a certain instance because the ordered processing is only at the session level. And what does it mean by that? So in this figure here, I have a sender that keeps publishing or sending messages into the queue. I have 3 different sessions here, A, B, and C. And A is peach colored session, B is green colored session, and C is purple colored session. So these 3 sessions denote 3 ports of messages. And all those messages in that port should be processed in a specific order. So what happens on the receiver side is when the receiver understands that, hey, this is a new port of message, this is a new session, I have not seen this session before, it locks itself to that session and then starts to process the message from that session itself. So all the messages that then come in from the sender related to this specific session will only go into the specific receiver. So in this case, it is receiver A who might get hold of the session A first. So all the messages in session A will go to the receiver A, receiver 1, which processes the session A, and it will be processed in that specific order. Similar thing with session B and session C as well. Now, how does it understand that this is a session that the receiver has not seen before? So that we can understand from the code here. So if you look at the code here, while I'm trying to send a message, I'm also adding something called as a session ID here. This is an application generated unique ID. So if I have a set of messages, say a set of messages pertaining to a specific order ID, the order ID could be that session ID to say that, hey, this is a session ID, everything from here must be processed in order. And on the receiving, okay, one more thing, Azure Service Bus has no clue of understanding when the last message has hit from the session. So it is your duty in the application to make sure that there's some kind of a pointer so that we can have that information at the receiving end that this is the last message of the session. After that, I can release the session. So on the receiving side, while I have received my message, the thing to do is check whether it is the last message in the session based on the application property. And if it is the last message in the session, set the session state to null and release the session. You must also understand that sessions are relatively computationally expensive because this is all about setting virtual queues in the background. So it is quite expensive computationally. Again, understand and see whether you can bring in patterns like Saga for workflows and handle edge case scenarios and do what you need to do if things arrive out of order. So that is about sessions. Azure Service Bus is a transactional broker, which means that you can group two or more operations into an execution scope and make sure that those operations are atomic. They succeed as a whole group or they fail as a whole group. There is no scenario in which I can send one message and then send a second message. And between that, if you have a failure in the broker, then things are out of place and we have a kind of disturbed system which is not consistent enough. And there are various different operations that can be performed in the transaction scope, like send, complete, abandon, letter, defer, and renew lock. Receive is assumed to be under peak log, so it is not a part of things which can be performed, operations which can be performed in transaction scope, and that is why it is not made into the list here. Looking at the code samples, what can we say? So here I have in line 5 and line 11, I am sending 2 different messages into the broker. Now, in between each or after each send operation, if I try to understand the number of messages in the broker queue, I can see that every time I send my message, the queue is incremented by 1 in size. The number of messages increases by 1. So this is a scenario where you don't have transaction enabled. But with transaction scope enabled, if I try to send messages and then try to understand the number of messages after each send operation, you can see that I have also got a screenshot of what the result is like. At each point of this console.writeLines, that is line 7 and line 13, the number of messages in the queue is 0. It is after transaction complete, if I try to get the number of messages in the queue, that is, I can actually see that messages actually committed into the queue. One thing to notice here is that the business data that you have is not included as a part of transaction. For that, you need to consider outbox pattern. So with that in mind, some of the use cases where could Azure Service Bus be a good candidate? If you have enterprise grade cloud native messaging, if you have advanced filtering scenarios, if you are an Azure house, if you need transactionality, if you are into enterprise SLAs, you need that 5 nines or 4 nines and a 5. That is where Azure Service Bus can be a good candidate for your use. But if you have very simple message requirements, or if you have real-time requirements, if you have extreme high throughput needs, again, for hybrid development, Azure Service Bus is not a great candidate for that. And that brings me to the last broker. Let's go through this very quickly because I've got about 15 minutes to me. RabbitMQ. So this is an extremely powerful and versatile tool. Think of Swiss Army knife, which is sledgehammer, as well as a jacksaw on top of it. But hey, when you have that kind of a power with a tool, you need to be careful as well. And that is exactly the advice I would give you if you're looking into RabbitMQ. This is not a system for the faint-hearted, and this is where even I had a huge learning curve to myself, because there's the broker aspect of it, the features of that. And there is RabbitMQ management, which again is a area which needs a lot of investment and research and knowledge before you can get started on a journey with RabbitMQ. So if you're looking at RabbitMQ, make sure that you understand the ins and outs of RabbitMQ management as well, if you are considering RabbitMQ for an on-premise option. RabbitMQ is an open source message broker with commercial offerings available. It supports multiple protocols, AMQP, MQTT, and Storm. So if you have IoT requirements, IoT projects, I've seen RabbitMQ being used there. In fact, my colleague Ramon, he is a firefighter in Netherlands as well. He volunteers to be a firefighter. He has a system which he has built using messaging in his house to make sure that he gets all his alerts on time so that he can be out on his car to the fire station within seconds of receiving the alert. And he explained to me that he uses RabbitMQ and MQTT underneath the hood to help him with his messaging system. It focuses on at least once delivery guarantee, and we have active community support. With RabbitMQ, you can deploy it on premises or even run it in the cloud. And if you want a local development experience, you can run RabbitMQ in Docker, or if you want to host it in Kubernetes, that is also absolutely possible. A word about RabbitMQ management: understand and make sure that you have the sufficient knowledge and skill set in-house if you want to look into RabbitMQ as a broker for your system. So I don't want to talk much more about this, but there's things to understand like clustering to support high availability and distribution of the load. All that needs to be understood and carefully studied before you go down the path with RabbitMQ. RabbitMQ also follows a plugin-based architecture where you can bring in different plugins to extend the core broker functionality. And some of the things that I want to highlight is the RabbitMQ Web UI for management and for monitoring, the Shovel plugin for queue-to-queue message transfer, which can be also used to redrive messages from one queue to another. If you want delayed message support or scheduled message support, that is a feature, that is a native feature in Azure Service Bus as well as SQS. This needs a plugin here. And there are other plugins, not just limited to this, for tracing, authentication, Prometheus, RabbitMQ metrics, and so on. There are many different options, but these stood out to me, so I'm just listing it here. With RabbitMQ, you need to be mindful of the queue size because it is limited by the server disk capacity. So make sure that you have sufficient alerts in place. Otherwise, it can lead to message loss. And while RabbitMQ is all about arbitrary message sizes, please do not go into large messages with RabbitMQ. Bring in a pattern like database and claim check to make sure that you have sufficiently small message sizes, but still you can make use of the large message support using the claim check pattern or the database. With send and receive, again, we have the send and receive, which is sending and receiving, but there are things that I want to highlight here. Again, two different modes, which is very different from the destructive and non-destructive read, which is round robin to begin with. The first mode is round robin, where messages are delivered to the next consumer in sequence. And this is regardless of whether that consumer is ready to process it or not. So the consumer might be quite busy, but that is not taken care of in this instance. RabbitMQ just pushes the message onto the consumer. So messages go sequentially, and it is given out in a kind of distributed, even manner. The other one is fair dispatch, where messages are delivered taking into consideration the consumer's current load. So new messages always go to customers with or consumers with fewer acknowledged messages. So if I have one acknowledged message, for example, I might not receive a message at all for consuming. So this ensures that workers only receive new messages when they are ready to process them. But use this very moderately, considering your requirements, because this can have a throughput impact. Now, how about we look at some code here as well? So we start off with declaring a channel and declaring a queue here. So there are things like durable queue and auto delete queue, which we will touch upon in a minute, but understand that those facilities are here. So channel is like a virtual connection to your broker. So you have applications that establish a single connection and then multiplex channels in a single connection. And once your channel and your queue are in place, I can use the publish async API to actually send a message. So this is, again, certain differences in API, but I think it makes sense, and I will explain to you why. But even with sending, we are actually publishing a message into RabbitMQ. So on the receiving end, this is again a push operation from the broker to the receiver. There is an event handler in place called the received async, which I can use to process the message. The main thing I want to highlight here is the basic ACK, which is an acknowledgement sent back to the broker saying that I have processed the message and I want to make sure that this is taken off your queue. This is all good to go. So similar functionalities, similar patterns that you see here. So this is how a round robin would look like. So I have a couple of messages that are being sent from the processor here. If you can see these two windows here, you can see that the messages are evenly distributed. Doesn't mean it is getting processed kind of evenly. It is just sent evenly. On the fair dispatch mode, that happens on the receiver side. It is a set of settings on the receiver side that controls it. So the big difference is in this line of code, the basic was async, where it sets the prefetch count to 1. So this prefetch count limits the number of unacknowledged deliveries. So when there is when this number of unacknowledged deliveries has reached this prefetch count that has been set here, RabbitMQ stops sending messages to that consumer. So if you ask me, the prefetch count of 1 is pretty conservative, because at this point, till I have processed this message that I'm processing and send back the acknowledgement, I'm not getting any messages as such. So which means that you could have a busy system and then your throughput could suffer. Another thing that I want to highlight here is the way I am trying to simulate that busyness of the receiver is by adding, introducing a delay. So basically, I have a message in the message with a number that I'm sending from the sender. So based upon that number in the message, I'm introducing a task.delay, that many seconds of delay. So if you run this with a Docker instance of RabbitMQ, you can again see this in action. I want to also highlight the basic the auto ACK here. So there is a functionality where you can actually say auto ACK, which is similar to the destructive read in Azure Service Bus, but it is recommended to use the acknowledgement that the code itself, the processor itself gives the broker. So if you want to quickly see the fair dispatch in action, if you look at the window here, you might be able to see that the messages are not evenly distributed. It is distributed on the basis of which consumer is less busy and is more likely to process those messages. So talking about publish subscribe. So here I need to introduce the concept of exchanges and bindings. With RabbitMQ, you never send a message into the queue. You never interact with the queue. We always publish messages into exchanges. And that is why we have the basic publish async API, or not a send API. The send operation there worked because when you do not specify an exchange, the RabbitMQ default exchange kicks in and all the messages gets published into that exchange. So that is the reason why API is published, and it actually makes sense as well. So basically exchanges are your routing table, but having a routing table alone wouldn't do, because we also need routing rules, and that is what is called a binding. And binding establishes the relationship between exchange and queue. So you have exchanges and you have queues and entities, and it is the binding that establishes, yes, this queue is bound to this exchange, and that is where subscriptions comes in. So it is subscriptions, it is publish subscribe, but it is a very different perspective to look at it. And how is routing logic implemented? So it can be based on the type of exchange as well as routing keys. So we'll touch upon the 4 different types of exchanges very briefly. So the first one is fan out exchange, where you bind a queue into your exchange and all such bound queues get a copy of the message. Here I declare an exchange called logs and publish to the exchange. So again, it is publishing. And on the receiving side, I bind my queue to that exchange. Also note that when I declared the exchange here, it is a fan out exchange. That is a very important thing. And the name of the exchange should also be exact when you try and bind your exchange, bind your queue to the exchange. From there on, it is business as usual. You receive the message and process it and then act back to the broker. You can also have direct exchange if you want to selectively be selective about the messages that you receive into your queues, that is subscriptions. Here you have producers publishing to the exchange, and when they do that publishing, there is something called a routing key attached to the message itself. When queues are bound to the exchange, of course they need to specify which exchange they are binding to, but they also want to you also have to specify which routing key they must use to bind to the exchange. And from there on, only those messages which have a match between the routing key and the queues that use that routing key for binding, those would be selected in. So on the sending side, I'm declaring an exchange called direct exchange and then publishing messages into that exchange. Note that there's a routing key in place here, which is a random number chosen between 0 and 3. Sorry, not 0 and 3. It is one of the items from info, warning, and error that I'm selecting from and using as a routing key. On the receiving end, when I bind my queues to the exchange, I am specifying the routing key. So In this case, only messages with the routing key info and warning are selected to the subscription or are available to the receiver for processing. There's also topic exchange, which takes the routing key up a level, because instead of having an exact match on the routing key, you can also have wildcard patterns in place. So you have 2 or 3 words delimited by the period, the full stop, and you can have patterns. So hash is for matching 0 or more words, and star is for substituting for 1 word. So in the first example, if you have hash.error, anything that has .error as the routing key will get selected, and if it is a star.info, it should have something like log1.info or application1.info, that exact 1 word match which would get. So the star will be replaced by exactly by 1 word, and all those messages will be selected in. With headers exchange, messages are selected based on the message header attributes. There's also the concept of dead letter queues, where you can have messages dead lettering if it exceeds the delivery limit. Again, a very similar concept that we have seen in Azure Service Bus and SQS. If you have message expiry, then that goes into dead letter queues. If a consumer rejects the message, that also can dead letter. And if messages get dropped when a queue length is exceeded, then that also can result in a message dead lettering. I also want to touch upon the queue types in RabbitMQ today, because that is one of the key concepts. There are 2 different types of queues in RabbitMQ. One is the classic queues, which was the original queues in RabbitMQ. This has optional replication. It has optional persistence, because it can have in-memory persistence as well as disk persistence. If you don't have disk persistence, what happens is that if the broker restarts, the messages would be lost. But this has high throughput. But what you should consider or what is recommended for production usage is quorum queues. It has built-in replication using the raft consistent algorithm. It is always persistent. It is highly durable. It has maybe slightly lower throughput compared to classic queues. But if you have data safety as a primary concern, please use quorum queues. In fact, that's one of the standout features of RabbitMQ. If you go through the documentation of RabbitMQ, you can understand that data safety that is of very, very prime importance as far as RabbitMQ is concerned. Here's a little comparison of the features of the classic and quorum queues. The most important thing is the poison message handling here. So we saw about how if a message exceeds the delivery count, it can dead letter. That feature is available only in quorum queues, and that's not something the classic queues can do. Again, another feature is the persistence of message. If you're using classic queues, the queue has to be marked persistence. That is where you have the durable queue and auto delete set to false. But the message itself has to be specifically marked persistence in such instances. So if you go into the code, if I highlighted basic properties of persistent being true, I can bring that back on screen after my session. But that is what specifying the per message persistence of the message with classic queues. With quorum queues, messages are always persisted. The other thing I want to highlight here is consumer exclusivity. That is making sure that only a specific consumer consumes from a specific queue, and that will be the only one to consume it. That is available only for classic queues, but when it comes to quorum queues, you can achieve that with single active consumer, which is a concept where you have that single consumer consuming from the queue at any given point of time, but there is a backup in place. With consumer exclusivity, if the connection between the consumer and the broker drops, the consumer has to reconnect. But with single active consumer, it kind of graciously shifts over to the backup consumer that is available in place. It will still be a single consumer consuming it, but there is a graceful transfer of consumption to the other registered consumer. Of course, RabbitMQ has some transactional features in place as well. There is transactions whereby you can support atomic transactions, but it is less performant, but it is highly consistent and is recommended for critical operations. But what RabbitMQ does seem to be recommending is publisher confirms, where the consumer, the producer of the message or the sender of the message can get an acknowledgement from the broker for every message that is sent. It is more performant compared to transactions, but it is lesser, weaker ACK-based consistency. But if you have high throughput apps, then this is a good choice. And when is RabbitMQ a good choice? If you have complex routing requirements, on-premise deployment with full control, support for multiple protocols, if you have open source requirements, real-time applications, if you want multi-cloud portability, all of these are good use cases for RabbitMQ. But if you don't want to manage infrastructure or automatic scaling, or if you have the requirement of 5 nines as an SLA without managing the infrastructure, these are all scenarios in which you should reconsider your option. If your team has no operational experience, again, reconsider the option, because RabbitMQ management is no easy task. Now, I have given you a lot of information today. Can you draw some baseline on it and come up with a set of questions that you can ask yourself, so that if you have a fourth broker that you're looking into, what are the things that you could ask? What patterns do you need to support? What is your average message size? What is your support for complex routing requirements? Are you a AWS house, Azure house, or do you have an operations team? What about your message delivery order, the delivery guarantees? What about transactionality of your data, the high message throughput information, the cloud native support? 2, what is the local development experience that you need? These are all the questions that you can ask yourself to extend this knowledge into a fourth broker, for example. But having said that, you will quickly understand once you get on this path that choosing your message broker is literally a tip of the iceberg. You haven't really started developing your message, and there's still a long way to go. Why do I say that? Because to have a good distributed system in place, which is maintainable, scalable, and offers all the values of messaging architecture like resiliency, fault tolerance, scalability, you need to invest in other patterns as well, like message routing, workflow, transactions, claim check patterns, serialization, to tests that can verify all the edge cases. So for production purposes, always consider using a messaging middleware like an Service Bus or Mass Transit or Brighter or Wolverine or Rebus. So many options out there. Go for one of these options together with the broker of your choice. Let these messaging middlewares handle the nitty-gritty details of all those patterns for you while you focus on adding business value. So that is it from me today. Thank you for having me as a speaker, and thank you for tuning in to listening to this session from me. And this is all the resources from me for the day. So it is, I can put it on chat. So it is bit.ly.messageQcompare. If I can copy this, that is, oh God. Hold on. That is the resources. I can bring it up on screen again. In my resources is like a comparison chart that you will find, and also the GitHub repo, which has all the code examples for the day.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sorry, I'm just pasting that into the YouTube chat, and I pasted the wrong link. So 1 second. I'll paste the link in a second once we finish chatting there. Thank you very much for your session. That was a great in-depth comparison of the different things that are available there.
Thank you.
I particularly liked your description of RabbitMQ, not for the faint of heart. It was what was it? A Swiss hammer with a sledgehammer attached or something.
Yeah, there's so much in RabbitMQ. Like, I just feel that I don't know, like, even the tip of the iceberg when it comes to RabbitMQ. That's so. For example, this is all the notes that I've collated about the message brokers.
Wow.
There's tons. Like, I feel like really tiny when compared to RabbitMQ, because there's this whole concept of the broker features itself, and then there's this whole thing about management, which is like, okay, this is something different. And I haven't even covered the streaming capabilities of RabbitMQ. That's a totally different ball game in itself. So yes, bring it on. Lots more knowledge.
Yeah, there's lots of people in the chat agreeing with you as well about RabbitMQ. But I think lots of people like it as well, so that's a good thing.
Yes,
I
it
was
is
also
open
really.
source. It is actually one of the most popular transports within Service Bus as well. And if you look at libraries like Brighter or Mass Transit, everyone is supporting it because it's a broker that has definitely matured over the years.
It's great. I was also intrigued with your. You say your friend was a firefighter and using RabbitMQ for that. Is that like a home built solution to?
Yes,
I've got
because so I only know like the tip of the iceberg, but I keep telling Ramon, this is a talk. This needs to go out in public as a talk. Come talk about it, because he needs to be out of the door in like seconds. He doesn't have time to waste because it's a fire that he's fighting. So he has got all set of things in place that he gets his alert on his phone, and then there is all sort of messaging in place to make sure that he's out of the door.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And is it something he built himself?
Yes. I can't talk much about it because I don't know too much about it. But he did say that he's using MQTT. He's using that with IoT. Yes.
No, I just agree with you that this is something that should be talked about inside. These kinds of solutions that people can build for themselves are, really, really interesting. Especially if it's just for your own use and not just for something you're building for work. Anyway, we've got a question from chat, which I'd like to ask you. Oh no, I can't find it. Sasha, do you know where it is?
Yeah, I have it right here. Do you think the difference between providers result in vendor lock-in, or can you abstract most differences into swappable adapters?
Yes. So if you use a messaging middleware like in Service Bus or Mass Transit, these messaging middlewares comes with that layer of abstraction. So which means that you can actually replace your broker without having much of a vendor lock-in or a code lock-in as well. So if you go with native SDKs, if you are changing from RabbitMQ to Azure Service Bus, for example, that can involve not only infrastructure change, but a substantial code change as well. And that's not easy. You have too many moving parts, and that's how distributed systems are, right? So if you bring in something like messaging middleware, one of the messaging middleware that I spoke about, it unifies the APIs for you. It's a single API that the developers have to learn and deal with, whereas the underlying infrastructure could be RabbitMQ or Azure Service Bus. So you are reducing the number of moving parts effectively with it.
Yeah, I was wondering while you were discussing the different pieces there, whether the different ways that the different queues work would actually change the approach you'd take to development as well. Not only the SDK, but if you built to one, could you then easily move over to another one, or is it like throw it all away and start again?
No, it wouldn't be throw it all and start all over again for sure. And that is one thing I think even my CEO Udi Dahan speaks about in his ADSD course. Think about ways you can evolve the system without avoiding that big rewrite in place, because if you think about event-driven architectures, that is one of the features. You can go from a monolith and break it chunk by chunk and go ahead. But again, if you think about it from another angle, once you have once you decided to go with Azure Service Bus, that is a considerable investment that you're making upfront to understand the system, the broker itself, making sure that your functional as well as non-functional requirements are on par. There are compromises, and those are meaningful compromises that you're making to achieve the benefits that you want to achieve. So when you think from that angle, it is a substantial investment in itself. And usually people stay on that course for a long period of time. But what I have seen is if you are starting with messaging architecture as a complete beginner on that journey, people tend to start with the SQL as a queuing system. So that's something that I didn't speak about today, but usually what we have seen is that when organizations are not quite sure about messaging as an architecture, they start off with database SQS because SQL or say PostgreSQL could be an offering that they already have. They can start using that. And then they move on to say SQS or RabbitMQ or Azure Service Bus, for instance. That is where you can really make use of one of these messaging libraries. You can have the same set of APIs to play around with. You don't need to make business level changes, code changes, maybe a little bit of config changes and redeploy as opposed to a big rewrite. Does that effectively answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great. Thank you. And just to wrap things up, I think last question then is, you've given us sort of 3 options there. You know, you've dived in 3 there. Which is your favorite? I think we can say which one is your least favorite.
I wouldn't say least favorite. It's just that I see RabbitMQ as a challenge to myself. I want to understand more about it, but that is me personally. I just refuse to bow down to a good challenge. I want to know more about it. So maybe
you want to go down that rabbit hole.
Yes, go down the rabbit hole. Yes.
I'm sorry, I can leave right now. It's terrible.
No, like as of now, Azure Service Bus, because it just does what it says on the tin. For me, it was a lot. For me as a developer, there was documentation and the community support out there to understand the system better. With SQS, I figured out that the .NET support for SQS is not quite out there. I feel Azure AWS SQS is more lean towards Java side than the .NET side. But yeah, Azure Service Bus is my favorite. So when I think about, I try to think about queues and brokers in terms of Marvel, Avengers, those characters as well. So I was thinking, SQS, it's like the Captain America, very solid, does what it says on the tin. Yeah,
and
so
everyone loves Captain America.
Yes, RabbitMQ was Tony Stark. Oh my God, that is a lot of responsibility on a person. It's a lot of power, a lot of responsibility, and
that's a lot of power, and a lot of responsibility. That's a different character entirely. That's
totally. And Azure Service Bus reminds me of the Master of Sorcery, that is Doctor Strange. Well, I might be a little bit biased as well because Doctor Strange, Benedict Cumberbatch, is from UK as well. Great actor. But yes, I am reminded of Doctor Strange.
Fantastic. That is actually now the best analogy I've heard.
Oh, great! So I hope that sticks with the viewers now.
I think it will. Yes, I think we'll remember that one. Thank you very much for your session. It's very, very interesting, and we've put your resources in the chat, and we will hopefully speak to you sometime soon.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay. Bye now.
Bye. Our next speaker is Steve Bilogan, and he will talk to us about .NET apps everywhere.
Hi, Steve. Hello. How's it going?
Good. You?
Yeah, we're doing fine. Thanks. It's been a great day so far.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. That feels like I'm setting you up there.
Yeah. Right.
We're having a great day, and we're very pleased to have you with us.
Cool. Yeah. Happy to be here.
Excellent. Are you ready to go? We can see it's 1:45 now. We might as well kick things off if you're ready.
Yep. Let's go.
Fantastic. I can see your slides. All looks good, and we'll leave you to it.
All right. Cool. Okay. Excuse me. All right. So hello. My name is Steve. I'm an engineer with the Uno platform team, and so that's what we're going to be talking about today is how you can use Uno platform to basically run your .NET, bring .NET everywhere, and bring it to any platform you want, build it on any platform you want, and target any platform you want, right? And so I don't really have slides. I'm just going to go on our website because it's pretty enough, and we're just going to show some apps, build some stuff, show some features. So it's going to be sort of loose. So basically, what I'll first do is just what is Uno platform, right? And so Uno platform itself, at its core, the core sort of library of what it is a cross-platform UI framework, right? So you can develop and build your UI using XAML or C#, and it works across. It'll look the same, and it'll compile, and it'll target any of the platforms. So Android, iOS, Windows, Mac, Linux, the web, embedded systems, anything. Your UI will run, and it'll look the same across all those things, as well as being able to develop on all those. So you can develop on Windows, on iOS, on macOS and Linux, thanks to things like Rider. And so what happens sort of around that core framework that you'll see in this graphic that's showing here is basically we have this whole platform of stuff that floats around this core piece of technology, right? So on top of that, we have our theming engine, we have Uno extensions library, we have Uno toolkit. So these are all sort of first-party libraries that bring extra stuff to the platform. So it can bring things like the material designs to your application, to your UI. Extensions brings in like big pieces of functionality that you would want to use that you don't have to reinvent every time, right? So we have like the navigation framework. We have our own presentation framework called MVUX. That's like sort of, if you know, like reactive extensions and observables, it's sort of like that kind of vibe. And lots of other cool things like that, as well as more tooling that we'll look at today that sort of help you develop your applications, and third-party support, right? So we have a lot of vendors, like control vendors, and a lot of really cool libraries that support Uno. And we're going to take a look at all those today, right? And so that everything I just mentioned is free, it's open source, and so you can go and you can jump ahead, and then we'll show a little bit more of what we've been doing recently and some of the really cool technology we've built using Uno itself. And so basically the timeline of building an Uno application is getting your dev environment, right? So like I mentioned, you can develop on any platform, on any operating system, and you can use any IDE. Obviously, the most versatile one, the one you should be using, is JetBrains Rider. So that's what we're going to be using today because it allows us to go to any of these platforms and build on any of these platforms, right? And so the first step, sort of going forward, I like to always show this just because getting set up for these types of things could be really annoying sometimes. There's lots of dependencies. Your dev environment has to be rebuilt, and it's all crazy. So the two things that we kind of really did to try and help get over the hurdle of getting everything set up. The first one is Uno check. So if we look here, yes, this here. So we have a .NET tool. So as long as you have .NET installed, you can do .NET tool install global Uno check. It's just going to tell me it's already installed, but that's what you would usually do, and it would install Uno check as a .NET tool. And then you can do, this should hopefully work. I mean, so it shouldn't give me any errors, but this should hopefully tell me everything's already installed because it's supposed to be. But you can run Uno check, and basically, it will, check if you have the JDK, do you have the Android SDK installed, do you have an emulator, do you have Xcode, do you have the proper .NET workloads that we all love so much, and all those things. And so yes, everything's good for me. I'm ready to go. Good. But basically, if anything went wrong there, or if it detected anything was missing, it also gives you the options to say, like, would you like me to fix it for you? And it'll actually download the workloads. It'll download the CLI templates. It'll download, it'll create an Android emulator if you don't have one already. So it does all this stuff for you. So we're good to go. So the second thing is what I'll show you now is our template wizard. So there's one way you can do this in a neat little way. It's called new.platform.uno. And here you can build your application, or sorry, you can bootstrap your application with everything you want. So I could start building this, and we have our live wizard here. So this is actually an Uno application living in the wild, the WebAssembly version. And you can go and you can look through all this stuff. You can choose whether you want to include dependency injection, whether you want to do .NET MAUI embedding, whether you want to include the Uno toolkit library, how you want to render is a big one here. So okay, that's terrible. So what I didn't mention before is you can render basically up to you how you would like to do it. So would you like to render it natively using the native UI engines for whichever platform you're on? Or would you like a unified, universal rendering across all your platforms using Skia as the engine, right? And so what we're going to do now is we'll jump over to Rider. Am I in the right one? Yes, this is Rider. So this is a little app that I created. But the first thing we're going to do is sort of show that experience, that wizard experience, but how that actually works in Rider itself. Oh my God, everything's zoomed in like crazy. Hold on. Zoom out. Zoom out. Good. Okay. So if you were to go to New Solution, you'll see here that we have this Uno platform selection as part of your New Solution wizard. And this is all thanks to the fact that there is a Uno platform plugin that is available in the JetBrains marketplace for Rider. So all you have to do is install that, and it brings in a whole smorgasbord of stuff. So first things first is basically your solution wizard here. And so all the options that we had before, the name, whether you want to preset it with some recommended stuff, what do you want to do, Net 9 or Net 10 preview or RC, which platforms, which presentation framework, and all this stuff is all available for you to sort of bootstrap your application. And so basically what I had just done is I just selected blank. We'll just have a blank simple project, and I did Net 9, but I already have it here, so we don't have to watch it load and restore NuGet packages and all that fun stuff. So this is what an Uno app looks like inside of Rider. And so this is Rider with the Uno platform. So if I open up here, this is basically what your Uno app looks like, right? So you have a single solution, a single project. So you have your single project there, and then everything sort of lives underneath that. Then if you have platform specific needs, so if you need to access, the app delegate, or if you need to do something in your main activity for Android or whatever, you need something in your native sort of entry point to your platform, that'll exist in these platform folders, and you have access to all that. It's not abstracted away from you. It's right there for you to use. And so we could take a look at the we're already looking at CS project. Good. And so you'll see that the CS project for this is actually quite small, right? So there's not a lot to it, but there actually is. And so one of the reasons that it's simple and clean is because we're using this Uno SDK. So it's our own SDK that you can go and you can check out, right? So you can go to, where is it? The Uno SDK here. And this basically brings in all of the dependencies that you would need for your application, depending on the platforms that you're selecting, right? And then we sort of bring in all that stuff via Uno features, we call it. And so you'll see here that we have these features that you can use, right? So you could say, okay, I want to include the Uno extensions library. I want to bring in I want to use C# markup. I want to do logging with Serilog. So you put those in as your Uno features inside of your Uno features list here. And it pulls in those packages for you. It pulls in any platform specific stuff it needs, and it does it all for you, right? So it's a little bit easier to manage in that case. And this is the XAML of what our app looks like. So I'll run this as well. I'll run it on the desktop target for now. And so if you're familiar with XAML development, some people hate it, some people love it. I think XAML is the best. But if you're looking at the XAML and it looks familiar, it's because basically what we have done is we've taken the UI APIs that are coming from Windows for developing Windows applications, the WinUI APIs, and we've basically taken those and stretched them across all these other platforms and made them work. So it's the same API surface as you would with a WinUI app, but now working across all platforms. So it's pretty cool. And so this is our very exciting first cross-platform application running on the Net desktop target. That is what I chose here at desktop. And I'll just move this here. So what's actually happening here doesn't look very exciting, but it is pretty cool because what's happening here now is this window is a native window. It's a native like macOS AppKit window or whatever. If I were to run this on Windows, it'd be like the Win32 shell, right? And then within it is our Skia-based rendered app. So for all desktop platforms, whether it's Linux, Windows, or Mac, it'll have that native shell around it. You have native access to all the tooling around the windowing. And then inside, it's a universally rendered application using Skia as the rendering engine. And so this is where that Skia-based rendering originated. But we actually extracted that out, and now it's able to be used for any of the platforms that Uno targets, not just desktop. So you have that option of, depending on the platform that you're on, which rendering engine you'd like to use, right? So the universal Skia one is very nice because it's the same across all platforms. It's very consistent. And so with this little application, we'll talk about what this little slider guy does in a second. But I was playing around with this in Rider before, and I thought it was pretty fun. So I'm going to open up Junie, oh God, everything's so zoomed. I'm going to open up Junie. And so this is the coding agent, sort of AI agent that lives inside of Rider. And we can tell it to do some stuff. So change the text, text of the text block in the main page to say, hello, JetBrains. Okay, and we can tell it to do its thing. And then in the meantime, I'll explain a little bit of what's going on. So while that's working, what you see here, this little thing that's floating around. So that's sort of our oh, it actually did it way quicker than I thought. Okay, so 1 second. It should work. There you go. Okay, so you see on the right, Junie did its thing. It listened to what I said, and it actually edited our XAML. So you see it says hello JetBrains right now in our XAML for our text block. Now what you'll also notice is that it updated in the app itself, right? So the app is still running, it's still connected to the IDE. The debugger is not attached. It's just, it has a connection to the IDE. And thanks to the Uno platform plugin that we have this extensive hot reload support, right? So it does more than just changing text, but it maintains state where you are, and any changes you do for your C# or for your XAML are reflected in your application without having to restart the app, right? And so, yeah, I thought that was a little interesting thing. So Junie can update our app, and then Uno takes over the hot reload capabilities to update our Uno app live as we go. So that is one nice way of being able to sort of play around and live edit some stuff. Now, the second way, and I think the more interesting way, is I'm going to call your attention to what I was trying to do before, to this sort of floating toolbar. And so the first one I have here is actually our hot reload status. And so that is just telling me when I can or cannot rely on hot reload to actually make changes to my application and do anything, right? So this will tell me, hey, I currently don't have a connection to the IDE, or in this case, if the debugger is attached or something, it's not working. Anyway, right now, everything is good. So if I click this, it'll actually tell me, yes, I'm connected, and it'll give me a history of the updates and the hot reload events that have occurred. And so this one right here is the one that Junie made on our main page. And so the second icon that we're looking at here is actually our hot design experience, right? And so if you haven't heard of hot design, it's really, really amazing. And that's what we're going to show right now. So I'm not really going to explain what it is. I'm just going to show you what it is. So this is our app now after I have entered hot design. So this is still the actual application, right? It's still our Uno app 1 window and everything, except now your app has sort of entered this suspended like design canvas sort of idea, right? And so we've actually injected some UI into your application, and we have all this available to us. So on the right, we have our toolbox. And so here is all the available UI elements, any UI elements that hot design has been able to inspect in the running application, and the referenced assemblies, and anything that we could bring into the app and actually alter the UI with and do anything with, right? What you can do here is the element tree is the second part on this left. And so this is giving us a live view of the actual visual tree of our application. And it's interactable. So not only can it show me, but I can actually, I can select these things. I can select the text box. I can also select them on your app canvas right now. So the app is sort of in the suspended state where it's not actually functional in the same way, where the buttons won't work anymore. And it's more selectable. So you can choose individual components on your application. And then as you see on the right, when I am selecting this stuff, the property grid populates, right? So it sees that I have now selected a text block, and it shows me all the properties available to me that I can choose from. Now, what's interesting is this smart and this all, right? So this is my smart list of properties. And so these are the ones contextually aware to be like, okay, I'm selecting a text block. So text is probably the biggest thing that people want to edit, and some other ones that are like text alignment and stuff like that. And it's smart enough to know. So like if this text block was a direct child of a grid or something, the smart properties would show me the attached properties for grid.row and grid.column to be editable here. Like it'll bubble us up to the smart ones just because it makes most sense, right? And so you always have access to all of your properties here. But here the smart ones are, what I'd like. And so Juni sort of switched this up for us to say hello JetBrains. So we can actually put this back to hello Uno platform. And you see we have the hot reload indicator is telling us, yes, something properly reloaded. And you see it says hello Uno platform here again. So we can exit out of hot design actually. And the changes persisted. So it now says hello Uno platform, which is really cool. And I'll just resize this a bit and I'll get rid of you. And you'll actually notice that the XAML has changed as well. So not only are you able to visually edit your UI on the fly as the app is currently running, you're actually able to edit the code of your application visually while it's running, right? So what actually happened here is I made that change. It changed it in the application. It sent that back to the IDE over our communication channel, and it updated that code. And then the hot reload, hot design cycle sort of kept everything in sync. And so now we have changed. It's a visual designer as well as a visual code editor, if you like. So that is it for my little. Oh, actually, no. I wanted to show you one more thing. And so what I really like to show is, sure, that makes a lot of sense for things like a desktop, where you have lots of real estate on your screen, because you saw hot design is a big thing, right? Like you have all those panels on the right and the left, and you need space. So how does this work for things like if I'm running on my physical device, on my phone, or if I'm running on the emulator or the iOS simulator or things like that, right? So we can take a look at this app. Are you here? We could take a look at this app installing on the iOS simulator. We'll just make this clearer. And we'll open this. Yes. And so here is that same application running. I'll put it here. Here's that same application running. And you see, once again, I am given this floating toolbar that is available to me on all the platforms. I can move it around. And I do have a connected state for my hot reload. So we're in good position. And so I can click hot design again, and you'll see not much changed in the UI on the simulator. But what actually happened is a secondary app opened on my dev machine. That is the hot design canvas that we usually are used to having within the UI. So when we're in situations where there's really not a lot of real estate on the screen, or if you just so wish to have it separate, on all platforms, even desktop, you can tell hot design to open its UI as a secondary window. Sorry. And we have a special communication that's happening between hot design, the hot design standalone app, and the simulator or the device that it's currently running on. So once again, your app has become this canvas, right? So I can actually select the Hello Uno platform text block on the simulator in the actual app, and it'll communicate back to hot design here saying, okay, they selected the text block, and let's go back and let's re-put this to hello JetBrains, right? And so we made the change. It is reflected again in our app running independently on the simulator. I can exit out of hot design. Hot design goes into this suspended state here if I ever want to re-enter it or not in the secondary app. And then once again, we could take a look at the code, and editing visually the application in an iOS simulator has gone back to the IDE and actually changed the code, right? So it now says hello JetBrains. So that is our little demo of hot design in a very simple app, right? Now, if I go back. So that was basically how we want you to check out how you can develop visually. And so this is a really cool piece of technology, and it's a lot of moving parts, and we're connecting wires and hot reloading and doing all this crazy stuff, right? So like it mentions here, it's our visual designer, it's our runtime visual designer, but it's also, you could think of it as this visual code editor at the same time, right? Like you're actually programming as you mess stuff around, right? It's actually changing the code. And then again, it sits on top of this hot reload capability that we bring to all the IDEs. So VS Code, but Rider as well through our plugins. And so you're able to change your C#, you're able to change your XAML, and it'll just hot reload and reflect on the app itself. So, and it maintains state, which is the really cool thing. Like you could be on the 3rd page deep with something selected in a combo box, you change the selections of the combo box, and you'll stay on that page, you'll stay with the proper state of that combo box selected item and all that fun stuff, right? So you don't have to re-drill into the pages. And so what we're going to show next, or what I'm going to show next, is a more complex situation. So it's all fun and games when you're in a simple app that has a single text block in it. That's not really a real world situation. So you can actually do some really complex stuff. Building with Uno platform, you can make full-fledged applications, and you can also use our tooling to actually help you develop it in these complex situations, right? So what we are going to show is that application is Chefs, is basically what we're going to look at. And so you can get a feel of it here. But basically this is it's an open source repository that I'll put in the chat. But this is our reference implementation for what we think are the best practices for building Uno applications in a cross-platform world, right? So it includes basically all the bells and whistles that Uno provides. So it has Uno extensions. So it has library support for the navigation framework, for our own presentation framework, for authentication. It's using our Uno toolkit, which is a library of just more controls that are built with a cross-platform mindset, like navigation bars and tab bars and stuff that doesn't come out of the box with the same UI. My mom is calling me. 1 second. Okay. So yes, so this is Chefs, and so it's a fully cross-platform application, and we'll show the little tips and tricks that we do to sort of get this to look right and act right on the different form factors of your targets, right? Because this looks all well and good on desktop, but this flow right now probably won't look that great on mobile if you have this huge side-to-side thing. So we're going to show you a little bit of like how we built it, and so those are sort of the tips, sort of the guidances that we want to show to be able to tell people this is how you deal with cross-platform applications on small and big screens. So it just has like some fake dummy auth, and it has all this nice stuff. And so here we are. So we have the application here. We have our list of recipes, and you can search, you can mark stuff as favorite, and blah, 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 blah. Now I see that we are properly connected to our IDE still, so that's good. And so if you were to make changes to this stuff, it would be really, really cool to be able to do this on the fly at runtime, right? So if I entered in hot design here for the Chefs app, I'll just make this a bit bigger. You'll notice that now we have a bit more of a complex visual tree, right? So it looks a little bit more complex than just text block on our main page. So what we actually can do is on top of here, you see we can select anything we want. I'm going to select this list of my recipes. And so what this is actually selected is, you'll see here, is a feed view. I don't know if I could zoom in the, I don't know, is the feed view. So a feed view is just something that's coming from our Uno extensions library, and it's compatible with our presentation framework, with that reactive observable sort of MVUX presentation framework that we have. So think of it as just like an asynchronous value presenter, right? So it's a special view that shows different templates based on the data that's bound to it, whether it's in a loading state or a ready state or an error state or an empty state or anything like that. So this feed view, what I can do is not only can I edit the properties here and do whatever I want, I can actually right click on it. Hey, what is happening? Right click. There you go. And I could choose something like edit the value template. So edit the template of this control when there is an actual value that it's bound to. So if I edit the value template, we're now in this purple mode, right? And purple means templates. So purple means that you have drilled down into your application. So you don't always need to just, you can't always, sorry, what am I trying to say? Not only can you edit the static XAML that's on like the the main page or whatever page you're on, you can drill down and you can go into reusable components like the XAML that defines user control, or the XAML that defines a data template, which is in the case here. And so the template that we have for this feed view, if I were to select this, oh, I just dragged it by accident. Okay, good. I just undid what I did. Good. Okay, so if we were to select it, we'll see that this is an items repeater, right? So this is just a WinUI, or well, it's WinUI, but an Uno control that's a list. So it just has a list of templated items. So what I could do in here is, in this items repeater here, I can select to edit the item template itself. So now we're 2 levels deep now. So we're inside of a data template, inside of a data template, inside of a page. And let's just say for each recipe, I don't like this text block. I don't really care that it's 16 minutes and I don't want to know the calories. So we can right click and we can actually just delete this, right? And so it's deleted from our example template here. And I can go all the way back up. So let's just go 2 levels up back to the main page. And you see the little update happen there, if you saw it quickly, and you'll see that it's actually gone. It's actually gone from all the items in the list. And if we were to do a quick look at the code, if I do my changes here, oh my God, everything's so zoomed. There, you'll notice that. So this text block that used to have that is actually now gone. So it was truly deleted by Hot Design, and it's no longer in my XAML for my item template that's inside of my feed view template, right? So you're deep down. Oh, this is still open. Go away. Yes, and so not only is it there in the code, it's fully reflected and it's there in the running app as well. So what you can actually do is you can enter interactive mode. So if you see my cursor here, instead of exiting Hot Design fully, I can actually just go to interactive mode, and you see Hot Design sort of shuts down or just like disables itself. So these things don't work anymore. And your app is back to being usable, right? So it's actually acting as it should, right? So you can quickly test without having to leave the Hot Design experience. And you see that this app is indeed been changed, and it no longer has this in any of its templates. Now, what about if we were to go into one of these? So I can go into here and we have a recipe details. So this is where I really wanted to talk about how you can deal with responsive UI in a cross-platform way, because I find that's one of the most difficult things when you're building cross-platform applications. Is it's really hard to design for, because it's the same app, right? So it needs to look good on mobile, but it also needs to look good on big wide screens for browser or for desktop or anything like that, right? And these windows are usually resizable, and you have to think about these things, right? So you need to have specific breakpoints set, and you actually need to change the visual structure of your UI or of your application depending on what you're targeting. And so we tried to make that as easy as possible. And so one of the cool things that you can do, actually, I'll enter into Hot Design mode again. So I'll set it all up. One of the cool things that you can do in Hot Design is, instead of having to run this on the browser and then run this on your simulator and see how it looks different, what you can actually do is you can go to the designer settings here. And so right now we're in this like wide laptop mode, say, for screen size. What we can actually do is we can say, what is this going to look like on a phone? So it'll actually readjust your UI and react as it would if you were on your phone. And you can see that the UI doesn't look great, right? So one of the cool things that did happen, though, that you can check out in the code, is that this tab bar actually changed, right? So this makes a lot more sense in a vertical sort of tight portrait mode for an application to be on the bottom. If I were to switch this back to what we were before, you'll notice that, yeah, see, it's vertical on the side here, which makes more sense in like a wide view. So we can go back to here, and it's not looking great, right? So there must be something that we should be doing. And so what we can do is we can select sort of the main layout panel that is laying out the list of ingredients and the hero image that we have here. And we can see that it's set to horizontal, and it doesn't really make sense. It makes sense in a larger screen, but it doesn't really make sense for these smaller screens. So if I looked and saw what this would look like vertical, then it looks a lot better. Now it's properly aligning both those contents vertically. But the thing is, I need this to be horizontal in big screen and vertical in little screen. So how do we actually deal with that? And so I'll put this back to horizontal just for now. And what you can actually do is here in this horizontal property that I'm editing, you'll notice that there's this advanced property editor field. And I'm doing this through Hot Design just because it's cool. But everything that I'm doing now will be generating code using library code that you have access to from the Uno toolkit, right? So I can click this. And you have this advanced property editor. Can I zoom? Yes, I can. So what you see here is basically you can have your orientation set to a direct value like it is now. You could set it to a binding, and you could set it to a static resource if it makes sense in that context. But what you can also do is set it to a responsive value. So if I were to select this, what happens now is I can actually see at each visual breakpoint, which is customizable, by the way, like what your pixel width should your breakpoints be. But by default, these are the values. What you can actually do is you can say, okay, when I'm in wide mode, so I'll open up the wide mode, I want this to be, when we're in normal, I want this to be vertical, right? And when we're in wide mode, I would rather this be horizontal. Oh, sorry, I messed that up. Anyway, so we're in wide mode, so it should be horizontal. Now, if I'm in normal or less, so normal, narrow, or narrowest, it should be vertical, right? So now we have these two things set. So for normal, it's vertical, and for wide, it's horizontal. And then we'll just close this out. And now we could see how this reacts, right? So it looks good on narrow. If I go back to wide, it looks good on wide again, right? So it looks good in both. And just to see what that actually means in terms of how to use this in XAML itself, we'll just see what Hot Design did for us. So you'll notice that the layout panel that we're using, its orientation originally was just straight up set to horizontal. And now what it's actually doing is too zoomed in. Okay, what it's actually doing is it's setting that orientation to a markup extension that lives inside of our Uno toolkit called responsive. So basically normal or below will become vertical, and wide or larger than wide, which is widest, will be horizontal layout. And so like I mentioned before, at any level you can scope, whether it's the page level, the control level, the app level, you can scope what your visual breakpoints should be, like the pixel values of what those visual breakpoints should be. So it's totally customizable up to you, but that's just a really, really cool thing that we built that I'm really proud of, actually, is this responsive extensions thing. And it works out of the box with Hot Design too. So it's pretty interesting. And the last thing I wanted to show was, I forgot to show you how the bindings work. So let's stay in Hot Design and let's go to this list of ingredients. Right? Is that what we want to do? No. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to interactive, and we're going to go out of interactive. We're going to select the avocado toast recipe again. So let's go to the item template like we did before. And now what we can actually do is this card content control, which is just a control that we have in the toolkit. We can actually go ahead and see. Here we go, the avocado text block, right? So we can actually go here and we can see for this text block, if I were to search for the text, the data context here. What we can actually do is we can see what the data context is for any of these elements in our visual tree or in the application itself, right? So I can actually go here. I messed something up. Where's my data context? There. So we can actually go here, and we can go into the binding property of whatever property that we're looking at, the binding section. And what you can do is you can say, okay, I want to build a binding. So I want to do an ancestor binding, which is another toolkit markup extension. I want to do an X bind, or I want to do a normal binding. So let's do a normal binding. And basically, since this app is running, like at runtime, it's running, we are able to instantly investigate or look into the live data context that you have for whatever you're looking at, right? So you can see that we have a recipe instance that we're actually binding to, and here are all the properties and all the values that the current data context has for this item that we've selected, right? And so there you can actually live visually, build a binding and inspect the current data context and see what's going on. So that is what I wanted to show. And the last thing I want to show, because it's very interesting, is I messed up the data context, so it's going to be broken on this list now, but that's okay. But basically, the last thing I wanted to show was third-party support too, and how you can actually deal with Uno applications and third-party support for things like maps, let's say, right? So if I'm in this popular contributors page, it's supposed to be showing a map here, right? But it's not. But basically, I want to have a map with all the pins on it of the recipe authors and where they are near me. It's a little creepy, but we're trying to think of some way to get maps integrated into this app. And so right now it's not there because I removed it for the demo. So what we can actually do is we can go back to this toolbox, and we can say, and like I mentioned before, so this is all the UI elements that are available to your application to pull in. So it has all the basic, your list views, your panels, text boxes, sliders, blah, 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 blah. But the really cool thing is that runtime is Hot Design, like when we launch into it, is able to see all the external references we have as external projects and inspect those external references and find if they have any UI elements or anything that can be used on the UI itself, right? And so I have Mapsui installed, or not installed, referenced in this application. So you can see here, actually I'll zoom. So you can see here that we have, it has detected a reference that we have to Mapsui UI, Uno, WinUI, and it found this map control in this third-party NuGet library that we have, right? Unzoom, unannotate. And then, so we could take that map control and we could actually drag it in onto the screen. And so it's not there right now. Oh, I put it in the wrong place, sorry. Oh boy. I want to put it, let's delete it. Put it in the wrong spot. Uh-oh. See, this is why I can't do this right. Okay, anyway, doesn't matter. It'll show up anyway. So this map page, our code behind is already set up to connect with a map. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Where's my map control? There we go. Oh God. Okay, hold on. I messed everything up. Undo changes. Okay, so our map control is here. So as long as I were to set its stretch, you know what? I think I royally screwed this up. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna exit of Hot Design. We're gonna kill this. We're gonna undo what I did because I messed something up hardcore. Map page, roll back, roll back. Cool. So we'll do this again. Let's let it build. Yeah, sometimes if you drag stuff in the wrong place, it's not happy with what you do. So if we open this back up, and we'll let hot reload and Hot Design reconnect. There we go. So let's go to Hot Design. Cool. All right, so let us get the map control. Map control. There we go. And so let's look at the visual tree. And so now we have it in the right spot. I pushed it into a place that it shouldn't have been put before. So you can see here that we have our navigation bar at the top that has the near me, and then below that we have the map control. And so the map control is not going to show anything just yet, but it's able to know that, hey, we are in an auto layout, which is one of our layout controls that we have, our layout panels. And I want to change its primary alignment to stretch instead, right? And so the map has stretch and it's actually there. It's just not showing anything yet. And so our map control, the code behind is already set up to look for an instance of a map control with a name called map control and wire everything up, right? But the page is already loaded, but we don't really have to worry about that. So as long as I type in map control as its name and I make that change, the page should hot reload while it updates. And there we go. We have the map actually now set up and reinitialize the page, and the pins are on the map now, and we can actually do some interactions with it, and we can work with this map. We can, select our pins and see what's going on here and all that fun stuff, right? And we can exit out of hot design, and it is indeed there in our application running. And if I were to look now at our map page, after I horrendously mangled it, you'll actually see that we have a map control added to our map page. It has the name that we set. It has the stretch that we set. And really cool too is it has pulled in the namespace since it wasn't referenced there in the XAML already. So it's able to detect third-party controls and the namespace they need and edit your XAML to include those as well. So the XAML is still proper and valid, right? And that is a little bit of a run through of Chefs itself and hot design. And so the last thing I wanted to show was where is how you can reach out to us. Here we go. No, that's not what I wanted. Discord. So, all right. Oh, okay. It just opens the whole thing. So I would highly suggest if you're more interested in Uno platform and learning about hot design, learning about how we are building this and learning about how we target different platforms, any of that stuff, check out platform.uno. Okay. And check out the community tab in here. And so we have GitHub where everything is there. It's open source and ready to be used. But we also have Discord. So our Discord has, I don't know, a lot, like over 1,000 people, and the community is in there and it's super active. So if you ever have questions about using Uno, if you get stuck somewhere, if you have anything like that, our Discord is a thriving community, and we really appreciate people joining it because we get lots of feedback and we get lots of interactions, and it's really good for us to have, right? Because it helps us build better applications. And the other thing I was going to mention is the Uno platform documentation, right? So we worked really hard to try and get this, flowing in a right way. And so there's tons and tons of information here. So there's things like publishing, like how do you publish for desktop? How do you publish your app on WebAssembly? How do you publish for Android? So how do you actually get your Uno application out there in the real world? It's not just, for demos. It's actually for building real applications, as well as, like our toolkit, our extensions, and it has a breakdown of all of our offerings. So I would highly suggest reading through the docs and checking out our samples and tutorials. So we have workshops and we have sort of getting started for first-time Uno users and all that. But once again, definitely connect to us on our Discord. Reach out to me on any socials, and let me know if you build anything cool or if you have any cool ideas that we can work on and help you out with. So that's Uno platform in a flash. I hope you learned something. And thanks for having me. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Yeah, hi, Steve. Fantastic demo there. There's a lot of really cool things going on with the hot design. Is that what it's called? Hot design? Yes.
Yeah.
I was very surprised with that. Click a button and all of a sudden you're in a designer. That's actually really nice. I like that, and I liked that last bit you were just talking about, the documentation as well, being targeted at releasing real applications and not just demos. It's it was really cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I like what a lively discussion your presentation encouraged in the chat. There are so many people discussing the advantages and pitfalls of various cross-platform frameworks. A question I want to throw out there for you to comment on is, why was Uno created when Avalonia already exists and provides similar features and functionality?
Yeah, I mean, well, my take on this basically is the more .NET offerings there are for app development, the better. So like, there shouldn't be just one, but Uno really came out of this amazing internal tool that it used to be, because I'll give you a little bit of the history, but basically this development firm that was in Montreal started developing these applications and slowly built up this framework for cross-platform development, and it's just grown from there. So it's been years, I don't even know how many years, that this is being used in different formats and different variations in real world production applications, right? And so it just became such a big thing that we wanted it to be useful for other people, not just us, right? So we spun it out. And honestly, it's always great to have choice. I'm not going to say which one is better and which one's not. Obviously, anything I say is going to be biased, but I highly suggest like checking out all the offerings if you want to do .NET cross-platform development. It depends on what you want to target, depends on the APIs and technologies that you want to use. So try out all of them. Try out Avalonia, try out Uno, try out all of them, and you know, choose what you find is most comfortable and best for you. And if you have any questions specific with Uno and you want to know how can we do this, how can we do that, definitely reach out to us. But yeah, it's not you know, we're not fighting each other. We're trying to share the .NET love. So yeah.
Got it. So you encourage people to try out different frameworks and see which suits their projects best, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we all do things like, we're all similar enough. You know, we cross paths in some way with other offerings, but we all do things in our own way. And you know, some might think it's better, some might think it's worse, but like it really depends on what you want to use as a technology. So
I like this attitude, to be honest. The .NET world can be very sort of single vendor centric because of Microsoft's presence, and so it is very nice to have an environment where we can have multiple vendors doing, you know, somewhat overlapping things perhaps, but you know, with different takes and a different direction for each one, and you can choose whichever one sort of suits and fits best, really.
Yeah, and honestly, even mixing and matching is cool, because Uno applications, right? They cross you know, streams with other platforms that say .NET MAUI targets. And the really cool thing is within Uno applications, as long as you're on the platforms that also support MAUI, you can embed MAUI controls into an Uno application, right? So if you had like the Telerik PDF viewer or something that's working with MAUI, you can actually place that in an Uno application and it'll work on iOS, Android, and Windows, right? So you can actually have both. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
One of our viewers said that MAUI appears to be mainly interested in mobile, while given, you know, their bare bones support for desktop. Is Uno different in that way?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, MAUI came more as Xamarin Forms and whatever. It was mostly, you know, just mobile first. We have been building mobile applications using Uno and its previous iterations. We've been building mobile applications for years and years, but I think it's sort of like the best of both, because it has a lot of foundation in building mobile applications, but at the same time, the APIs that we're actually bridging over and using for all of our frameworks, all of our targets, are the WinUI APIs, which are desktop Windows APIs, right? So the APIs themselves and everything makes sense in both worlds, makes sense in different sizing, like WinUI has visual state triggers for the different window widths and all that fun. Like everything's built in for desktop development and smaller form factor development, and we sort of do both at the same time. We implement it for mobile, but we also have it working on desktop with those desktop APIs. So, yeah.
Another question from the chat is more specific. Can one customize the shell with Uno?
The shell. Yeah. So, like what I was mentioning before. So I guess we're talking about desktop. So yeah, you have like your. No, I'm not sharing my screen. You have
you can bring your screen back on if you'd like to show something.
Yeah, sure. let us.
There we go. We can see a screen now.
So say we're on desktop. Here we go. So basically in our platforms folder, basically you have everything that's here to create that shell for you on desktop. So like use X11 or Linux frame buffer for Linux, use macOS, use Win32. So that's what's going to be building the shell for each of these different platforms. And within those, you have the access in these builders for what those native windows can do per platform or whatever. So like, yes, you have access to those shells, you have access to the app delegates or whatever for macOS, iOS, and you can play around with those things as you so wish, right? There's always more support coming. For macOS desktop, we can do more with integrating with the menu and the status bar and all that stuff. But yes, it's all available and exposed to you to be able to use. Yeah.
Nice. I was wondering as well about the Uno application you had. That was based on WebAssembly, I think you said. Is that you were showing like the wizard type assembly?
Yeah. So that's live.platform.uno.
Yeah.
And so it's actually interesting because it's an Uno application. So we could target anything. And so where it actually came out of is if you're in, I'll mention Visual Studio, but if you're in Visual Studio and you choose Start New Uno Application, it'll actually run that app natively, like on your desktop. And so it's the same app as the web or whatever, but then it interacts with Visual Studio and sends the command over to build the template. But that's the same exact app that's running in the browser for anyone. And so the only difference is in the browser, when you click create, it doesn't open up Visual Studio with your project. It generates you the .NET CLI command that you can use to start your application, right?
Right. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that's really cool. I was also curious because one of the things on there you highlighted, it was native versus Skia rendering, and I was just kind of wondering what that meant for look and feel in that case.
Yeah. So excuse me. Yeah. So for the most part, like you shouldn't really even notice. Like sometimes you can't tell you can tell because it's better performance. But Skia basically is what you're seeing on our desktop application. It now goes on iOS and Android, and we have it's startup times. Everything's way more responsive, and it's very, very nice. But the native side as well is still there, and it's still optimized, and everything's there. So maybe like certain gestures or whatever we have to sort of edit and put on the screen. So like on Android, when you swipe down and sort of everything kind of stretches and bounces or whatever. So like that's a telltale that it's native. So try that on apps that don't, and you could tell. But nice. These things are being added and logged and like being improved on right now. So all those native bits and bobs are being worked on as we speak. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I like that, the little sneaky giveaway so you can know what's happening under the hood. It's good.
Yeah. But then, I mean, the big thing is WebAssembly as well. So WebAssembly Skia is really amazing. It's very nice and smooth and fast. And then there, if you inspect the source on a normal application, a native application with Uno, you'll see it's all divs and all this crazy stuff in HTML. And you right-click View Source on an Uno app that's Skia, and it's just like a single canvas element. That's it. There's nothing else in it, right? So it's really interesting.
Yeah. Nice. Do you have any other questions, Sasha?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I think we'll wrap things up there. Then thank you very much for your session there, Steve. That was very interesting.
Thank you,
I'm very impressed with the hot design thing and the link back to the XAML and stuff. That's pretty cool. I thought that was really nicely done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I forgot to mention, go on the website. We have a thing for hot design and for all Uno Platform Studio, which is all the offerings. And so reach out to us if you want to, you can start a trial for free or whatever, but reach out to us if you ever want more details or more access to it. Yeah.
Sounds great. Thank you very much. Cheers, Steve.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye now. Now, Sasha, I think you had a question that you wanted to ask the chat.
Indeed. I actually have an ulterior motive to being here today, not just to enjoy the presentation and to participate in lively discussions. Earlier today, you mentioned that Writer has a free license now. We do have a free license for non-commercial use for Writer. We introduced it a year ago. And now that it's been a year, we're getting kind of curious about what sorts of projects are being built or have already been built with the use of this license. So if there are any viewers here today that are hobby developers or use the free license for Writer for educational purposes, whether it is for teaching or learning, if you've contributed to open source projects, I am here to put an open call for all of you to join me for a quick call one day and talk about your project. We want to learn more about the stuff that is being built with Writer and to platform your wonderful projects to talk about them on our website and our blog. So please reach out to me via email. I'm going to drop the email in the YouTube section, comment section. And there's also a blog post with this open call that you can share with anyone who you think might be a good fit, who might be interested in talking about their wonderful project built with Writer.
There we go, brilliant. I've just shared the link in the chat, so please click through and see what it says. And if you'd like to share your stories, please let us know. However, just wait a little bit longer because we've got our final talk for the day. We've got Scott. It's been a long day, hasn't it? We've got Scott waiting backstage, ready to go. Scott, are you there? I hope you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, that's good. Otherwise, it was going to be an earlier finish than we were expecting. I'm very much looking forward to this session, actually. Test-driven development with Blazor. This one's going to be interesting to know how you're going to do this.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely hear a lot of people who say like, oh, you can't TDD front ends or you can't TDD Blazor. And I'm like, I don't know. I've been doing it for a number of years now. So yeah, excited to share what I know with people. So
brilliant. Well, thank you very much for being here. Your slides are on the screen now. And if you're happy, we'll leave you to it.
All right. Sounds good. Let's get going.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everybody. My name is Scott Sauber, and today I'm going to be talking to you about test-driven development with Blazor. So I have already posted these slides up on my blog. It's just my first and last name, scottsauber.com. So you can check those out there. And if you want, you can follow me on Twitter and really any social media at Scott Sauber. So today, just to kind of level set with everybody in the room of like who I had in mind when I created this talk. Because if this isn't you, maybe this isn't the talk for you. And hopefully we kind of come in with the same assumptions, basically. So really, I'm targeting anybody who's familiar with Blazor. That said, if you're doing like React or Angular or Vue or whatever the case is, really the concepts that I'm going to cover apply across the board. So even if you're not familiar with Blazor, like really you can apply these TDD front-end concepts in any front-end technology that's out there. And also just people who are interested in learning TDD. So I'm going to cover what TDD is. So you don't have to come in and know TDD or be a TDD expert or anything like that, because I'm kind of going to walk through what it is, as well as if you think like, oh, I know TDD, it's red-green refactor. I've actually got another step in there that isn't quite the same as red-green refactor, but we'll talk about that here in a second. So we're going to talk about what is TDD, like why should you care about it exactly. I'm also going to talk about the tools you can use specifically with Blazor, but if you have other tools like you're using React or Angular, just drop a comment in the chat and I can share some tools that you can use to TDD those technologies as well. But then also a lot of people will say like, oh, well, what do I test on the front end? So we'll kind of talk about all of that, including should you test your CSS? So we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. And you'll also see me do a live coding demo. I'm actually in a hotel right now because I'm at the Dev Intersection Orlando conference. I just gave a couple talks yesterday. So I'm not at my normal keyboard setup, so we'll see how this goes. But really what I hope for you to get out of this today is just learn some best practices for writing front-end tests. And really, I kind of hate the term best practices because usually like best practices are just like my opinions with the like types of applications and the context that I'm in and things like that. Because a lot of times best practices have context with them, but I'll try and leave you with some like best practices that I think most people can take advantage of for writing front-end tests, as well as I've been in the React community since 2016 or so and done React in there. And I feel like there's a lot of learnings from the React community that the .NET community still hasn't quite fully adopted. So I'll share some of those learnings from the React community as well. And then also we will learn how to TDD with Blazor. So who am I? I'm the Director of Engineering at Lean Techniques. We're a software consulting company based in the US, and we work with kind of Fortune 500 companies down to startups and everything in between. So kind of what we do is teach people more modern practices such as TDD, CI/CD, those kinds of things, moving to the cloud. And really our goal is to like help you build the things, but also teach you how to build the things so then long-term we can go away. So that's kind of what we do. Microsoft MVP, Dome Train author, Regit community ambassador, and I help run the Iowa.NET user group. And I've used Blazor, Angular, React since about 2015. So I've kind of bounced between those different technologies. Okay, so first question that I get is, why do we write tests? Well, biggest thing is we want confidence that our application still works after we make a change, because I'm guessing many people out there have written a bug before. And if you haven't, you must be the best programmer I know, because everybody's written a bug before, right? And how bugs come about is we make a change to this part of the application over here, and it has some unintended side effect. Maybe it's in like a completely different part of the application. Maybe it's in the same part, whatever the case is. So we want confidence that, hey, when we make these changes to our applications, that everything still works how we expected. This also minimizes manual verifications. So I'm guessing a lot of you, or many of you out there, have been on teams that has manual QA. I'm not really going to get into that necessarily today, but I will say, like, if all you have is manual QA, what I see time and time again is as an application adds more and more features, the amount of things that a manual QA has to manually verify goes up and up and up. Or maybe you're using a product owner, business analyst, whatever, to do that manual verification. And so as you add more features to an application, basically the amount of testing required scales like in lockstep with the amount of features that you're adding. So by introducing automation to those things, we can reduce the need for all that manual verification, and it just scales nicer as an application grows. You can also document your behavior through your tests, because your test should tell you exactly how your application should behave, which is really nice, especially if you come into an application completely brand new, never seen it before. It's really nice to read through the test to see what the application should do. So that's like automated testing, but let's next talk about what TDD, test-driven development, is. And really it came from this book, I would say, is kind of the catalyst that I believe was released in 2003. So it's been out for 2 decades now, and it was written by Kent Beck. And I mean, it's honestly still a good read. Like if you pick it up, all the examples are in Java, but really the concepts still apply. And I would say really the fundamentals don't really change. Even in like an AI driven world, like our fundamentals as software engineers don't change. Like we still need to validate that what we did didn't break things and that everything works as we expected. So Kent kind of laid out what the TDD process is. So a lot of people will think to themselves, okay, TDD, like what's the first step in TDD? And a lot of people who are familiar with TDD will say red. And while that's accurate, I would say there's another step even before that. That's the think step. So it's like, and we'll kind of get into this here in a little bit here in a minute, but I would say TDD is kind of like a methodology for writing code, and the tests are just a nice byproduct. So you write the test before you write the production code, which can be a little like, for people who haven't done it before, that can be a little like, how do I possibly test something, write a test for something that doesn't exist? And I'll show you a live example, like I'll live code it so you can see kind of how this works. It's really not as bad as you might think, or as hard as you might think. So again, how do you do this? Again, the first step is not red, in my opinion. It's to think and think about like, okay, what am I going to write a test for next? Like what, in the case of front ends, I think it's super easy, because you just need to get in the mindset of what does my user care about? Like I've got a user story in front of me that says, hey, as an administrator, I expect these buttons to exist because I'm an administrator, whatever the case is. Just like reading through the acceptance criteria of a story is usually a great starting point for, hey, what test should I write? So the first step is think about like, hey, what test do I want to write? And then you want to write a test that describes the behavior that you want to see. And we'll get into behavior a little bit later. And then you want to run the test and watch it fail for the right reason. What I mean by that, and we'll do again another live demo of this, is some people, like I'm pretty sure Uncle Bob will say that, and I think maybe Maarten Fowler too, I can't remember, it will say like compilation failure is a valid red state, meaning the app doesn't even compile, therefore the test fails, right? I don't really believe that. Like, I want the application to compile and throw, if I'm testing a method, throw a not implemented exception, or if I'm doing an integration test, like it throws a 404 saying this API doesn't exist, whatever the case is. Or in our case with Blazor, we'll say like, hey, we'll look for some markup, and that markup's not going to exist. I want to make sure that it fails for that reason, because it's super easy to write a test that you think is testing the right thing, but actually isn't. And when you rely on compilation failures, you don't know that maybe your test is always green because of the way you set it up, like you asserted on the wrong things, whatever the case is. And we'll kind of get into that here in a second. And then you need to write the code to make the test pass. And you can always choose to just write the simplest code that will possibly work, hard code certain things. And then, the next test will force you to usually make it more robust and things like that. So if you don't know like exactly what step is next, you can always hard code things. And I'll show an example of that here in a second. And then the next step after TDD, or after you get the code to pass and the test to pass, is to refactor, because now that we ran the test, prove that the functionality does not exist in our application, and then we watched it pass, meaning we added code to our application, and now we've proven that, hey, this functionality used to not be here, but now it is. Now we're safe to safely refactor things. So maybe I want to like consolidate methods or refactor methods or whatever the case is, move things around. Now is a safe time to do that. However, only do things on one side of the equation or the other. So don't refactor your test side and your production code at the same time. Refactor your production code, rerun the test, make sure it still passes, then refactor your tests if need be, run the code, make sure it still passes. So don't change both at the same time, because now you've basically lost that proof of like, I saw it fail, I saw it pass, because you can make a change that makes something always pass, or things like that. Like, a lot of things can go wrong. So that's a key takeaway with TDD, is when you're doing the refactor step, only change one side of the equation, either the test or the production code, not both sides at once. And then you kind of repeat this cycle. So after you write your first test, and get it to pass and refactor, then you move on to the next test and think about like, hey, what's the next piece of functionality I should think about? Like, maybe I should look at the acceptance criteria again and see like, hey, what exactly does this story require? And then you kind of repeat this process over and over and over again. So what that kind of visually looks like is, the first step is to think, and then you move on to the red state of writing the test, watch it fail, make it pass with the green state, and then refactor, and kind of continuously do that loop until you're good, and then you move on to the think state. So a nice part of this is I kind of have a tendency to kind of go down rabbit holes and things like that, and like be like, oh, I'm trying to add this feature, but I see I need to refactor this thing over here, and then I go down that rabbit hole. And really, I should have like done that refactoring in like a separate pull request or a separate story or whatever altogether. And the nice part about TDD is it focuses you on just making that test pass. So it's really helpful for me. And honestly, that's one of the bigger benefits out of it for me, is the focus, not necessarily the test that you get at the end. That's just kind of a nice side effect. And I really like this quote from Eric Evans. He said, if you haven't seen a test fail, you don't know if it works. Because again, I'm sure many of you have seen this as well, where a test basically was set up in a way that it can't ever possibly fail, because maybe it was mocking something that was mocking things incorrectly, or maybe it was asserting on the wrong thing, whatever the case is. There's definitely situations where a test can never fail. So if you've never seen it fail, you never do that red step, you don't actually know if it works. So that's kind of the problem with test after, where like you might write a bunch of production code and then kind of backfill tests, is you don't actually know that those tests are testing what you think it's testing. Whereas the red-green step kind of proves that you targeted the right behavior in your production code. Okay, so why test-driven development? I already kind of alluded to some of this, is allows you to work in small steps. And I would argue in like an AI-driven world, working in small steps is even more important than, you know, when we're coding in hard mode without AI, because especially if you're using like agents or things like that, you can definitely go off the rails, and AI can do way too much. So I think TDD kind of forces you to work in those small steps. It also allows you to minimize waste, because again, you're not doing like those crazy changes or like going down rabbit holes. You're just like focusing on getting that test to pass. And then that also minimizes your work in progress, because again, all you're doing is trying to get that test to pass. You're not worried about the 14 other things you have yet to do. You'll get to those a little bit later. Like I said, the biggest thing for me is the focus side of things. I also find I spend a lot less time in the debugger, which is kind of a interesting side effect you don't think about, because if you think about like all the time you're spending in the debugger, if you're not doing TDD or you're not writing tests, what if you could take all that time, maybe like 30 minutes a day, whatever it is, and put that towards writing tests that then have continuous value and continuously add value to your application by verifying the behavior of your application. So I just find I spend a lot less time in the debugger, and the reason is behind that is I'm just so focused on like a small piece of functionality that when, you know, let's say I implement the production code and rerun it and it still fails, usually immediately I know exactly what it is, because I'm usually just working on a small chunk of code at a time. So it just leads to much less time in the debugger. So I'm not coding up like, I don't know, like your traditional like repository services, controllers, all that fun stuff. And then like something doesn't work and you don't know where it is because you just coded up, you know, 8 different methods along the way. And so you got to traverse through the debugger to figure out where the issue is. So that's a nice side benefit of TDD. As well as you think through your failure states of, hey, how can this possibly go wrong? And with that, then you can, I find that you like make more resilient code because you're thinking through like, okay, what's the next thing I should write? How can this next piece of behavior fail? And like write a test for that and think through that. But then at the end of the day, it also gives you confidence that like, hey, if all the tests pass, that gives you confidence that, hey, my application actually works. As well as another kind of thing that people don't think about is it also gives you design feedback. Because if you think about like, let's say you have a 1,000-line method or a 5-line method, which one do you think is harder to maintain? I'm going to say probably the 1,000-line method, right? And usually writing a test for a 1,000-line method is much harder than writing a test for like a 5-line method. And so if you find, hey, this is really hard to write a test for, it could be a pause point of like, hey, maybe this method is doing too much, or this component's doing too much, or whatever the case is. And maybe the design of my code is wrong. So I also like that design feedback that TDD and tests in general give me. So that's also another side benefit. But again, oh yeah, the regression tests that you get at the end of the day are nice too. So there's like tons of benefits here that aren't even like the regression tests that you get at the end of the day to make sure like, hey, I made this change. This feature I wrote 3 months ago still works. So that's, again, a nice side benefit. Okay. So I talked about what TDD is. So what is not TDD? Because sometimes people say like, oh, I do TDD, and they don't exactly know what that means. So TDD is not a synonym for writing tests. Again, it's kind of a way in which you approach software where you start with the test first. So it doesn't mean you're writing tests. Like you can write tests, but write tests after you write the production code, and that's not TDD. TDD is also not writing multiple tests up front before writing any production code. So it's not like, hey, I'm going to write these 20 tests up front before I write any production code. That's not really TDD, because you're going like a bunch of red over and over again and not doing the red, green refactor steps. As well as TDD does not mean no bugs ever. Just in my experience, it leads to less bugs. And there's a lot of metrics research out there, such as from Dora. I'm not really going to get into that today, but if you go to dora.dev, that's a DevOps research assessment. They do like analysis of high performing teams. And one of the things that they call out that makes a high performing team from their research of like tens of thousands of teams is writing automated tests. And that's how people move faster, more confidently, all that kind of stuff. TDD is also not really used for adding tests to existing production code, because if you think about it, if the production code already exists, like you got some legacy code or some untested code out there, it just means that you can't really TDD it because you can't go like red, green because the code already exists, right? So usually when you're backporting tests to existing code or legacy code, you can't really TDD it. You're more just adding code after the fact. You can do some tricks like, for instance, you can target some behavior, write the tests, and then like comment out the code or remove the code from the production code and make sure it fails, then put it back in and make sure it passes. So you can do some of those kinds of tricks. But by nature, because the code already exists, you can't really truly TDD it. I also think there's a lot of like TDDs, I'll say TDD zealots out there who will say things on Twitter or Blue Sky or LinkedIn about like, hey, if you're not doing TDD, your code isn't good. And I just don't believe that that's the case. And I think it's kind of like gatekeepy and things like that. Like people can write good code without TDD. Like it's totally valid. And I just think TDD helps you write good code and things like that. But people are like just zealots about it. Like, and if you're one of those people, please stop. Like you're just turning people off if you say like, oh, you're not writing good code unless you're doing TDD, because like, I want you to think about like, if you're doing that or some people are doing that, like you almost never change somebody's mind by behaving that way. So instead, try and introduce them to TDD, teach them those things, like if you're passionate about that. So I'm not personally a zealot about it. And I see a lot of people turned off on TDD because certain people are like zealots about TDD. So just want to share that as well. Okay, so that first like 15 minutes, 18 minutes or so was about TDD in general. So now let's apply TDD to Blazor, because that's kind of why we're here, right? So I'm going to introduce a few different tools that you'll need in your tool belt, and you can swap these out, specifically the first two with other tools, but these are the ones I'm going to show. So the first one is XUnit. So if you're not familiar with XUnit, it's a test framework. It's actually used by Microsoft to test .NET itself. So like the ASP.NET Core team and the .NET team use XUnit to test .NET itself. Like you can go check out their GitHub, and that's what they're using. So I've got a test here, and this is testing the classic counter component. So this is a test that's saying, hey, it should increment the count when clicking the increment button. As part of this test, the only part that's really XUnit is this fact attribute up here that's saying, hey, that's basically marking this as a test. So that's the only part of where XUnit really comes in. Where shouldly comes in, this is a library that I use. That's an assertion library. It's got roughly 80 million downloads on NuGet, and it usually leads to cleaner assertions, meaning at some point in the test, you have to assert and say like, hey, this is the behavior I expect my application to have. And so where that comes in is at the bottom here. So in this case, after you click the increment button, I'm expecting the text content should be current count 1, right? So that should be is part of where shouldly comes in, where it's an extension method off of object, and it allows you to do different things based on, or have more natural reading language, versus if you're using traditional XUnit assertions, those are fine too. I'm not going to die on this hill that you should be using shouldly, but like the XUnit assertions sometimes don't read as clean as that, because it'll be like assert dot equal, and then you pass in the 2 parameters or something like that. So I personally use shouldly, but again, I'm not going to die on that hill. Lastly, bUnit. What bUnit is, it's a helper library for testing Blazor, and it helps you render out components and then basically query the DOM that gets rendered out from those components, the HTML that gets rendered out from the components, and allows you to inspect things, interact with things, click on buttons, assert on things, all of that kind of stuff. bUnit also allows you to inject in like fake dependencies. So if you are making an HTTP call, you can swap that out, not make a real HTTP call. You can mock that out and just do like a fake HTTP response, as well as you can do things like fake out the navigation manager to change out the navigation manager to change out the routing and things like that. So, and test the routing. So that's kind of some things that bUnit adds for you out of the box. So where bUnit kind of comes in is this middle part, where kind of the base thing that you need to know is the test context. So the test context is the thing that allows you to actually render out the component, and then you can kind of find different things on the component, interact with it. Like in this case, I'm clicking on the increment button there, kind of on that fourth line there of the block, and also like find different pieces of the component, and then we can assert on it later. So that's kind of where the bUnit part comes in. So now for a big part of this talk, and probably one of the bigger questions people have is like, okay, cool, I see TDD, but like, what should I write? Or I like kind of understand what TDD is, but what should I write tests for? And the biggest piece of advice I can give you is behavior. And what I mean by that is like what your user cares about. And if you frame all of your tests, whether you're doing Blazor or any other front-end technology, if you frame all of your tests on like, hey, what's the user's behavior here, then I think that helps guide what tests you should write. So for instance, I don't test that CSS classes exist, because what is the point of CSS? The point of CSS is to make sure that something looks nice, right? And looks pretty. You can't prove that something looks pretty or looks nice by testing that a CSS class exists. Like if I say, hey, I've got these 5 CSS classes on this particular HTML element, that doesn't really tell me that the component looks pretty. So I personally don't test CSS classes. Now there's a slight nuance there where if I'm toggling a CSS class based on somebody like checking a box and maybe it like pops something open or whatever the case is, or turns something red, that's something that I do test for. Like maybe you have a table of elements and you turn some of them red and some of them green to indicate, you know, good or bad records or things like that. Like I would write a test to make sure that the CSS class for like green and red are there, because that's behavior that my users are expecting, is I'm toggling things based on some certain conditions. But otherwise, if it's just like static CSS classes, I don't test that those exist, because again, testing that those exist on the element doesn't really tell me anything that the CSS actually like works well together and looks good at the end of the day. Like you're just going to have to go look at it manually. So again, focus on the behavior of your application. And so kind of a litmus test, and this is probably a key takeaway. So if you're kind of tuning out, tune back in for at least a hot second, is if like a key takeaway is if I can delete production code that breaks your application, but no test breaks, to me, that's a problem, right? So that means that I'm not covering that particular behavior in one of my tests. And what I find is when you don't have good test coverage around these things to say like, hey, you know, I'm confident that the majority of the behavior of my application is covered, then I find people start tiptoeing around the application. And that's where you can't move as fast. Now, there is a slight nuance to that of like, because every rule has reasons to break the rule. Like, for instance, if the like cost of maintaining that test is so large because you're interacting with like tons of third-party things that you don't control or whatever the case is, which you can still mock those out. And so it's not really a good example. But if for some reason there's a test that's really hard to maintain, really expensive to maintain, and the cost of breaking is less than the cost of maintaining it, then I might not write a test for it. But generally speaking, I always think like that's usually a refactor opportunity where I could test whatever behavior that I'm doing. But so there are reasons to break the rule, but in general, I follow this rule of if I can delete production code that breaks your app and no test breaks, that's a problem. It means we're missing a test somewhere. So, but there's kind of the flip side of that too. Like if my tests break, but my application isn't broken, that's also a problem. Like maybe I run a test 100 times and 1 out of 100 times the test breaks and 99 times out of 100 it passes. That usually means that you have some sort of flaky test where there might be some like race condition thing. And especially with front end code, that can happen where like maybe you're making an API call that you're mocking out, or you're doing some other calculations and you're like checking the HTML before that calculation or whatever it is finishes running. So you kind of need to, there's different techniques to kind of wait on things and wait for elements to be visible or wait for elements to have certain values, those kinds of things. But in general, if there's a flaky test, don't just rerun, and like something fails and you rerun it and it passes, don't just accept it and be like, whatever, it's fine, because I guarantee you that flaky test is going to come back later. So like inspect it, figure out what's going on. You can even use AI tools to help you debug where this flakiness is, things like that. But there's also not just flaky tests, but like you also might be leaking implementation details. So let's say you do refactoring, and I'll do a simple one a little bit here in a little bit, of doing a refactoring that doesn't change the behavior of the application. It just changes the implementation of it. If your test breaks because of that, usually that means you're leaking implementation details into your tests. So in general, if you kind of focus on this user behavior aspect of things, then usually you have more resilient tests to refactorings because you're not leaking implementation details. So if I look at this test here, there is a bit of a problem with this assertion. So I accidentally clicked next, so you might have seen it real quick. But I want you to think about what could be the problem with that assertion that we have there. So it's basically the same test we had before. We're incrementing the count when we click the button. And now we're asserting that the component instance has a property called current count that should be 1. And current count is really just an implementation detail, because this is like the property on the underlying Blazor component class. And like our users don't care about that, right? So some people might be like, okay, let's instead use this markup matches thing that's built into bUnit, where I can make sure that the markup matches this, where I got this p tag with a role of status, and then the current count is 1. And I would say this is a step in the right direction, but now we're starting to bring in some more HTML that's more of an implementation detail. So let's say I add a CSS class here that adds a padding or whatever the case is, or maybe I switch this p tag to a span or a div or whatever the case is. Like that's kind of an implementation detail. Like our users don't care what tags we're using and things like that. So we're kind of leaking some of that into our tests. So in general, I'll talk about this a little bit later, but I try to avoid markup matches. So instead what I would do is I would grab that element just like we did and check the text content and say that that text content should be current count 1. And so by finding it by the role, which is like if you go file new project with Blazor, you'll kind of end up with the markup where the role is status. Like that's kind of the role that the element is playing. So I'm abstracted away from, hey, is this a p tag, a div, a span, whatever it is. It doesn't really matter because really all my users care about is that the current count is 1. So if you kind of look at those 3 side by side, I would do the bottom one, again, to just be abstracted away from as much implementation details as possible. And I really like this quote from Kent C. Dodds. So he's pretty big in the React community, and he created the most popular like bUnit equivalent in the React space called React Testing Library. And Kent C. Dodds has this quote that I think this is also a guiding principle for you as you're writing tests, because these principles don't change no matter what technologies you're using, is the more your tests resemble the way your software is used, the more confidence they can give you. So part of what Kent's saying there is, if you're focused on how your your tests are more focused on how your users use your application, then they're abstracted away from those implementation details, like I mentioned. So in general, this is like one of the key guiding principles of writing front-end tests, in my opinion. Like if I could give people one quote, this would be it, or one sentence, this would probably be it. Okay, so what should I not test? So I mentioned earlier, don't test CSS, because again, CSS's intention is to make your app look good, and you can't test to make sure your app look good. So app actually looks good. You just have to look at it. Maybe in the future, AI can do some analysis to make sure it looks good, but for now, it's not really a mainstream thing. Try not to test implementation details, as I mentioned. And I also avoid using markup matches because, again, markup matches takes some block of HTML and asserts that that block of HTML is there, which can be problematic because, again, you're leaking all those implementation details. So like adding an attribute will break that test, even though your application is not broken from a user's perspective. Now, I will say if you're creating like a component library, maybe that makes sense to use markup matches because some people might be dependent on the way the markup is. But in general, if you're writing a Blazor application and not a component library, then I avoid using markup matches. Again, there's just too many implementation details like CSS classes, what nodes you're using, all that kind of stuff. I also don't like using .instance because in bUnit you can use grab like the underlying Blazor class. And again, when I see people use this, usually it leads to them leaking implementation details. So don't use .instance for applications either. For component libraries, maybe like your component toggles something and it flips like a property from false to true or true to false. Maybe in that case, it makes sense to test the instance, but in general for applications, you should be focused on the user behavior. Because again, you're leaking too much implementation details like calling properties, methods, and things like that. Because sometimes people will like go like the component.instance and like invoke the method that's underlying behind those things. And almost always that method is wired up to some like element like a button or whatever the case is. And I would rather interact with a button because that's really what the user cares about, not they don't care about what the method is. So again, more guiding principles along that stuff. I also avoid snapshot tests like verify. So what verify does is it basically takes like your basic component and renders out into JSON and kind of saves it into your project. And then it verifies that the markup matches what was in that JSON file. And so in general, I avoid snapshot tests for all the reasons I already mentioned, because snapshots don't capture what your desired behavior is. They just capture all this HTML at the end of the day. So again, it's got the same problems that I already mentioned where you've got all these implementation details. So what I see people doing sometimes is they'll change some HTML stuff and then their snapshot test fails because they've changed the HTML, and then they just like blindly accept the updated version and don't actually analyze what happened there. As well as you literally by definition cannot TDD with verify because verify relies on the final output. So if you're using verify, I'm just not a huge fan of it for all those reasons. And you can't really, again, you can't verify something until like the production code is there. And you can't really make it green unless you update your snapshot. However, I do use verify or other snapshotting tools when I'm like refactoring completely how a component should work, but the HTML output should be the same. So I might create an initial test that's using verify or some other snapshotting technology that is like, hey, when this component's in this certain state, it should have this HTML at the end of the day. And so like I'll create that test, add the snapshot, and then do my refactor, and then make sure that the test still passes and the HTML is still the same. Because if that's my intent is like, I'm just reworking the logic of this, but the output should still be the same, I will keep have that test verify that. But then afterwards, I delete the test because it basically proved that I didn't break something. But going forward, I don't want to maintain that test. So then I delete that test. So that's just kind of what I do. Okay. So let's go ahead and do some live coding here. So I'm just going to go ahead and run the application here. This is more or less just a vanilla Blazor application with some slight modifications. But what we're first going to test is our trusty friend, the counter component. So when I click things or click this button, then it increments the count, right? So that's our trusty friend, the counter component. So I'm actually going to delete all of this code and not have the counter component here anymore. And instead, I'm going to, so usually, I guess, if you haven't done tests before, usually you have a separate test project. And this is kind of where you install XUnit, should lead, bUnit, all that kind of stuff. And then when I lay out my code, usually I just kind of mimic the folder structure of whatever it is that I'm testing. So in my case, the counter is under pages. So I'm going to put it under pages here. But you can see I don't have really anything in here at all. So I'm going to go ahead and use a live snippet from Writer and say to scaffold out my test. And usually my kind of format is it should do something when a condition happens. I don't really care if that's how you name things. I don't care if you use underscores. I more care that you're consistent. But whatever it is, just pick something and go with it. So I'm going to say should have an initial count of 0 when the component loads. So we'll start there. So with bUnit, the first thing you need is a test context. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new test context here. And You can do things like this, and that's how you get access to the component. So if I do that here, I can go context.render component and get access to my counter component. But what a lot of people do is instead of this, they will just inherit from test context. Whoops. Inherit from test context, and then basically you've got access to render component at that point. So that's what a lot of people do. And so that's what I will do here. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, I want to find the current count, and say I'm going to spell count with a capital C, and say component.find, and say current count. So I'm going to have some sort of element with an ID of current count. And then I'm going to say the current count dot text content. Yes, basically that. I will say the current count text content should be current count 0, right? So I'm going to go ahead and run this test. I am using keyboard shortcut to do this. I highly recommend you look at what your keyboard shortcuts are, because it can make TDD even faster. You can kind of like right click and see, like for me, I'm on Windows and under this key map, and so mine's Control UR. So you can always look at that as well. Okay, so now you notice I get a failure, and I'm a little zoomed in here, so sorry if that's there's a lot going on here, but the error I get is no elements were found that match the selector current count, which makes sense, right? Because I didn't actually create an element that has that ID. So this is where I'm verifying that my red state is in the state that I expect. So I'm going to go ahead and do the simplest thing that could possibly work, and I'm going to create an element with the ID of current count, and I'm just going to hard code the value in here of current count 0, and then rerun the test. So maybe I don't always do it like so super simple like this. Sometimes I will write the code that I know I need to write, but generally speaking, you can just write the simplest code, because what will come out is the next test you write. So let's go ahead and just for speed, I will duplicate this here real quick and say, it should increment the count when the increment button is clicked, right? So I'm going to want to make that 1 instead of 0, and I'm going to also need to grab the increment button. So I'm going to go ahead and find the button element here, and I'm going to click it. So really nothing super crazy there, and then I should make sure that basically just asserting that that change from 0 to 1. So this is where kind of tests are kind of working together, because this one I'm not clicking on a button and it's 0, and then I am doing something over here different, and this one is 1. So you notice that one failed. It says no elements found that button, which makes sense. So I'm going to go ahead and add an increment button. I'm not going to really worry about CSS here or anything like that. I'll go ahead and add that increment button, rerun the test, and it will still fail. But just want to show you that we are getting different errors here. So it's saying, hey, I want an on-click handler here. So I'm going to go ahead and create an on-click handler. I'm going to go ahead and create a local method. I'm going to move you actually down here. And now I've got this increment method. And what I really want to do is I want to increase the current count, but I don't have a current count. So I'm going to go ahead and create a field for that. And I'll just leave it at that, because it's going to default to 0. So if I now rerun it, now it won't yell at me that I don't have that click handler. Now it's saying, hey, the current count should have been 1, but it's 0 because I still have it hard coded. So let's go ahead and fix that too. Now when I rerun all of those tests, they should all pass. So that initial increment button test pass, I'll now do a different test to make sure that or different keyboard shortcut to make sure they all pass, and they do. So you can kind of keep iterating on this. I'm not going to keep going in the interest of time, but you can kind of imagine how this continues to work. So you can still keep iterating on these things and do TDD with front end code, and kind of, again, drive that behavior that's in your applications. Okay, so I'm going to take a slight TDD detour, because I try and talk about this wherever I can, because it's one of my favorite principles. And there's a guy named Russian playwright named Anton Chekhov, who lived in the 1800s. And Anton said, basically, if there's like a rifle hanging on the wall in the first act, then it should be fired in a later act otherwise it shouldn't be hanging on the wall. And what he means by that is everything should have relevance to the story and everything should add to the story. So how does this relate to testing? Well, I want you to look at this test here, and this is not a Blazor test, it's just like pure C# code. And I want you to think about like, what is the thing that is not relevant to the story with this test? So I'll give you like 5-10 seconds to look at this and see what's not relevant to the story here. So the answer is basically everything that is not last name. Like the only thing that's really relevant there is last name. Like first name, address, birth date, it's just muddying up things. And it's not immediately obvious when you first glance at it that like, hey, this test just cares about last name. But I see this all the time where people put way too much in their range step of their tests. Like they might be mocking a bunch of stuff that they don't need to, whatever the case is, or they could like globalize that mock because it's always returning the same thing. But I really want tests that are focused on the behavior that they're trying to test. So like a simple refactor would be like to create like some sort of valid customer method or like a factory or whatever you want to do. You could also use random data like bogus and things like that to create some of the stuff and then just tweak the change that I want to make. But I usually go next step, and in XUnit, I'll rip that out to the constructor, and that does not share state between the different tests because each test runs with like a brand new fresh class because that's just how XUnit works. But I'll like have some field that's customer that's like set to a valid state, and then I'll just tweak it as needed in the other tests. But then I'll also go next level here too, and also extract out the customer validator. So rather than newing it up in each test, I'll also rip that out into the constructor, because that way not each test has to new up that validator. And if there's ever like dependencies that need to be added or things like that, that's kind of where like I can do that in one place in the constructor, not in every single test. So we kind of look at these two side by side. You can see, and this is like a super trivial example. Like I've seen arrange steps that are like 30 lines of setup that could be reduced down to like 1 or 2 in each test. And so it's a lot more clear that, hey, this test just cares about last name. It doesn't care about all this other stuff. Okay, so that's Chekhov's gun. So hopefully you remember that principle and also can apply it to your tests. It's not exactly just useful for TDD, but it's useful for any automated tests that you might write. Okay, next I'm going to talk about bUnit web.query. So this is an extension to bUnit. It's another package that allows you to query the DOM that are even less implementation specific than what I showed earlier. So this is more in the React testing library style. So if you're familiar with React testing library or Angular testing library, this kind of draws on those parallels. And these queries promote accessibility. So I'll show an example of that here in a second, but it promotes people who are using screen readers and things like that. But also, like even if you're not using a screen reader, you can still mess up accessibility that affects everybody who is not using screen reader as well. Because if you've ever like been to a website and you're like looking at a checkbox or radio button and you click on the text and it doesn't actually check the box or check the radio button, that means they didn't wire up the input in the label and the input of the checkbox or radio button together. And so that also hurts screen readers, but it also hurts people who are not on screen readers as well and who are trying to check that particular thing. So like bUnit web query, make sure that you do those things so your applications don't have that problem. This is something that I worked on with the 2 other maintainers of bUnit. And we're still going to come out with more in the next 6 months. Honestly, we've just been kind of busy with personal stuff, so we haven't really added things to it, but we work together on what I'm about to show right now. So let's look at that here real quick. So if I come over here to and run the application again, there is a loan application tab here. So if I close out of that and click over here, so it's a pretty simple application or simple page, and hopefully you're just you kind of get the point. Is like if I submit without filling out anything, I get some error messages, and if I fill out first name, I'll say like, hey, thank you for submitting first name, right? So, or I probably should have said first last, not first name, but anyway, you get the point. That's kind of all this application does. But you look at this form and you're like, oh, okay, it's perfectly fine, right? And so if we look at the code for this, so if I go look at the lone application tests, so this is also another little tip, is if you're trying to navigate to a certain file, you can use like the humps, the capital letters. So I did like lone application test. So I just did LAT. So again, just a tip for you as you're navigating around Writer. And you can see here what I'm testing is that, hey, it should show a validation error when first name is null. So basically I'm trying to find first name, and then I go ahead and click the submit button and make sure that the message shows up. And actually this name of this test is wrong. It should show success message when first name is not null. I'll just say when form is valid and submitted. I accidentally named that test wrong. So glad we could pair program on that. But one kind of interesting thing here is it's finding these inputs based on the IDs. So if we go look at the lone application.razor, what I'm using for this is the input text, and I'm using just a placeholder of first name. Well, placeholders are really, like I see this happen over and over and over again, where people use placeholders for labels, and placeholders are not accessibility friendly. And really placeholders are intended to be like showing an example. Like for instance, if you've got like a date field, it shows you like the date format it expects, right? But a lot of people use placeholders for first name or for inputs, which is technically not valid. So if we swap out this find for a component.findByLabel text, which comes from bUnit.web.query, and we rerun this test, you can see previously all these passed, but now if I rerun this test fails in saying, hey, I couldn't find a label with a text of first name. So it's catching this accessibility issue within my test, which is pretty sweet, and will probably make certain people in your company happy if you do this. So a few different ways to solve this. I could do an ARIA label of first name. So if I rerun that, that's one way of making that pass. And you can see now it passes, but the more proper way to do this is to just not use placeholders at all, and instead use like a label that's like first name, and then you wire that up by saying, hey, the ID, the for of attribute of the label should match the ID of the input. So if I go ahead and rerun that test here, that should pass as well. So there's a lot of different ways you can wire up the inputs to the labels. But just want to share that because a lot of people who are using bUnit today don't know that get by label text or find by label text method exists. So I just want to call that out, and we're going to add some other ones here in the future as well for like finding buttons and things like that based on the role that they have. So more to come probably in the next 6-ish months once we prioritize it. Okay. So that was a quick tour around, automated testing in general, as well as TDD, how you apply TDD to Blazor. So kind of, I get a lot of people say like, how can I get started with TDD? Like I don't use TDD today. How can I get started? And I would say probably one of the simplest ways to get started is when you have some sort of bug report come in that says like, hey, I expected this behavior, but this is the behavior that I got instead. You can write a test to prove that that bug exists, and like write a test to make sure that basically the test will fail because it doesn't do the behavior you want. And then you can fix it and then make sure it's green, and then basically proving that you fix it. So like that's a super simple way to get started with TDD, and honestly like a great starting point before you start doing it for new features and things like that. So again, write failing test, prove that bugs exist, and make it pass. But I also hear this statement from people sometimes who are like, well, I don't have time to write tests, or I don't have time to do TDD. And there is an upfront cost to it, but I usually ask them like, well, why don't you have time to do this? And sometimes they're like, my boss won't let me. And I'm kind of like, well, why does your boss kind of get a say in how you write software? Like they should more just care about the outcomes that you create and less about like how it's implemented, right? So like imagine if you went to your surgeon and you're like, hey, doc, I need the surgery. And your surgeon was like, okay, that surgery is going to take about 4 hours or so. And if you're like, doc, I can't do it in 4 hours. I can only do 15 minutes. What can you do? What can you do about the surgery in 15 minutes? And would you really want to go to that surgeon's like, oh yeah, well, normally take 4 hours, but I just won't wash my tools. Instead of 20 stitches, I'll just use 3, like all that kind of stuff to get you down to 15 minutes. So sometimes it's like, we would never expect a surgeon to make that trade-off, right? Like whatever they think says goes, basically, right? So like I don't really understand why we, like as professionals, like we know what's best because we're in this industry, and so we should make kind of the tools or the choices of, hey, here's how we can best solve this problem that you have. And as long as we solve the problem correctly, you shouldn't really need to ask like permission or any of those kinds of things, because you're just getting the person the outcome that they wanted. But like another thing that I want to leave people with too is like, you don't get better at TDD by not doing TDD, right? And so like, if you want to get better at this stuff, it's just like anything. Like you didn't come out of the womb knowing how to program, right? Like you went to classes, watched blogs, watched videos like this, all of that kind of stuff. And you put in a lot of effort to get good at programming and be proficient that way. And it's the same thing with TDD, just like any other skill, is in order to get good at something, you actually need to do it. And sometimes I hear like also like, oh, well, we don't have time because, we're too busy fixing bugs. And it's like, well, why do you have so many bugs? It's like, well, we're busy fixing bugs because we don't have any automated tests. And because we don't have any automated tests, that leads to more bugs. And then you kind of end up in this endless cycle. So eventually you need to break that cycle and start implementing automated tests, because the data is out there. They've done the studies. Automated tests does make you move faster long term. There is a little bit of an upfront cost, but it allows you to move faster and more confidently and more reliably in the future. So with that, I know we got like 7 minutes or so for questions, but some takeaways hopefully you get out of this. Hopefully you take away like why you should do TDD, as well as how to test Blazor and what to test in Blazor. But again, if you're using another front-end technology, you can pretty much apply these principles anywhere. And hopefully it helps you get started TDDing Blazor. Got some resources here. So this TDD by Example book by Kevin Beck, highly recommend reading it. It's not that terrible or like long of a read. So it's still totally relevant. There's this Write Test blog post by Kenzie Dodds that I really like too, specifically for front-end testing. I have posted like the demo code to this talks repo that I've got. And I've also got the slide deck, which I posted on my blog. It's just scottsauber.com. And I intentionally leave a lot of my slide decks detailed, so that way you can use them as a reference and they're like a standalone, hopefully value add. Because I always hate when I download slides and it's like just a picture and I'm like, I don't remember what that person said about that picture. So hopefully you can share this with your team if they're not here, or reference it later if you want to look at it later. So yeah, that's what I've got. So I'll take any questions or do some discussion now. And I know not everybody also likes asking questions in front of everybody, so I threw my email on there as well as my LinkedIn. So if you want to add me on LinkedIn or follow that bit.ly, that'll take me to my LinkedIn too. If you want to have any questions or like, how do I test this particular scenario? Happy to answer anything people have.
Thank you, Scott. That's very generous of you. But we do have some questions for you. But first of all, let me say that I really appreciated the quotes that you provided, particularly the one, what does it say? If you haven't seen a test fail, you don't know if it works. I want it on a t-shirt, really. Brilliant.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, Sasha.
Yep, Matt. No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoyed that session. Yeah, TDD of old, so I enjoy this kind of thing, and I do like that. And one thing, I don't normally kind of flag this too much. It's a little bit on the nose, but I did like the little demo you did of Ryder doing create from usage. Quite a lot of people don't necessarily know this, and they don't see this in the context of TDD, but it's really good. You can write a thing like you're doing current count, I think it was. You were using the current count because I want to use an increment. I want a counter, so I'll use current count. It doesn't exist. Alt enter, create variable, create field, and so on. those features
Yep.
in Rider are really, really useful for test-driven development, because the test really is driving the thing you're building.
Yep, absolutely. And especially when you're just like, writing methods and classes and things like that. Like I will literally like new up a class that doesn't exist or a record that doesn't exist and just alt enter, have it create the class, so use keyboard shortcuts to like move it around to a different project and all that kind of stuff. So
the tooling can help you be
fan.
the tooling can help you be really quick at doing this. It can feel like it could be cumbersome, but the tooling can really help. Anyway, I'll stop fanboying about Rider now.
No worries.
Now, I guess onto the questions. I found one in the chat that I found particularly interesting and very specific. SharpEye productions using plain strings to find things makes stuff easy to break with renaming. Is there any way to make this safer?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of that? Strings for like the CSS, CSS
using
selectors?
using plain strings to find things makes stuff easy to break with renaming. Is there any way to make it safer?
Yep. And it depends, but I'll try and talk about certain scenarios that hopefully this person's thinking about. So like, for instance, when I showed the example of like bUnit web query that was finding by label text, like in general, your labels don't really change super often. Like it's pretty much first space name, and that's just what it is. So that's a big reason behind bUnit web query, is to make your tests more resilient that way. As far as like for instance, when I was showing the current count and doing like current count colon, and let's say I change that colon to a dash, yes, that would break your test in that case. But you're also like, I find in practice, you don't actually hit that scenario super often, because like, let's say somebody asks you to change that colon to a dash, right? They like more than likely somebody asked you to do that. And so that is like a behavior change. Like they didn't like that colon, they want to switch it to a dash. And so like, you're really changing behavior. Somebody thinks that that's important, even though that's like a super contrived example. So as far as like those two things go, that's kind of what I would say. As far as CSS selectors go, in general, if you can use the find by label text for grabbing inputs and checkboxes and radio buttons and things like that, that'll be more resilient. But otherwise, you can just use like IDs of elements. And so you're not trying to grab like, hey, I'm trying to grab this P tag or whatever the case is. I'm just trying to grab this ID, and I'm really abstracted away from what kind of element that is. So that's generally speaking what I would do, and kind of what I've experienced. So hopefully that answers the question. But yeah, if they have a follow-up, feel free to let me know.
Matt, did you want to throw out the next question?
There's another question from the chat there. I think I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, actually. The idea when you talk about Chekhov's gun, Chekhov's test, and only using what is actually required, sometimes that can be really difficult if you've got, say, data that you're wanting to create, which this is kind of a throwback to Maarten's talk a little bit. If you've got something with non-nullable types, for example, how do you kind of deal with only setting the stuff that's required for the test, but at the same time, your business objects require more data? There's a sort of tension there, really, isn't there?
Yep. So that's where I would kind of do similar to what I had in my examples of, like, I might have a factory that creates one that's like it could just be random data. It doesn't matter. It's just like in a valid state, basically. And then I tweak that to whatever I want. Or maybe I don't even tweak it, because maybe I'm just keeping the valid state and I'm like submitting a form. Like then I wouldn't tweak that, but I would probably abstract that away to like another method or like the constructor way, and kind of have that in a valid state. So that way downstream tests don't really have to care about that. Because if you're setting like a required keyword or something like that on a property, obviously you're going to have to set those values, but you don't have to do it in the block of the test. You can move that out to a method or the constructor or whatever the case is. So again, the tests you're looking at are clean, and you kind of move that irrelevancy, I'll say, into another spot. So you're not looking at it all the time.
Okay, I like the idea of that. So that the required bit then, for example, would stay in the test, but everything else you could kind of push out. So at least the test is a bit focused.
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep.
Cool.
Again, it's kind of hard to. It's a lot easier to talk about this stuff when there's like a code example sitting in front of you and like, here's exactly what I would do. But hopefully those kind of principles help people.
That's true. That sounds good to me. What's next? Sasha, have you got a question?
Yeah, it really gave me a chuckle, that analogy with the surgeon when trying to convince your stubborn team leader or boss about the necessity of TDD. Yeah, it got me thinking, do you think that TDD is still a practical, a feasible, a viable approach for teams under time constraints, under time pressure?
Yep. So I would say, like, again, it depends. Like, if the world is on fire and you got to fix something, and to TDD it would cause you to take you 8 hours or something like that, then yeah, be pragmatic and don't have your whole, like, if you're Amazon.com and Amazon's down, it's probably bad, and you're probably losing a lot of money. And just get that thing up as soon as you can. But ideally, you would kind of swoop back around and then fix it, obviously, properly. So just be pragmatic. I'm not, again, a zealot of like you have to TDD all the time. Like, I tend to more often than not, but that there's certainly situations where you shouldn't, or like it doesn't make sense to. However, I would say you can always fall into a trap of, oh, well, I just don't have time this time. Oh, I don't have time this time. I don't have time this time. And then you never make time for it. So like, I think it is a slippery slope once you say, like, obviously if production's down, that's like a whole different ball game. But, you can always make excuses as to why you're not doing it. And again, you don't get better at doing it by not doing it. You just got to dive in. And again, if anybody has any questions about like, how would I TDD this scenario, like, happy to, if it's not obvious, I like talking about this stuff. So happy to answer any questions, and you don't have to send me Venmo or anything. I'll just help you. So.
Excellent. You also mentioned working, these days everything's changing. It's the obligatory AI question. You mentioned AI. Can you use TDD as an approach with AI and agents? Because it feels, like I was saying with the create from usage, it feels like more like a mechanical process.
Yeah. So I would say, yes, there's lots of different ways you can interact with AI with TDD. I mean, you could be the one who writes the test, but AI is the one who implements it, makes it pass. Or you could do the flip side. You could have AI write the tests and then you implement it. Or you can actually instruct certain AI tools to follow TDD and make sure that, hey, run the test first, make sure they fail, and then run the test after you add some implementation code and make sure they pass. What I will say, though, is like reemphasizing, like, AI is not great at this moment about doing like large batches of work. Like, AI is kind of like a junior developer of sorts right now, at least in my experience. And if you tell a junior developer, hey, go build this whole application from scratch and create thousands of files and stuff like that, it's going to go off the rails. But if you focus it, then it generally does a great job if you're using the right tooling and models and things like that. So I actually think TDD is even more important in the AI world because you're allowing it to focus on, hey, you're just solving this small problem, or you're just doing this small thing, or just trying to get certain tests to pass. So it kind of focuses you because I think that's where I see people fall down with AI tools is they told it to do a big thing. It generated, hundreds or even more lines of code, and then they don't understand it. And it almost takes them like, but something's broken and they're not sure why. And things like that. But again, if you kind of focus on, I'm just implementing a small feature, I find AI tools are super helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good advice. I think small steps helps with those kinds of things. As you say, keeps it more focused.
Yep, for sure. But I mean, you saw the autocomplete that was in Writer too, so that's some AI tooling where it's predicting what I want next, and in general in my situation is pretty good. So
yep, that's true.
I also liked your point about if something is hard to test, perhaps the design might be off. I honestly don't remember if it was during this presentation or the other one you gave for one of Writer's webinars. But anyway, my question is, do you think there is something like specific about, in your experience, about Blazor components that makes them harder to test, perhaps?
I think it's more just like a education problem more than anything. Like, I don't think like a Blazor component is more or less harder to test than like a method. But certainly if your Blazor component is doing like 40 different things and it's 400 lines long, like that's going to be hard to test just like a 400 line method. is generally hard to test. So I think if you can kind of keep components focused, as well as like sometimes we have like child components in Blazor firing off API calls, and we're firing off like 10 API calls in a full page, and maybe that's not what we should be doing. So I think I don't necessarily think that Blazor components are harder to test. It's just more of an education thing. And I think if you keep that user focus of like, hey, what does the user expect to happen? I actually think it's easier to write tests that are not implementation detail specific than backend code. Like if you're mocking, like, you know, this gets into a lot of different things, but if you're mocking every service and things like that, like anytime you mock, you're basically tying yourself to implementation details. So I find with Blazor components, that's actually easier not to tie yourself to implementation details, because usually you're not mocking a ton of stuff. So, but yeah, that gets into mocking, which is like its own hour-long session probably by itself, and people have lots of opinions about it. But so yeah, that's just my perspective, but I know it's not everybody's perspective. And I've also been writing tests for front-end code for close to a decade now. So I totally get that it probably comes more natural to me than some other people.
And a follow-up, you mentioned that writing a bunch of tests, you mentioned not writing a bunch of tests because that's red. So is TDD, does it really require a fast feedback cycle?
Yeah, absolutely. Like if your tests run in like, let's just say 5 seconds, 10 seconds, something like that, like that's way too long. Like ideally your tests are running in, I mean, as fast as possible, but ideally like milliseconds. And generally speaking, I mean, you saw it on the bUnit tests, they're running pretty fast. And that was with me. Technically this laptop's a little underpowered and it's like 4 years old. And, you know, I'm sharing my screen and all that fun stuff. So there's a lot going on. I think it was still running pretty fast. So I would say if your test is running in like, I'm going to just say a second or more, like a bUnit test is running a second or more, that would give me a lot of pause. But even like hundreds of milliseconds, I'm like, why is it taking that long? It's because generally speaking, a lot of those are running in under 100 milliseconds, if not like under 10 milliseconds. So when the actually execution of it starts, there's obviously some boot up time to like build the app and all of that kind of stuff. But once that all kind of process happens, then the rest of it should kind of fly through.
Yeah, I was wondering if Blazor has an overhead for, you know, in this area.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it does over just, you know, if you're just testing like a HTML page by itself, because it's got to actually do things and stuff like that, but like a static HTML page. But I mean, I could go look at what these tests passed in, and I'm pretty zoomed in. Looks like 15 milliseconds. So on average, 10 milliseconds, things like that. So I mean, it's running pretty fast.
That'll work.
Yep.
Yeah, good. Yeah, cool. You also mentioned with mocking there as well. I noticed one of the things you didn't really say, I don't think you mentioned, maybe even throughout the whole thing, was unit testing. You know, you were talking more about testing and test-driven development. So what would be your unit here?
Yeah.
And also, I guess the other question is, with Blazor, how do you deal with sort of isolating? What are about the seams and isolating things?
Yep.
By opening the mocking question.
This is opening up a can of worms, because I'd say like our people's definition of unit testing is so all over the board. I'll use my definition. So I think, well, I'll talk about an integration test, because some people are like, oh, an integration test is it's hitting a database, or it's hitting a network, all that kind of stuff. And all that stuff is true. But I think an integration test can also happen all in memory. Like if you have two methods calling each other and they're all in memory, I still think that's an integration test, because you're integrating two pieces of code together, even if it's not hitting network or file system or any of that kind of stuff. And I think it's the same for Blazor tests. So I think a lot of Blazor tests are more integration style tests, even though it isn't actually, like bUnit's not actually, I guess I didn't mention this, bUnit isn't actually spinning up a browser or anything under the hood. Like you didn't see a browser spin up when I ran the test. That's all happening in memory. And so even though it's happening all in memory, I still kind of consider them integration tests, because I'm testing multiple components together, even some like the validation one, the loan application one. that I demoed at the end that was testing like some input text components that come out of the box with Blazor. So I consider those more integration style tests, even though, yeah, they're not hitting network. So I'd say in general, front-end tests to me are more valuable for integration style tests and not like mocking out separate components. But again, it's kind of it depends, because I have mocked out like third-party components at times if they're doing a lot of stuff. It just kind of depends again. But I think if you're trying to isolate some behavior, you can always test it at like the lowest component level or rip out some behavior to a component, just like you would rip out some logic in C# to a method. Like it's literally the same concept. So if you're trying to isolate something and just test that by itself and not all this other stuff around it, you can always do that.
Yeah, great. We've got one last question, I think, from the chat, actually. Nearly missed this one. Could you tell us about testing pages that require authentication or authorization? Yep.
So bUnit has built-in ways. Can I share it in the chat? They have built-in ways where you can, like if you Google bUnit authorization, you can mock out basically the authorization authentication. So you can say like, hey, I'm coming to this page or this component as an unauthenticated user, or a user with these permissions or these claims or these roles or whatever you're using. So you can basically mock all that out and still test that functionality, because maybe you pop up like you're not allowed to view this page, or you just pop up a generic 404, whatever the case is, when you're not authenticated, but you do show it when you are authenticated. So you can test all that stuff out via mocking, and that's kind of built into bUnit. Okay. And
that's nice,
now if you
tools.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. And you could always you can always go up a level. So bUnit's kind of at that unit integrations level of tests. It's not doing like an end-to-end test where it's spinning up a browser and things like that. So you can always move up to like Playwright or Cypress or any of those kinds of things. Selenium to test end-to-end style tests. So if you want to not mock out the authentication side of things and actually log in and do that kind of stuff, you can certainly do that with like Playwright, for instance, is kind of my go-to recommendation. But a downside of that is we're not going to run in milliseconds anymore. We're spinning up a browser. It's going to run in seconds. So usually you have less of those. So I kind of reserve those end-to-end style tests for more of the like critical paths of my functionality. So like Amazon.com, for instance, the most important thing on Amazon.com is you can search for a product, add it to a cart, place an order. Like I would absolutely have an end-to-end test around that. I would not probably have end-to-end tests, or if I did, not many, around like the my profile side of Amazon.com. Because if that doesn't work, like it's probably not the end of the world. But not being able to place an order feels like it would be the end of the world.
It's pretty important, I think, for Amazon. It's a bit of a big deal.
Pretty important.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your session today, Scott. That was really interesting, and I think a lot of food for thought there. And being able to work in TDD would be a great way for a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it. And yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Great. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later.
Yep. See you.
And with that, folks, I guess we need to wrap up and sign off. We would like to thank all of our speakers who were able to join today and share their wonderful knowledge and impart their wisdom on all of us. And thank the viewers, hundreds of people who have joined today and made it a truly community event for all of us. Like and subscribe to this YouTube channel so you get notified when the recording of of all of our sessions goes live. You can also expect individual recordings to go up later on, so you can check out the more interesting ones, the ones that you prefer.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to echo all of that. Thank you very much to the speakers. Thank you very much to everybody who's been watching, who's been interactive in the chat. It's been a fantastic day of sessions and talks. I've just put a link in the chat. We'd love to get your feedback on the sessions today. There's a survey there. If you can send us some feedback, we'd love it. And maybe we'll say a little thank you to you there as well. We've got more tomorrow, of course. We've got a whole another day of sessions. I hope you can join us for that. Things about event-driven systems, F#, C#, memory leaks, not related, and a whole lot more there as well. So once again, thank you very much for everybody. I hope you can join us tomorrow. And until then, we will see you later.
Bye-bye.